Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751. Just like now, just like this, I, Luo Chen, will not give in. The length and width of the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven are unknown, and the border is even more unknown. The scenery inside is extremely real, and it seems to be no different from the outside world. 5 or 6 days have passed since the start of the competition. Outside a valley, 5 or 6 giant and cultivators looked at the scene in the valley with fear. More than a dozen white argali were living in it leisurely. They watched for a while and finally made up their minds. We are not as powerful as Brother Wang, who can hunt fantasy beasts alone with a single sword. It is better to cooperate. First set up the formation, and then break them one by one. Is it okay? How to distribute the fantasy cores in hand? Equally. If the number is uneven, distribute them in order, and make up for it later. If someone accidentally dies and is eliminated. At this point, Chang Fengzi paused. Wu Tao beside him took over the words without hesitation. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. For those who leave, the spoils will be divided by the remaining people. But companions, you must never use those despicable means to deliberately harm them. Chang Fengzi blinked with satisfaction, and then looked at the other people. Do you agree with this plan? Among the other 4 people, Guan Zhaoping was the first to respond, and the other 3 hesitated and agreed to the plan. However, they stood closer to each other. The 3 families of Liu, Guan and Wu have always been on good terms. Even if they did not use conspiracy or trickery, their combined strength was not something they could fight against alone. Okay, in that case, let's get started. Chang Fengzi stopped talking and took out the array plate and array flag, and gave them to the others to set up one by one. He himself, holding a talisman, flew carefully over the valley. When everything was ready, he immediately used his magic power to activate the talisman, and under the traction of the talisman, silk threads flew from all directions, covering the entire valley. Do it. Chang Fengzi was the first to rush into the valley, and the others were unwilling to lag behind and followed immediately. In an instant, there was a loud noise in the valley, and magic weapons flew everywhere. Amidst the colorful lights, large patches of white mist spread out. But just when the white mist was about to fly out of the valley, it was stopped by the formation that had been set up in advance. Half an hour later, Chang Fengzi, who looked a little tired, took out a gourd and opened the gourd mouth towards the white mist floating in the air. Collect. Wisps of white mist began to be sucked into the gourd unwillingly. After sucking most of it, Chang Fengzi looked at the remaining thick white mist and was still a little dissatisfied, but he shook the gourd and heard the ding-dong sound inside, and smiled. Guan Zhaoping came over excitedly. Brother, I'm afraid we will have to collect more than a dozen phantom cores this time. Chang Fengzi stroked his flowing long beard. This is just the beginning. Wu Tao nodded excitedly. Yes, this is just the beginning. We will collect more phantom cores later. The remaining 2 people also came over, but unlike the original 3, there were only 2 left at this moment. They looked at each other, somewhat unable to accept it. It was just the beginning, and 1 person was lost. That will have to wait until later. It's impossible to cooperate with these 3 people. They had already vaguely noticed that although Chang Fengzi and his men did not use any conspiracy, they clearly showed signs of holding back when supporting others. This was a plan to consume their companions and obtain more phantom cores. The 2 looked at each other and had already reached a tacit understanding. First, they would share the spoils of this battle, and then go their separate ways. At that time, the 2 of them could also cooperate, recruit others to hunt monsters together, and then imitate the methods of Chang Fengzi and others. Brother, let's condense the remaining clouds into phantom cores in one go. That's what I meant. But the most powerful phantom beast here is at the late 3rd stage. It will take some effort to condense it. Chang Fengzi said so. After a brief communication, he pinched his fingers towards the gourd to continue absorbing the clouds in the valley. 1, 2. The phantom cores in the gourd condensed more and more, and finally only the largest cloud was left. At this time, boom! A large green-red hand grabbed from the sky. The formation covering the valley moved in response, trying to block it, but under the huge hand of powerful magic power, it collapsed in an instant. The 5 people in the valley were pale. Chang Fengzi was shocked and blurted out, "King Yang Great Handprint." The huge hand of magic power had slender knuckles and lifelike palm lines. He grasped the largest cloud and took it back. In the sky, Fu Qinglan looked at the man beside him in surprise. The spell was released in an instant without any fireworks. How could someone practice magic to such a point of sending and receiving at will? Luo Chen spread out his right hand, and a small white pill like a date pit appeared on it. Is this the core of the fantasy beast? After walking for 5 days without haste, he slowly came in from the outer periphery of the Mirage Dragon Cave heaven and finally saw a fantasy beast. Even someone helped to break up its body in advance, thus saving unnecessary effort. Fu Qinglan smiled slightly. This is just a third-level fantasy beast, which cannot automatically condense a fantasy core. For me, it is useless. However, if it is taken to the outside world, the capable people of our sect can use it to make magic weapons, elixirs, talismans, etc. In particular, the magic weapons made with this will generate a large number of illusions, which are particularly suitable for low-level disciples to use to cultivate their Dao hearts. Luo Chen looked at the fantasy core in his hand with a thoughtful look. He remembered very clearly that he had found a treasure from the stalls in Xianlan Fairy City that year. Its name is the Ghost God Questioning Mirror. Although it is only a broken magic weapon, it is also a rare experience of picking up a bargain in his life. At this moment, feeling the strange power in the fantasy core, combined with Fu Qinglan's words, he vaguely felt that the main refining material of the Ghost God Questioning Mirror might be the core of this fantasy beast. In this way, the relationship between the Ghost God Valley, the Jiandan sect of the East Wilderness, and the Xianlan Dao sect of Zongmiao is even more worth pondering. He thought again. If I were to refine this fantasy core myself, how should I start? Luo Chen still has some attainments in refining tools. In a short time, he thought of several formations suitable for arranging on this phantom core. If he finds a carrier and combines it with the soul-searching means, he may be able to reproduce the magic of the ghost-searching mirror. Fu Qinglan did not interrupt Luo Chen's thinking. Luo Chen would need to help him hunt the phantom beast and collect the phantom core. The more familiar he is with this thing, the smoother it will be. However, the people below can't wait. Chang Fengzi gritted his teeth and raised his head and said, "Uncle Fu, Senior Luo. Senior Luo, that is our trophy." Luo Chen glanced at him and was indifferent. Fu Qinglan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Luo is just curious when he first saw it. I will return it to you soon." Then, she whispered to Luo Chen, "The third-level phantom core is useless to me. Only the fourth-level phantom core can help me practice. If you want to study this kind of thing, I can exchange a few for you from the sect after the competition is over." Luo Chen nodded and then raised his hand to throw it. In the valley, Chang Fengzi hurriedly caught the highest-grade phantom core. When he looked up again, Luo Chen and the other two were no longer in the sky. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the other two fellow disciples beside him were already impatient to share the phantom core. Chang Fengzi had no objection and distributed the other phantom cores to them, leaving only the one that Luo Chen helped to condense. "Chang Fengzi, let's end the cooperation here. Goodbye." Chang Fengzi was stunned. Before he could stop them, the two hurried away. Guan Zhaoping wrinkled his nose. "These two people are not good." Chang Fengzi waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, let them go. When we meet fellow disciples later, we will invite them in and hunt phantom beasts together." Wu Tao smiled. "That's right. With their help, it will be much easier for us to hunt phantom beasts. When the number is enough, we will leave the cave. By then, our ranking in the competition will definitely be ahead of these people." Chang Fengzi smiled and nodded, but the smile was quite forced. He knew very well how powerful the formation he had set up above the valley was. It was a powerful formation that could withstand the attack of a fourth-level fantasy beast. But under Luo Chen's ordinary palm, he had no power to resist. The former King Yang Demon Lord is now so powerful. If the master meets him, will it be okay? Across the valley, Luo Chen and the others headed all the way to the center of the Mirage Dragon Cave heaven. Under his spiritual sense, he could hear every word of the conversation in the valley. He naturally recognized Chang Fengzi and the other three old friends from the North Sea at a glance. At that time, the three people seemed relatively immature. Now that they had gone to the North Sea, their cultivation had not improved much after returning, but their combat experience and scheming were quite impressive. Sure enough, it was the same as his previous judgment. The young disciples of Shianitian Dao sect had received excellent teaching since childhood, and their foundation was solid. As long as they were tempered a little, they would stand out. In comparison, the disciples of the Luo Chen sect that he had run had to go to the battlefield at the key refining stage, which was indeed a bit of a rush. However, halfway through his reflection, Luo Chen chuckled. This was a different time, and the Shianitian Dao sect was such a huge organization. How could the Luo Chen sect have the conditions to train disciples like this? His reflection was a bit ridiculous. Fu Qinglan didn't know why he laughed for no reason, but introduced a general situation of the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. There are a lot of low-level fantasy beasts lurking around the outer periphery of the cave, but these are not our targets. The 4th-level fantasy beasts are the top priority. But the fantasy beasts are completely different from the monsters seen in the outside world. They are transformed by the energy of the Mirage Dragon, gathering and dispersing invisibly, and their whereabouts are uncertain. The more powerful the fantasy beasts are, the less likely they will live in groups. They are scattered inside the cave, lying dormant. Finding the 4th-level fantasy beasts is the most difficult task. And after finding them, killing the fantasy beasts and collecting the fantasy cores is even more troublesome. At that time, I will need you to help me. Luo Chen looked calm, looking at the mountains and valleys with a confident look. If the 3rd-level late-stage fantasy beasts are only that powerful, the 4th-level fantasy beasts are nothing to me. Fu Qinglan's eyes lit up. In that case, I'll leave it to you, brother. She felt more and more that her grandfather's choice of this person as her protector was the most correct decision. The doubts in the past had long since disappeared. Xiaofan, are you sure there is a 4th-level fantasy beast in this forest? Absolutely. Outside a dense forest, 2 figures stood side by side. One had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a long sword on his back. The other had extremely lively eyebrows and eyes, and looked as young as a teenager. Lin Bufan looked at the forest in front of him and talked freely. When Dan Shen was practicing on Xiandi Peak to ascend to heaven, he attracted many spiritual inspirations. Although I couldn't capture the kind of spiritual inspiration, I remembered that feeling. Later, I stayed on Xiandi Peak for half a year and was very familiar with the scene when the spiritual inspiration appeared. When Dan Xing ascended to heaven, the spiritual inspiration he attracted was intercepted by the sect master. Part of it was surprisingly thrown into the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven by the sect master. These 4th-level fantasy beasts that are extremely well hidden have all awakened and absorbed those spiritual inspirations. Jingtang, you take action. Lin Jingtang trusts this younger brother-like figure very much. Regardless of his combat strength and realm, the other party's talent and practice is beyond his reach. He said there was a 4th-level fantasy beast inside, so there must be something to it. He put the long sword on his back and slowly pulled it out. In that case, let me find it out and take its core for you to practice, so that you can go one step further on the road of transformation. As he spoke, he stepped into the lush forest. As soon as he entered, the creatures inside sensed his fierce killing intent. In an instant, a large number of vines flew from the sky and the ground. Lin Jingtang was not afraid, and he waved the sword in his hand non-stop, and the sword light was swaying, and the vines were all shattered. He walked forward, and Lin Bufan followed closely behind. Soon. There. It's so well disguised. Lin Jingtang praised, and the sword slashed diagonally, and a huge sword light slashed towards a dead tree. At this moment, the dead tree suddenly came to life. A branch broke through the air and slapped horizontally. The powerful force directly shattered the sword light. Not only that, more branches rose up, covering the sky and the sun and covering the entire forest. Lin Jingtang took a deep breath. Xiaofan, please step back. This thing is tricky, and it seems that it is not affected by my nascent soul realm. I need to spend more effort to deal with it. Lin Bufan nodded and quickly stepped back. No need to take care of him. Lin Jingtang no longer has any scruples, and he uses all his abilities. In the huge forest, a terrifying fluctuation of mana suddenly erupted. Ling. With the sound of a bell, the ancient forest that stretched for hundreds of miles turned into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. A flash of white light suddenly flew out as the powder fluttered. The next moment, Lin Jingtang, with his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, held a golden bell in his hand and soared into the sky. Where are you running? The big bell emitted a golden light, shining on the white light from a distance, leaving it nowhere to hide. Lin Jingtang held a big bell and fell far behind to prevent it from leaving his spiritual consciousness range. The two of them chased one after the other. until another huge spiritual consciousness that was in full bloom appeared in Lin Jingtang's spiritual consciousness perception. His face changed, and he shouted, "How dare you!" In response to him, there was a chuckle. Why not? Such a treasure should be obtained by those who are destined to get it. Lin Jingtang's face was ashen. In his spiritual sense, he saw a middle-aged man in a white robe and gray hair grabbing the white light from a distance thousands of miles away. A huge claw suddenly appeared in the vast clouds. Lin Jingtang's pupils shrank. Is this a spell? Or a physical skill? But then, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you want to subdue the 4th-level fantasy beast with this, you are thinking too simply. Sure enough, the huge claw that stretched out from the cloud had clearly grabbed the white light, but in an instant, white clouds seeped out from the gaps between the 5 fingers of the giant claw. The clouds that penetrated gathered and merged again in an instant. Luo Chen exclaimed. The cloud-seeking claws that were used with all their strength couldn't catch this seriously injured 4th-level fantasy beast. However, he was not completely unprepared. With a thought, the Yuanying domain enveloped the world. The speed of the white light remained unchanged, unaffected at all. Luo Chen frowned. The nascent soul realm wasn't effective? What on earth is this fantasy beast? It seems that something real has been discovered. He did not make any movements, but just raised his right hand in front of his chest and made a seal. The next moment, colorful light emanated from his body, and in an instant it turned into thick red chains. Lock! With a light shout, 9 red chains pierced into the void and locked the white light. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape. Finally, its true form was revealed, and it turned out to be a white dead tree. Is this a 4th-level fantasy beast? While Luo Chen was surprised, he saw a handsome man arrive in front of him. Looking at the big bell, he understood. Jinghuang Bell, are you Lin Bufen's protector Lin Jingtang? Lin Jingtang first took a look at the fantasy beast dead tree locked by 9 red chains, and was extremely surprised. His lifelong magic weapon Jinghuang Bell had greatly increased its suppression ability after it was promoted to a real weapon. That's why the head of the family specially sent him to be Lin Bufen's protector, so that he could suppress and collect the core of the fantasy beast. But he didn't expect that the fantasy beast that he had tried so hard to suppress was captured by the other party at random. His sight finally fell on the man with white robe and gray hair. Wang Sanrun. Since you know that I am protecting Lin Bufen, then you should know that Xiaofan and Fu Qinglin, whom you protect, are good friends. Since they are good friends, how can you steal someone's love? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Behind him, Fu Qinglin slowly emerged. According to the agreement, Luo Chen would make the decision on matters related to the battle. But when it comes to her friends, Fu Qinglin nodded. Xiao Lindsay does have a good relationship with me. Since they discovered this fantasy beast first, let's give it to. Luo Chen smiled. The smile was a little disapproving, and the meaning revealed was so sarcastic. Lin Jingtang, who had been relaxed, suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough. If he's a good friend, you should give it up. Then if it's your fellow disciples, would you give it up? If it's the 3 sons of a wealthy family, especially when it's the torch, would you give it up too? This thing involves your chance to become a god. Can you give it up? Fu Qinglin, since you are shouldering the responsibility of revitalizing the family, you should know that many times, many things cannot be given up. Just like now. Just like this thing. Luo Chen, who has been calm and indifferent since coming to Hongzhou, now seems extremely aggressive. One harsh word after another, one question after another, caught Fu Qinglin off guard. Hualala. 9 red chains wrapped around the phantom beast and the dead tree flew towards Luo Chen, and he had already grasped a seal in his hand, with a cold look in his eyes. Since I am her protector, then in this cave, anything related to her avenue, I, Luo Chen, will not give up. Chapter 752, The Power of One Palm, Repelling 100 Miles. Fu Qinglin stared at Luo Chen's resolute profile in a daze, and didn't react at all. This was the first time she had seen such a domineering Luo Chen. She didn't expect that he would suddenly change his face when he first entered the cave and was a good friend of hers. At first, she was a little angry. How could he turn the tables and go against her wishes? But in the midst of the scolding, she couldn't help but ask herself, do you want to give in? Luo Chen had no idea about her psychological activities at the moment. He only knew that he was entrusted by someone and he had to be loyal to him. He had taken a big advantage in the transaction with Fu Chaoshen, and each of those conditions was in his favor. At that time, Luo Chen thought that this matter could not be perfunctory. Later, Fu Chaosheng sent elixirs and withered fire marrow. Even if the official guest status of Xingmen was not obtained for him, it was considered to be the ultimate. In this case, Luo Chen had to do his best for this act of protecting the way. In the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, the 4th level phantom beasts are elusive and hide very deep, and each phantom core is extremely difficult to hunt. Moreover, Luo Chen doesn't want to stay in this cave for too long. He wants to collect enough phantom cores as soon as possible, help Fu Qinglin complete her cultivation as soon as possible, and get out earlier. Therefore, it is even more impossible for him to give up the one that is in front of him. Luo Chen doesn't care what Fu Qinglin thinks of him. Even after he gets out, her grandfather Fu Chaosheng will probably support Luo Chen's approach. Therefore, Luo Chen's style of behavior in the next trip to the cave heaven is doomed. Different from the usual style of not interfering with others, he wants to hunt phantom beasts as much as possible and compete for a phantom cores, even if he conflicts with others for this. Start from now. The red chain transformed by the Hunitunding behind him locked the phantom core and flew towards Luo Chen. He held the seal in his right hand, ready to go. And the left hand also began to flex and stretch the 5 fingers, dazzlingly hitting one seal after another. The mighty mana began to surge out of his body. Opposite. Seeing this scene, especially Fu Qinglin's silence, Lin Jingtang laughed in anger. Good. 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 Since you want to fight, then I am not afraid of it. Before he finished speaking, he saw Luo Chen on the opposite side interlaced his hands, the 2 seals merged into one, and his right hand slowly pushed out. A green palm print, as his right hand pushed out, flew towards him calmly. You dare to show off such a small trick? Lin Jingtang sneered, and waved his sleeves to shake the handprint. But an unexpected scene appeared. The handprint was stable, not only was it not shaken off, but it was crazy expanding and growing in the process of flying quickly. Lin Jingtang frowned, and he had a plan in his mind. Let's defend against this move first, and then counterattack. Without thinking, the golden bell suddenly flew up and covered him. The next moment, the green palm print collided with a golden bell. Ling. A heavy bell sounded. Lin Jingtang's mouth curled up slightly, and the counterattack began from this moment. This bell is called Jinghuang, which means panic and hesitation. In addition to its powerful defensive ability, the bell's sound will make the enemy unconsciously fall into the trap. Losing the mind is a small matter, and the soul may even be shaken apart. With this move alone, even if he is not a disciple of Xianitun Dao sect, he is well known within the Dao sect. The master treats me well, how can I let him down? Just like what the deserted Luo Chen said, in this Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, I can't give in to anything related to Xiaofan. With his mind racing, he was about to pull out the long sword on his back. But no. Lin Jingtang's expression changed drastically, and he felt that the green handprint blocked by the Jinghuang bell showed no signs of dissipating, but instead became more and more powerful, becoming heavier and heavier. His body began to be unable to withstand the huge force and was forced to retreat. Through the hazy boiling spiritual energy, he vaguely saw the middle-aged man with an indifferent face. The other party seemed to be unaffected by the sound of the panic bell. Boom! Exclamation mark. The huge green handprint swept the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth and began to increase its strength frantically. The person covered by the golden bell shadow was pressed back continuously. 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet. 10 miles, 100 miles. Wherever it passed, the wind tore the clouds apart, the earth shook, and the mountains and rivers were all in a mess. A large amount of spiritual energy from the heaven and earth continued to flow into the green handprint like a young swallow returning to its nest, stirring up a spiritual storm in the void. The main person who was attacked was like a meteor, being pushed hundreds of miles away and turned into a small black dot that was invisible to the naked eye. Its power has not weakened, and it is endless. How could it be like this? Lin Jingtang was furious, and it was too late to hold back. He slapped the inside of the golden bell with both palms. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. Countless residual images gathered together and finally turned into 1 palm. Break. With a sharp shout, the panic bell suddenly trembled. Ling. The terrifying bell sounded instantly, and the golden light spread outward like a wave. The green handprint that was pressing on the golden bell dissipated inch by inch. Finally, the wind stopped and the clouds died, and the spiritual energy storm lost its backbone and scattered on the ground in a daze. A figure walked out of it, with messy hair and a pale face. He looked down at the shrunken golden bell in his palm, which had two completely different palm prints on it. One inside and one outside. The palm outside was caused by Luo Chen. In that situation, he had realized that as long as he and Luo Chen did not die, that palm would continue to accumulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and become stronger. He had no choice but to mobilize all his magic power and use the strongest blow to defeat it before it reached its peak. But the price was that he himself was inside the golden bell and suffered a great recoil force. If it weren't for the fact that this golden bell was his life weapon and had the function of automatically protecting its master, his body and soul would have been seriously injured. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly and roared, "Wang Sanren!" The overwhelming anger turned into a rumbling sound wave and surged towards the way he came. However, a figure blocked the way. Xiao Fan. Lin Bufan shook his head at him. "You are just entering the cave heaven. There are still many opportunities. There is no need to act rashly." But Wang Sanren is very strong. Although he took the initiative this time and caught you off guard. But I can feel that his strength is like the abyss, and his means are more than this palm. If you fight him to the death, even if you win, it will be a miserable victory at most. In that case, how can we have enough strength in the fight for the Phantom Core later? Lin Bufan said slowly, trying to give Lin Jingtang enough face in his choice of words. In fact, when he watched the battle before, he felt that Luo Chen was even more powerful. In particular, when he activated the spell, there was another repressive force in his body. Once that power is unsealed, I'm afraid Lin Jingtang will be powerless to resist, and at most he can save his life with the help of the real weapon, the panic bell. Oh. This also needs to consider whether the other party has a real weapon. If there is a real weapon of the same level, Lin Jingtang's fate is probably. The violence on Lin Jingtang's face dissipated a little, but he was still indignant. We found that Phantom Core first, and I spent a lot of effort to force it out. Lin Bufan shook his head. It's just a Phantom Core. With my perception ability, it's not difficult to find the next 4th level Phantom Beast. With this experience, we will be prepared to collect the Phantom Core in advance. That one, just consider it as my last gift to Sister Kinglin. The last one? Lin Jingtang raised his eyebrows. But before leaving, he still glanced at the direction of Luo Chen with resentment. Obviously, he remembered the shame of this palm. Huh? The strong wind blew in his face, and Luo Chen slowly retracted his right hand, his face full of satisfaction. This was the first time he used the Qingyang Great Handprint with all his strength after he reached the nascent soul stage, and the effect was nothing short of amazing. The Qingyang Great Handprint was derived from the Xianshan Yiki Great Handprint. The Xianshan Yiki Great Handprint was originally a 3rd-tier spell, with mediocre power and not particularly outstanding. After he pursued perfection and changed the fire attribute, its lethality surpassed that of ordinary 3rd-tier spells. Especially after practicing to the great perfection, it was comparable to ordinary 4th-tier spells. Originally, at this stage, the potential of this spell had been exhausted, and for Luo Chen, who had been promoted to the nascent soul stage, it was not very helpful. However, he felt the special features of the nascent soul cultivators in controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and integrated the Yilling Seal into it. In this way, the Qingyang Great Handprint evolved again. Under the full force of the urging, if the enemy is not careful and does not disperse it in the first place, it will become stronger and stronger, until it is in danger and is like a mountain pressing down on its head. It's a pity that Lin Jingtang took the initiative to retreat, otherwise I would have wanted to use him to try other means. Luo Chen was quite sorry. If Fu Qinglin, who was standing next to him, knew what he was thinking, he would probably be stunned. Trying a move with a strong person of the same level? How powerful must one be to have such calmness and confidence? But Luo Chen just had such confidence. All along, his opponents were often older than him, with higher realms than him, and often crossed a large realm, or several small realms. Like this time in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven competition, although there were many enemies, Luo Chen was not worried at all. Because these guardians were restricted to the rule that the promotion to the nascent soul stage should not exceed 100 years. In other words, all the guardians were at the same level as Luo Chen. Either the first level of the nascent soul, at most the second level of the nascent soul, there was almost no difference in realm between them. And in a battle of the same level, Luo Chen was not afraid at all. If he hadn't taken Fu Qinglin's face into consideration, he would have chased after him and used other means to have a 90% chance of severely injuring Lin Jingtang. Even with the help of the Hununding, the opponent's nascent soul couldn't run away. You're smart enough to retreat when you know it's difficult. Luo Chen snorted and looked sideways. Let's go. Fu Qinglin stared at him in a daze, not even reacting to what he said for a moment. When she saw Luo Chen frowning, she hurriedly asked, "What?" Luo Chen frowned even deeper. Let's go. There's too much noise here. It will attract other people. It's not advisable to stay for long. Oh. Fu Qinglin hurriedly followed Luo Chen's footsteps, but looking at his back, the shock in her heart still couldn't be calmed for a long time. One move. Just one move, and the famous Lin Jingtang was driven back hundreds of miles away. That kind of movement shocked her more than the silent victory over Qi Xiongcheng at the beginning. She couldn't help but ask herself, can I also master such power in the future? Are those Yuanying early brothers in the sect so powerful? Searching through memories, it seems that there are only a few who can match Luo Chen's grace just now. The mountains are shaded and the ancient trees are towering. As the sword flashed, a simple cave was formed. Luo Chen stopped his movements with satisfaction. Let's go here. There are no extremely condensed spiritual veins in the Mirage Dragon Cave heaven, but the scenery here is at least beautiful. Fu Qinglin nodded. It was more than beautiful. Looking out from the protruding rocks on the mountainside, large tracts of ancient trees formed a vast primeval forest. In the distance, high mountains of different styles rose from the ground, like sharp swords piercing the sky. There were also stars shining in the night sky. The starlight was shining, illuminating this place like a dream. But she looked back and saw that the newly opened cave was not big, and at most it could accommodate one person for cultivation. Luo Chen's words just explained her doubts. You can refine the illusion core and practice in it, and I will protect you outside. Immediately, Luo Chen changed the subject. Go and regulate your breathing first. I'll study the phantom core and give it to you tomorrow morning. Well, thank you, Brother Dao. Fu Qinglin walked in. After she left, Luo Chen's mind moved, and a white, round bead appeared in his hand. Unlike the third-level phantom core that looked like a date pit, this fourth-level phantom core had no rough lines on its surface and looked extremely smooth. But the condensed clouds were enough to show that this core was different. Are these clouds the power of the Mirage Dragon? Luo Chen looked at it carefully and found that he had no idea where to start. He knew that the Yuanying true teaching of the Xiannian Dao sect that entered the cave heaven this time had a unique method to refine the power of the Mirage Dragon, and it would not be passed on to them, the protectors. But, relying on these clouds alone, can one comprehend the true meaning of the law and lead to the great way of transformation? Luo Chen was puzzled. He released his spiritual consciousness and began to erode the phantom core, but under the barrier of the condensed power of the Mirage Dragon, he could not penetrate too deep. Luo Chen frowned, and suddenly something moved in his mind. His eyes were shining brightly, and not only that, the source of energy flowed into his eye sockets, and the deep red light flashed. From the outside to the inside, he vaguely sensed something spiritual. Huh? Luo Chen was surprised, and another white pill appeared in his hand. It was the Xianji pill that Dan Sheng gave him before he ascended. At the moment when the Xianji pill appeared, the sealed fourth-level phantom core in his hand suddenly became agitated, and there was a tendency to pounce on the Xianji pill. Luo Chen pursed his lips. I was right. This phantom core wrapped in a large amount of Mirage Dragon power contains a hint of spiritual inspiration. It is of the same origin as the main ingredient of the Xianji pill refined by the pill saint. Could it be that the spiritual inspiration intercepted by the Xiannian sect master at that time was thrown into the Mirage Dragon cave? Fu Qinglin and other Taoist disciples are not trying to absorb the power of the Mirage Dragon at all. Instead, they want to absorb these spiritual inspirations and use them to comprehend the true meaning of the laws. Spiritual inspiration, world consciousness, true meaning of the laws. Luo Chen's eyes kept moving between the white phantom core and the white Xianji pill, and he had some plans in mind. Chapter 753 Waiting for the Rabbit, It's Easy. Hualala. A breeze blew, rolling the branches and leaves of the forest, and from a distance it looked like layers of waves. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the protruding bluestone in the mountains, overlooking the waves of trees under his feet, and then looked at the cave behind him, with some hesitation in his eyes. Is it the wind blowing, or is she moving? 3 or 4 months have passed since Fu Qinglin absorbed the phantom core to practice. During this period, The other party did not leave the house, and Luo Chen did not leave at all, always guarding outside the cave. At first, it was ordinary, but gradually Luo Chen felt something unusual. In the cave, Fu Qinglin's practice seemed to be completely defenseless. The Yuanying escaped directly from the Purple Mansion, and swallowed the spiritual energy of the world with the Yuanying body. This kind of behavior, under normal circumstances, is basically courting death. Without the protection of the Purple Mansion, exposing the Yuanying like this, and entering a deep level of practice, is simply waiting for this world to assimilate her. But unfortunately, the other party has no scruples. At that time, Luo Chen remembered some of the things Fu Chaosheng said back then. The top-level Great Wilderness Mirage Dragon swallows clouds and spits out mist, transforming into the sun, moon and stars, and forming a cave heaven in its body. This world is almost the same as the outside world, but because of the isolation of the Mirage Dragon's own body, a special barrier is formed. If a cultivator practices in it, he can avoid being assimilated by the world to the greatest extent. Even if the god merges with the world, it is the same. Therefore, Luo Chen understood why Fu Qinglin was so unscrupulous at this moment. But the problem comes again. Although this world is full of spiritual energy, it is not condensed and concentrated. It is just to take advantage of not being assimilated by the world. Is it necessary to deliberately enter the cave heaven to practice once every 500 years? Some subsequent changes in Fu Qinglin gradually explained to Luo Chen. The other party was not practicing qi at all, but through the nascent soul as an intermediate carrier, the soul and the world constantly interacted, trying to comprehend something. Luo Chen knew that thing was the so-called true meaning of the law. However, this kind of practice mode is usually only carried out between great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage. Fu Qinglin might have done nothing if she had started this step so early. But everything became different after having the special resource of the fourth order phantom core. Fu Qinglin persisted in practicing for several months. It seemed that she really came into contact with the true meaning of some law. Now, Luo Chen was paying attention to the changes in the outside world while staring at Fu Qinglin's practice. After several months, he had understood some clues. No wonder the opportunity of the 500-year competition was not given to those old generation cultivators who were only one step away from the transformation of the spirit realm, but was reserved for Fu Qinglin and other new nascent souls. No wonder they were ordered by the elders of the sect not to practice excessively before entering the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, except for consolidating their realm. Everything is just to maintain the state of the first nascent soul. When the cultivators first entered the nascent soul, they subconsciously got close to the world and there was not much separation between them. On the contrary, in the subsequent practice, they would continue to strengthen the Purple Mansion barrier to prevent being assimilated by the world. In this way, the realm will continue to improve, and safety will be guaranteed. But at the same time, they will gradually become unfamiliar with the world, thus losing some of the nascent soul's instincts. This may be a bit awkward to understand. For example, a human baby. Before the baby is born, it has been living in amniotic fluid. At this time, humans can swim naturally. But in the process of growing up after birth, in order to prevent being drowned, the instinct of swimming will be constantly suppressed, and they will become more and more resistant to water, and gradually they will become unable to swim. To remaster the innate skill of swimming, you even have to learn and train acquired skills. Comparing the nascent soul to baby, the world to water, and the understanding of the true meaning of the law to swimming, it will be easy to understand. This is the intention of the predecessors of Xianitun Dao sect. In the stage when the nascent soul has not yet resisted the world and still retains the instinct to get close to the world, let the new generation of nascent soul Xianjiao master the ability to swim freely between the world. Even, in one fell swoop, they can truly master the true meaning of the law that suits them. During this process, the inspiration inside the fourth order phantom core was similar to the catheter that provides oxygen to the baby in the womb. The sage Xianitun really has good intentions and far-sighted thoughts. Luo Chen was very moved. This is the benefit of having a master's inheritance. Even the methods of how to practice, how to take shortcuts, and how to master powerful forces in advance were handed over to the younger generations one by one. He could only envy, but he could not have any covetous heart. It's very simple, those methods must have a lot of tricks. For example, how to use the power of the Mirage Dragon, how to unlock the Phantom Core to absorb that trace of heavenly secrets, and related methods of using this trace of heavenly secrets to comprehend the laws, etc. The most important thing is that the phantom cores of the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven are all disciples of the Cheyenne Deo sect. They, the protectors, can only look, not use. If they really want to rob them, they will have to bear the consequences after they go out. Not to mention those great gods, the hundreds of Yuanings Henrin in the Cheyenne Deo sect alone are not something Luo Chen dares to despise. All he could do now was to eat a few Hong Yuan Dan prepared in advance to improve his cultivation while helping to guard. From this point of view, Luo Chen was not idle. In the cave, the spiritual energy was scattered and not suitable for Yuanings Henrin to practice, and the effect was half the result with twice the effort. But with the help of the top-grade Hong Yuan Dan, Luo Chen's practice would not be hindered. In addition to the vitality bestowed by Dan Sheng when he ascended, he felt that he was very close to breaking through the second level of Yuanying. Another 2 months passed. On this day, crisp footsteps were heard in the cave. Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the person who came. Fu Qinglan pursed his lips, looking disappointed. Failed. Well, I'm disappointed, Brother Deo. It doesn't matter, just find another 4th level phantom caller. Luo Chen said lightly, then stood up, and his white robe fluttered. Fu Qinglan opened his mouth, and finally could only reluctantly nod. Thank you for your help, Brother Deo. However, it is difficult to find a 4th level fantasy beast. We may have to go out and look for it slowly. Unexpectedly. Luo Chen just smiled lightly, as if he didn't care about this question at all. Come with me. Fu Qinglan was puzzled, and she jumped up and followed Luo Chen. However, when she was controlling the spiritual energy of the outside world, she staggered for a moment. Luo Chen stopped and looked at her with a frown. Fu Qinglan hurriedly explained, the nascent soul has been outside for a long time. Now it returns. The communication with the spiritual energy of the outside world has some problems, but it is not a big deal. Luo Chen nodded and approved her explanation. The nascent soul can control the spiritual energy of the world naturally, but it is normal that it will become unfamiliar with the existence of the physical body after being outside for a long time. Thinking of this, he also understood why this century-long competition is completely different from other ordinary century-long competitions and requires the intervention of the guardian. At this moment, Fu Qinglan's generation is the most vulnerable. They are devoted to seeking the Tao and are unable to protect themselves. They need others to protect them. But in this case, he was very curious about why Shi Ju dared to enter the cave alone without a protector. Although, when the other party participated in the competition later, he brought Qi Xiong Chang with him. But the initial decision showed that Shi Ju was indeed so confident that he could protect himself. What did he rely on? 80 miles away from Fu Qinglan's cave residence. There is a vast plain with a wide range, 10 miles long and wide, which is about the size of a small town. But this plain, from a visual perspective, is not very wide. It's just because there are 3 mountains around it, which are surrounded and wrapped around it, leaving only one exit. The footsteps of Luo Fu and the others stopped here. Fu Qinglan looked around in confusion. Is there a 4th level fantasy beast here? It's so hidden that I didn't find it when I got there. Luo Chen looked calm, lowered his back, and put his hands on the ground covered with the green grass. Not now, but there will be soon. A jade box covered with soft silk was placed on the ground by him. Fu Qinglan's eyes condensed, and her expression changed slightly. In the jade box, there was a white pill, emitting a strong light. If she was not mistaken, it should be one of the 5 pills that Dan Sheng personally refined before ascending to heaven. Why did Luo Chen take this thing out now? Shouldn't such a precious thing be kept well? When she was puzzled, she happened to see Luo Chen, who stood up, looking back at her with an intriguing look. Fu Qinglan was startled, and then shook her head. Brother Luo Chen, don't worry, this is your thing, and I have no intention of coveting it. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and said nothing. Instead, he jumped into the sky. 10 fingers flew, and a series of restrictions were shot out from his hands, sinking into the 3 surrounding mountains. Not only that, but there were also small triangular flags that were sucked into the ground like sharp arrows. Fu Qinglan blinked. Luo Chen was actually proficient in the art of array formation. Moreover, judging from the ease with which he performed the action, it was clear that he had already had sufficient knowledge of the direction of the mountains and rivers in this area. However, could these magical restrictions and the formations set up by the formation flags alone restrict the invisible 4th level fantasy beasts? The next moment, Fu Qinglan's pupils shrank. In the void, a small gray tripod flew out. The mouth of the tripod turned upside down, like a lid, covering the void. The Taoist in white robe pointed at the small gray tripod, and the small tripod disappeared into the void, no longer showing any trace. Next, we just wait and see. Luo Chen said in the sky. Fu Qinglan's eyes kept flowing between him and the open jade box light ball on the ground, and her face was half believing and half doubting. 1 day. 2 days. As time passed, the doubt on Fu Qinglan's face became more and more intense. Finally, she couldn't help but find Luo Chen, who was meditating on a mountain. Brother Dao, is this really feasible? Luo Chen opened his eyes and stared at her calmly. He didn't say anything, just stared at her, making her feel uneasy. After a while, Luo Chen sighed. Since you have nothing to do, can you tell me about your cultivation in Xiannian Dao sect? I have been a free and unrestrained person since I was young, and I am quite curious about the cultivation of this sect. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a table and a cushion appeared in front of him. On the table, there was wine, dried meat, and some fragrant beans. Fu Qinglan hesitated for a moment, then sat down. Luo Chen filled her glass with wine, and she told me some anecdotes about the cultivation of the sect, just to satisfy Luo Chen's curiosity and kill some boring time. When I was 12 years old, I was diagnosed with dual water and wood spiritual roots and passed the Dao sect test, and entered the Lankai Mountains to practice. It has been more than 200 years since then, almost 300 years. The practice in the sect is actually very boring. Every day there are morning and evening classes, reciting classics, opening meridians and drawing in qi. There are 72 famous peaks in the Lankai Mountains, and basically they are occupied by Yuanying Zhenren for practice. And most of these Yuanying Zhenren also come from aristocratic families. We don't focus on master-disciple inheritance. In addition to listening to the lectures of the Dao sect elders, we practice on our own. If there is really something interesting, it is probably the 10-year small competition within each family, and then the once 100-year competition for the entire sect. At that time, the outstanding younger generations of each family in each realm will gather together to compete. Haha, this kind of thing is a top priority in our eyes, but in the eyes of Brother Dao, I think it's just children playing house. These beans are really delicious. Bitter hazelnuts? They are processed so well, no less than some of the exquisite delicacies of our sect. It's not that everything has been smooth sailing all the way. The sect will issue some tasks regularly. There are no monsters in Zongzhou, but there are still monsters in some places near Zongzhou. The sect will issue such tasks regularly for us to do. In addition, there are other large and small tasks, and the farther ones even have to go to other continents. Because the Xiannian Dao sect is mainly composed of immortal cultivation families, the sect's internal conflicts are not so serious, but the struggles between families have never stopped. The reason why my grandfather went to the North Sea to serve as the elder of the Merchant Alliance was that he wanted to use his identity as the elder of the Merchant Alliance to avoid family competition, so as to buy time for me to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. From this point of view, Grandpa really protected me too well. If my little sister usually has some childish behavior, please forgive me. Luo Chen drank while listening to Fu Qinglan talking about the sect's cultivation. The other party was quite excited, but Luo Chen was a little bored halfway through. It was quiet and indifferent, with few disturbances. There were occasional competitions, but they were mostly within the scope of the rules. Even Fu Qinglan felt bored after practicing for a long time, and gradually looked for something to pass the time, such as Go. But later, Luo Chen's attention was focused again. He couldn't help but wonder, in this situation without large-scale death battles, how many cultivators of various realms have been accumulated by Xiannian Dao sect after thousands of years of recuperation? Although Zongzhou is large, can it really accommodate so many cultivators to divide these resources? Combined with the events of Penglai Xianzong in the North Sea and Ghost Valley in the East Desert, Luo Chen had to think of the worst. The tiger in Zongzhou might have been unable to resist escaping from the cage and getting involved in other continents in the mountain and sea realm. Suddenly, Luo Chen waved his hand, and the wine and snacks placed between the two disappeared. Here it comes. He stood up gracefully, and the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to gather towards him. Fu Qinglan followed his gaze and looked into the distance. Between the mountains and ridges, there was a white light, rushing like lightning. Without any confusion, she headed straight for the 10-mile plain. She looked at Luo Chen with amazement. The formation set up by the other party magnified the medicinal power of the Zongmiao Pill and spread it to 1,000 miles of land, but it was controlled at an extremely appropriate level, which could only be detected by high-level fantasy beasts. Now it seems that he really waited for the rabbit. And Luo Chen's chuckle further verified her thoughts. It's really a rabbit. The white light was extremely fast, and it jumped and jumped while running, easily crossing several miles of land. Looking carefully, between the gathering and dispersing of clouds, its ears were pointed, its eyebrows and eyes were smart, and it was no different from an ordinary rabbit. This rabbit came very quickly, and regardless of everything, it broke into the plain surrounded by 3 mountains and headed straight for the jade box quietly placed on the ground. At this moment, the jade box suddenly disappeared. The rabbit was stunned and looked up at the sky. A huge fire phoenix spread its wings and screamed towards it. The rabbit was anxious. A large amount of clouds gathered, and its body began to expand wildly. 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet. A huge rabbit that was more than 100 feet long pounced on the fire phoenix angrily. In Fu Qinglin's eyes, it seemed that he had already seen its end. It's just courting death. Boom! The giant rabbit and the fire phoenix collided with each other. The huge spiritual energy fluctuations rushed in all directions like a wave. The fire phoenix gradually dissipated. The giant rabbit was beaten into a cloud of mist. A condensed white light was looming in it. Luo Chen was high in the void, watching this scene, and nodded secretly. Just as he thought, the strength of the 4th-level fantasy beast was at most the same as that of an early Yuanian cultivator who had not mastered any powerful means. The only difficult point was probably the characteristic of gathering and dispersing invisibly and being difficult to die. The fire phoenix that he used was enough to rival the full-strength attack of an ordinary early Yuanian cultivator. With advanced preparation, it was not difficult to break up its body. The real difficulty should be behind. Fu Qinglin said anxiously, "It wants to run." Luo Chen waved his hand, "It can't run." Luo Chen clenched the air. The next moment, a huge tripod came down from the void with a rumble, completely covering the sky. Not only that, but the 3 surrounding mountains also emitted pieces of light, completely surrounding the 10-mile plain. Inside, a white light rushed left and right, and the clouds and mist dispersed and gathered and dispersed. It was deadlocked for an instant of time, and finally it was powerless. Collect. The mouth of the tripod opened wide, dragging the phantom core into it, and then the Hunan tripod shrank rapidly and finally fell into Luo Chen's hands. Fu Qinglin looked at this scene and couldn't help but admire, "Brother Dao, this magic weapon has a really strong ability to suppress and ban. Even among the real weapons, I think it is among the best. You are too kind. Compared with your sect's Lancade chessboard, it is just the light of a firefly." Luo Chen said so, and grabbed the white rabbit phantom collar. If Lin Jingtang were here, he would be so surprised to see Luo Chen hunt a 4th-level fantasy beast so easily. He had to work very hard to defeat the dead tree fantasy beast, and let the other party's fantasy core escape. Luo Chen did it effortlessly. "Take it." Luo Chen threw the fantasy core into Fu Qinglin's hand. "With this, I think it will be easier for you to comprehend the true meaning of the law." Fu Qinglin held the fantasy core tightly in her small hand and nodded heavily. "I will never let you down." The two went back home as if nothing had happened. Half a year later, Fu Qinglin walked out of the cave on the mountainside again, as if nothing had happened. She looked dejected. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but frown deeply, like a river. Is it still not enough? Chapter 754, 100 years in the cave, a year in the world, Luo Chen suffered a loss. Is it still not enough? Luo Chen showed impatience, which was rare. Fu Qinglin apologized, "I'm sorry, my talent is dull, and 2 phantom cores can't make me go any further." Dull talent? Luo Chen shook his head. How could someone who could form an infant at the age of 300 be said to be dull? In the final analysis, the number of spiritual energy contained in the phantom core was too small to allow the cultivator to persist to the point of comprehending the true meaning of the law. What he was really dissatisfied with was time. Reaching out, while Fu Qinglin was puzzled, Luo Chen said, "Show me your phantom chess." Fu Qinglin was puzzled, but did not resist, and handed over his phantom chess. Luo Chen looked down and saw that the white phantom chess was stained with black light, about 200 to 300%. The power of the Mirage Dragon would erode the black chess of those who entered the cave heaven. The deeper the erosion, the shorter the time they stayed in the cave heaven. And now, 2 phantom cores, 1 year, only eroded this much? In other words, if I can't comprehend the true meaning of the law, won't I have to stay in this cave for decades, or even hundreds of years? This is the main reason why Luo Chen really can't accept it. He can't spend nearly 100 years of his life on someone else's practice trial. Moreover, this is also very different from what Fu Chaosheng said before, that the Shianetong competition would take at most 1 or 2 years. What went wrong? While he was doubtful, he saw the expression on the face of the woman opposite him who wanted to say something but hesitated. Luo Chen asked tentatively, after absorbing 2 phantom cores in succession, "Have you gained anything?" Fu Qinglin hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, "I have gained something, but I'm not sure whether those things are true or false. If you want to listen, I can tell you." It was still the plain surrounded by 3 mountains. It was still the same formation and bait as before. But this time, Luo Chen didn't let Fu Qinglin come with him, but let her recuperate in the cave by herself, and came alone to wait for the rabbit. Standing on a hilltop, Luo Chen's sight did not linger on the bait of Zongmiao Pill in the plain. Anyway, Zongmiao Pill was protected by the formation in his life magic weapon, so there would be no accidents. He couldn't help looking around now, as if he was looking for something. But no matter how he looked, he didn't notice any clues that were different from the outside world. Fu Qinglin's words a few days ago were still impacting his mind until this moment. The phantom beasts are the products of the remaining consciousness of the Mirage Dragon. They instinctively try to revive and reproduce the spirit of the Mirage Dragon in their bodies. The opening of the Mirage Dragon cave once every 500 years is not only an opportunity for us, but also used to clean up high-level phantom beasts to prevent the resurrection of the Mirage Dragon. When practicing with the help of the phantom core, we must eliminate the influence of the Mirage Dragon's soulless consciousness and use its inner spiritual machine. From the phantom beast consciousness of the phantom core, I found that there is a big difference between this cave and the outside world. That is the difference in the speed of time flow. The specific ratio is about 100 to 1. Yes, it was this number that made Luo Chen restless for several days in a row. He never thought that he would enter such a secret realm that only existed in legends. In the countless fairy myths, there are naturally descriptions of various people who have a predestined relationship entering the secret realm. And these secret realms are also different. Some have countless opportunities, some are extremely dangerous, and even worse, they have various restrictions. Luo Chen has not encountered many secret realms in his life, and even fewer have entered them. But he has also learned a lot about these secret realms. For example, the secret realm after the death of the god of transformation is not suitable for most Yuanying, true immortals to enter, because the true meaning of the law left by the god of transformation will affect the great way of later generations. Only those with similar great ways can enter it. This is a restriction on the great way. And the land of fallen demons, at first glance, is full of dangers, but in fact, there are no overly strict entry conditions. Not to mention the Yuanying true immortal, even the golden core cultivator can enter it. Even some foundation building true cultivators, if they are brave enough, can go and try it. If there is any restriction, it is probably that the great masters who have comprehended the laws are not allowed to enter it, otherwise they are likely to die in it like the Blood Sea ancestor. And this time, the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven's secret realm, unexpectedly, is actually a secret realm with a time limit, as in the legend, 1 day in the cave is 1,000 years in the world. It's just that the time flow rate is reversed. 100 years in the cave, only 1 year in the world. The time flow rate ratio between the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven and the Mountain and Sea Realm is as high as 100 to 1. Moreover, if a cultivator is in the cave, his lifespan will flow normally, and it will remain the same even after he goes out. It will not happen that he comes in at 500 years old, spends 1 year in the outside world, and goes out at 100 years old, and his lifespan is still 501 years old. Instead, when the deadline comes, he will indeed have less than the 100 years that the cultivators of the same realm have experienced in the cave heaven. Why is this so? Luo Chen doesn't know. It may be related to the laws and avenues mastered by wild beasts like the Mirage Dragon. What Luo Chen finally knew was why the Shianetong Dao sect only gave this opportunity to the newly promoted Yuanying. The lifespan of a Yuanying cultivator is no more than 1,000 years. Minus the hundreds of years of cultivation before the Yuanying stage, there are only a few hundred years left. How can you bear to waste 100 years for no reason? Only the newly promoted Yuanying cultivators, who are particularly talented and have broken through to the Yuanying stage at a very young age, have sufficient lifespan to withstand the consumption of the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. This is the biggest condition restriction for the 500-year competition. As for other factors such as the initial Yuanying state and the instinctive closeness to the heaven and earth that Luo Chen speculated, they are only a small part of the consideration. No wonder in the legend, when a large sect encounters an unknown secret realm, it often lets the disciples go to explore it first. If you accidentally encounter such a secret realm with an uncertain time flow, it would be too terrifying for the high-level cultivators who have a short lifespan to die of old age in an instant after going out. But in this case, Fu Chaosheng is too much? Luo Chen was angry because Fu Chaosheng did not tell him the secret of the cave heaven in advance. In other words, when Fu Qinglin mentioned the discovery of different time flow speeds, he had rarely lost his composure. The sudden burst of terrifying momentum made the other party silent for a while. There was also a reason for not hunting the fantasy beast together this time. 100 years. How many 100 years can there be in a lifetime? Luo Chen has only practiced for 200 years in his life. If he knew that he would spend 100 years in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, no matter how good the conditions Fu Chaosheng offered, he would not agree to this cooperation. I don't know if other protectors know this information, or if they know there are tigers in the mountain, but they prefer to go to the Tiger Mountain. But in my case, it seems that Fu Chaosheng has been giving me various benefits before, and he actually secretly marked the price, which is this 100 years of life. I was careless and suffered a huge loss. Luo Chen took a deep breath and found a stone to sit down. First, he practiced a microdust yuanchu to calm himself down. Then he began to think carefully. First of all, there was the possible loss of 100 years of life. Although he was angry, Luo Chen could still afford this price. His lifespan was far beyond his peers. When he was promoted to the nascent soul, he reached 1,500 years in one breath. Although it was no longer like the previous realms, the lifespan limit would increase with the advancement of the small realms, and it was stuck at 1,500 years. But 1,500 years was far more than the 1,000-year lifespan of an ordinary nascent soul. He could afford a few hundred years. Moreover, it was not necessarily that much loss would occur. As long as he captured enough phantom cores and helped Fu Qinglin to comprehend the law earlier, he could get out sooner. Thinking about it, Luo Chen's calm mood turned violent again. Fu Chaosheng didn't tell him first, so why should he do his best for Fu Qinglin's affairs? This anger was not only because he was angry at Fu Chaosheng's concealment, but also because he was angry at his own arrogance. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he was in awe of the sect monks at first, in awe of the forces behind them and their powerful strength. But as his strength improved, he was no longer afraid of these things. On the contrary, he began to disdain these sect monks who were cultivated in a greenhouse. In particular, the inferior character of the younger generation of Xian'an Dao sect contributed to his contempt. But now, reality has given him a heavy blow. The younger generation may not be very scheming, but the older generation of sect monks are all shrewd people, so how can he take advantage of them? In the future, when dealing with these old guys, you have to think twice before acting and weigh the pros and cons. After calming down, Luo Chen analyzed what he had paid and what Fu Chaosheng had paid, and found that the other party had indeed calculated to the extreme. If he worked hard enough and helped Fu Qinglin comprehend the law earlier and leave the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, he would lose at most a few decades of life. The other party provided a large amount of soul essence, withered fire marrow, elixir, the status of a foreign affairs guest of Xiandi Peak, and the use of Xian'an Merchant Alliance's manpower and material resources to collect a large amount of resources for him. These benefits, when added together, are barely enough to hire a Yuanying Zhenren to run around for decades. Even if Luo Chen were to do those things and collect those resources himself, it would take almost the same amount of time, and he would even have to spend extra energy and encounter extra troubles. Forget it, I'll go out and talk to that old thing. Luo Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and continued his previous thoughts. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. He couldn't let decades of his best years go by for no reason. This world has scattered spiritual energy and is not very suitable for key training. And because he had to protect Fu Qinglin, he couldn't release his Yuanying body like the other party, and merge into the world without any precautions to try to comprehend the laws. Thinking of protecting that stupid and clear woman, Luo Chen felt disgusted again, as if he had eaten a fly but had to swallow it. He shook his head violently, forcibly suppressing the disgust in his heart. It's difficult to improve the realm significantly, but minor adjustments are no problem. The second level of the nascent soul is just around the corner. In the remaining time, I have to spend more time on myself. The proficiency of the two fourth-level spells, Fire Phoenix and Flame Dragon, can be improved. The Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven is extremely vast, and it is very convenient to practice here. Not only spells. There is also the transformation of the withered and flourishing True Fire. After having the Zongmiao Pill, Luo Chen can take the last step at any time as long as he wants. In addition, the refining of the White Tiger Puppet and the refining of the restrictions of the Penglai Octagonal Pavilion. In the end, Luo Chen put his mind on the soul-splitting art. His main soul has reached the limit of the current realm, and it is completely possible to split another soul. Han Zhan began to practice the soul-splitting art in the foundation building period, and strengthened his soul in the golden elixir period. After forming the nascent soul, he had 9 souls in just 100 years. With the help of the magical pills such as the Great Soul Pill, it is not impossible for Luo Chen to reach that step. Let's take it step by step. In desperation, Luo Chen made a plan for the next action. Life is like this. You will always suffer some losses inadvertently, but you still have to live. Not only do you have to live, but you have to live better and better, so that those who make him suffer will look at you with new eyes, regret it, and even pay the price. Here, this is the third phantom core. A 4th-level phantom core was thrown in front of him, and Fu Qinglin hurriedly took it. He wanted to say something, but the other party looked like a stranger was not allowed to enter, and raised a protective formation. Being blocked outside the formation, Fu Qinglin opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, after she said the biggest secret of the different speed of time, she should have foreseen this result. But what can she do? The Fu family has been in decline for a long time, and it is impossible to cultivate a loyal servant of the right realm. The Yuan Yingzhenren hired from outside, not to mention whether the conditions are suitable, is completely inferior to Luo Chen in terms of strength. It is also a helpless move for Grandpa to conceal the other party and trick him in. Now, the other party is willing to hunt for a phantom course for her, which is an extremely upright gentleman's act. I can only say that my grandfather did not make a mistake in choosing him. The only difference is that the relationship between me and him has become unfamiliar again after we finally got to know each other. Forget it, I can only comprehend the true meaning of the law as soon as possible and let him leave this cage as soon as possible. Fu Qinglin smiled bitterly, held the phantom core tightly, and entered the simple cave. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755, The Secret of the Origin, the second true one attacks. The rain curtain was like a curtain, covering the lush green outside. Have you used it up again? Luo Chen asked with his eyes closed. He did not wait for the other party to answer, but added a sentence. Wait for me for 2 days, then I will go out to hunt fantasy beasts. At this moment, he was in the stage of unlocking a key restriction in Penglai Octagonal Pavilion. As the inheritance of Penglai Immortal sect, the interior of Penglai Octagonal Pavilion has set up extremely complex restrictions, thus constructing a series of formations to separate the space inside and ensure that the medicinal materials inside will not affect each other. These formations are quite rough, and even Han Zhan only unlocked a small part of them at the beginning, allowing Luo Chen to gain temporary control. During the years on Longyun Island, Luo Chen tried to unlock them all, but he was still far from it. Now that he has a lot of free time, Luo Chen has the idea of completely unlocking them and refining them for his own use. Half a year later, Luo Chen has conquered the outline of a 4th-level formation and has almost figured out the complex composition of the restrictions. He will be able to completely unlock it in 2 or 3 days. By then, he would probably be able to control 80% of this artifact. Not only that, he could also master the 4th-order space formation related to the air ban. It must be said that unlocking the formation restriction of Penglai Octagonal Pavilion is a great benefit to Luo Chen. This artifact is a multi-attribute magic weapon, and it involves various formation restrictions. The most outstanding and largest number of them are the space formations composed of air bands and a large number of air bands. Luo Chen himself estimated that if he could understand them all, he might be able to master the means of constructing a teleportation formation. At least at the moment, he has mastered a small teleportation formation. When he was immersed in unlocking the ban and breaking the formation, a soft hum came from his ear, accompanied by a sentence. "This time, I want to go with you, okay?" Luo Chen opened his eyes and looked at the woman standing at the entrance of the cave. After 3 consecutive deep-level hard trainings, the other party's body has become much thinner, and even her cheeks have become thinner. At this moment, she pursed her lips and looked at Luo Chen timidly. "Follow me if you want," Luo Chen said calmly, then closed his eyes again and concentrated on refining the octagonal pavilion in front of him. It was not Fu Qinglin who plotted against him, but Fu Chaoshen. The long time had made Luo Chen calm down, and he would not vent his anger on others for no reason, even if the matter was caused by the woman in front of him. 3 days later, Luo Chen set out again and came to the plain where he usually set up formations to lure fantasy beasts. Fu Qinglin followed behind and watched him set up the bait Zongmiao Pill and set up the formation. Somehow, she found that the other party's formation method was more familiar than before. Especially the small teleportation formation under the Zongmiao Pill, which could not be found without paying attention. After making all the preparations, Luo Chen sat cross-legged again and closed his eyes to rest. Of course, he was not so leisurely. In fact, he had been thinking about the contents of Kurong Dao Jing in his mind. In his opinion, this self-created method still had a lot of room for improvement, especially after practicing again and again. He felt that it could be improved. Excellent skills have always been like this. After they are created, they need to be constantly added to and modified until they reach their limit. Luo Chen didn't know where the limit of the scripture of withering and flourishing was. Now he just took it one step at a time and tried his best to make it perfect. Fu Qinglin stayed beside him, staring at him in a daze. Unlike the last time, the two of them could still enjoy the breeze, shell beans, drink, and chat and laugh together. This time, they were as strange as passers-by. She wanted to find a topic, but the other party looked like a stranger, making it difficult for her to take the initiative. The stiff atmosphere made her feel like she was standing on a mountain of knives. The time waiting for the phantom beast to come to the door became longer and longer. 1 day, 2 days. Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. Finally, a phantom beast came to the door. It was a big white bull. With spiral horns on its head, it ran from the mountains and ridges and crashed into the formation. Then Luo Chen took action. The familiar fire phoenix reappeared and severely injured it. Thick clouds gathered and dispersed in the plain, but this time Luo Chen did not use the Hununding to seal it directly, but cast spells again and again. Fire Phoenix, Flame Dragon, King Guian Great Handprint. He even tried to cast Senlo Fire Prism twice, which had no effect on the phantom beast. Under his continuous bombardment, the white bull gathered and dispersed and gathered again, and roared continuously. Fu Qinglin watched this scene and clenched her palms. She didn't know that Luo Chen was using the phantom beast as a living target to improve his spell proficiency. All she saw was that the other party slaughtered the vulnerable 4th level phantom beast again and again in vain. Those spells were so colorful and powerful. But every time they were released, they always consumed mana. Such a meaningless action. What is the difference between venting anger? He is still angry with me after all. In her inner torment, Luo Chen didn't know when he had solved the white bull phantom beast. He stood quietly in the plain, looking at the broken mountain peaks and cliffs around him, frowning slightly. He was thinking about something in his heart, but he didn't think for long before he flew up and prepared to go home. After flying a few hundred meters, he suddenly turned around. "Are you going to stay here?" Fu Qinglin, who was stunned on the top of the mountain, woke up as if from a dream, and hurried to catch up with her with a sound of "oh." Seeing her distracted look, Luo Chen frowned. "This is the 4th phantom caller. Are you sure you can figure it out?" The woman opened her mouth slightly, then lowered her head in grievance. Luo Chen shook his head and sighed. "If you don't mind, tell me about the confusion in the process of cultivation. One person's shortcomings are better than 2 people's. I may be able to give you some advice through communication. If you can understand the true meaning of the law earlier, I can leave the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven earlier. Of course, if SYNOPSIS Dao sect has rules, you don't have to say it." Fu Qinglin hesitated. But after some thought, he slowly spoke. "I can't find the source of power. It was still halfway up the mountain. Luo Chen was still guarding outside, but this time he didn't do his own thing, but spread his consciousness and carefully sensed something. Fu Qinglan didn't tell him about the specific method of how to comprehend the true meaning of the law. After all, it was the core inheritance of Dao sect. But the general method was mentioned by the other party. The world has spirits, but the vitality has no spirit. If a cultivator can find the source of power corresponding to a certain law, he can use it to give the vitality of the world consciousness, and use the power of the world to control the vitality. This is why the great power of transformation can control the vitality of the world. As for how to find it, Fu Qinglan mentioned a general method. Use the nascent soul to carry the spirit and soul, integrate into the world, and find the most suitable source of power. Figuratively speaking, the nascent soul is a boat, the spirit and soul are people, and people sit in the boat, salvaging treasures in the boundless ocean of the vitality of the world. The inspiration is the line that pulls people and the corresponding source of power. When Fu Qinglan released her nascent soul and breathed in a lot of spiritual energy, she was not practicing at all, but searching for the corresponding source of power in the process. According to the records of Xianitian Dao sect, this so-called source of power is the most basic and easiest to comprehend the true meaning of the law. Fu Qinglan majored in the wood system, and what she needed to find was the source of wood, so her nascent soul breathed in wood attributed spiritual energy, bringing her soul into the omnipresent sea of vital energy, and searching for the source of wood little by little. This kind of search originally had no signs, and it required a lot of luck. But with the guidance of spiritual inspiration, it has a certain feasibility. But, is the slight inspiration of a phantom core enough? Luo Chen paid attention to the other party's practice for several days. Gradually, he felt something. If he integrated this set of methods into the Kurong Daojing, would it make up for the shortcoming leading to the state of transformation? And how should this set of methods be implemented specifically? Luo Chen wanted to experiment. But the samples observed so far are too few, so he dare not take the risk. Moreover, he did not have the inspiration to make that fishing line to fish for the original power hidden in the ocean of vitality. Let's use Fu Qinglan as a sample and observe carefully, maybe we can summarize that method. Luo Chen thought so. Half a year later, Luo Chen went out again. Fu Qinglan followed behind him obediently. After the last exchange of cultivation, the unfamiliar relationship was slightly made up. Luo Chen is a grudge-bearing person, but the grudges also have different objects. The one who really made him suffer was Fu Chaoshen, and he just hated Fu Qinglan for the whole family. The other party was willing to share the secrets of cultivation with him, so he naturally would not deliberately show his displeasure to others. The formation has been activated for several days at the place where the three mountains are surrounded. This time, it has been almost a month. Luo Chen finally couldn't hold back and completely activated the formation, spreading the medicinal fragrance of Zongmiao Pill out in multiples. The original coverage area was only 1,000 miles. This time, it was filled with thousands of miles. After this, Luo Chen didn't have to wait long before there was a movement in the mountains. Fu Qinglan exclaimed, "They are coming, and they are two fourth-level fantasy beasts. A giant python and a flying eagle." They rushed towards the plain under Luo Chen's feet, one above and one below, as if they were competing. Luo Chen raised his eyelids, his expression was different. Yes, they are coming, but there are more than them. Fu Qinglan was puzzled. Luo Chen had already moved. As soon as the two fantasy beasts entered the plain, they lost the sense of the Zongmiao Pill and began to rage. Before he could find the Zongmiao Pill, a figure fell like thunder. Thunder kick. With just one kick, Luo Chen kicked the giant python fantasy beast apart. It landed with a bang, and his feet sank into the mud. Then he raised his head, pinched his fingers and cast a spell, and the fire phoenix with a long meteor tail soared into the sky and pounced on the flying eagle. Not only that, the cloud-seeking claws fell from the sky, surrounding the flying eagle from above and below. When the two met, the flying eagle was hit hard and immediately collapsed. A large amount of clouds and mist spread across the land. Indistinctly, two figures were about to converge. But as the formation that Luo Chen had already arranged was activated, the clouds and mist poured into a small tripod like a tide. There was no power to resist. Fu Qinglan saw this with his own eyes and could not help but sigh at the profound strength of Luo Chen. Although the phantom beasts were weak, their strength could be comparable to those of the Yuanying early-stage cultivators who had no means. But under Luo Chen's hands, they often collapsed at the touch. And because of the formation and the small tripod, The most powerful and best means of saving lives and escaping could not be used. It was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. 2 phantom cores at a time, a great harvest. And this time, he didn't take these phantom beasts to vent his anger. It seems that he has fewer opinions about me. Just as Fu Qinglan was thinking this, the large amount of clouds on the plain completely dissipated, and Luo Chen's figure appeared. He put one hand behind his back, and held the 2 phantom cores with the other hand, fiddling with them. His eyes were looking up into the sky. The 2 Taoist friends are here. Why do you have to hide your head and tail? Are you trying to do the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole is waiting behind? Fu Qinglan was stunned, and subconsciously looked in the direction where Luo Chen was looking. The phantom beasts came from the same path, one on the left and one on the right. On the left was a skinny figure covered in a black robe, with no real face. The man on the right had a shiny bald head, a huge rosary around his neck, and his eyes were so bright that people dared not look at him. With just one glance, the woman was horrified and blurted out, "Immortal of Xianshan." Angry Vajra. Chapter 756, The 4 Realms of Body Refining. Nothing more than this, southern border ghoul cultivators, hiding their heads and tightening their tail. Fu Qinglan knew better than anyone what the sudden arrival of the 2 guardians meant. She spread her spiritual sense and searched around. Soon, 2 figures appeared in her perception. They are here indeed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures came closer and closer and appeared in the field of vision. Before they arrived, a sweet female voice came over. "Master, where are the 2 phantom beasts?" The black-robed monk who was locking onto Luo Chen with his spiritual sense said in a hoarse voice at this moment, "They have been killed, and the phantom core has also fallen into this person's hands." The woman was stunned and said in a lost voice, "So fast? It's only been a short time, and those are 2 4th-level phantom beasts." The black-robed monk didn't have time to answer. Fu Qinglan had already spoken. Xiao Su. Yu Su naturally recognized Fu Qinglan when she sent out her spiritual sense. At this moment, she nodded, and there was still shock in her eyes. They found that the 2 phantom beasts had been chasing them not long ago, and it had not been long. But now there is no trace of the phantom beasts. 2 4th-level fantasy beasts, were they really killed by him alone in such a short time? Xianshan's Hanren, who was shrouded in a black robe, said lightly. He took advantage of the special terrain here and arranged a large formation against the fantasy beasts in advance. It is not surprising that the fantasy beasts were defeated in an instant once they entered the net. Although the tone was light, the fear was not concealed at all. Yu Su frowned and looked around. There were indeed signs of the existence of the formation. But the most important thing is still the person. Fu Qinglan's protector, Wang Sanrun. Fu Qinglan had already looked at the other person uneasily at this moment. He was dressed in a white gorgeous dress with golden silk cloud patterns on it. He looked like a jade crown and arrogant. Junior brother Xiangqi. This nobleman was the head of the 36 noble families in Hangzhou, the pride of the Xiang family, Xiangqi. Xiangqi glanced at her, nodded, and then asked the monk, "Master, are you sure you can beat this man?" Amitabha. The angry King Kong chanted the Buddha's name in a rough voice, and then said in a deep voice, "It is not difficult to win, but I am afraid that I am not able to keep this donor." Xiangqi raised his eyebrows. His eyes kept moving on the middle-aged man with the gray hair and a sense of seeing through the world in the plain. A casual cultivator from the North Sea, a deserted man. The most mysterious of the 13 protectors, his mystery is even greater than that of the Xianshan's Henren in the southern border. After all, the origin of the Xianshan's Henren can be traced, but his rise was too short, and there is no way to collect relevant information. Now that the powerful angry King Kong is not sure to stay, it can be seen that his strength is extraordinary. There is no point in defeating him. It doesn't matter if he stays. What he wants is to capture him. Yu Su, how about we join forces to capture Wang Sanrun? Yu Su seemed to have expected this. She glanced at Fu Qinglan and then chuckled, 2 phantom cores, 1 for each of us. No. Xiangqi raised his lips slightly, all belong to you. Yu Su was startled. The phantom core is for you, but the Xianji pill on him belongs to me. Xiangqi said. So that's it. Yu Su suddenly realized that Xiangqi was planning to take the Xianji pill on Wang Sanrun. Outsiders don't know about this pill, but her Yu family is a family of pills and knows a lot about it. It is a 4th-level pill that Damsheng improved after studying a precious residual recipe of Xianjian Dao sect. It has an extremely magical effect on Yuan Ying's Henren. It is said that after taking it, those with outstanding talents have a 10% chance of realizing the true meaning of the law. Even some ancestors of the god of transformation are eager to get one. Over the years, Dan Sheng has only perfected the recipe, but the number of times he has refined it is very few. The reason for this is said to be the lack of a certain main material. Many people don't know what that main material is. But when the Dan Sheng ascended, the Yu family knew it. It was the spiritual inspiration. Such an elusive and hard-to-find thing in the world can actually be used to make pills and medicines, which is really shocking. But it is very difficult to replicate such a feat. The spiritual inspiration is everywhere between heaven and earth, but it is extremely difficult to really find it. Often only when the cultivators have an epiphany or ascend to heaven will they gather in large quantities. Even in the Mirage Dragon Cave heaven, the spiritual inspiration is extremely rare. It is still the Xianyun sect master who intercepts a large amount from the outside world, and then the special creatures such as the phantom beast absorb it and solidify it into the phantom collar. In this way, they, the true disciples, can simply absorb a little bit. They, ordinary alchemists, don't have the ability to use it as medicine. Now Xiangqi's idea is clearly to use the Xiangji pill to replace the phantom core for cultivation. After all, the number of spiritual energy contained in the Xiangji pill refined by Dan Sheng himself is definitely several times or even dozens of times that of an ordinary 4th-level phantom caller. If they, the true disciples of Dao sect, get it, they will have a chance. Yu Su, what have you considered? Yu Su hesitated. Fu Qinglan was watching from the side, anxious, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw her hesitation. Xiao Su, you and I are close friends. How can we fight against each other? Unexpectedly, Yu Su shook her head decisively. Before saying this, why don't you think about the relationship between Xiao Lindsay and you? Is it worse than the relationship between us? Does she know that we stole Lin Bufen's phantom core? Fu Qinglan was speechless. Yu Su ignored Fu Qinglan. What she was really hesitant about was whether she really had to give the Xiangji pill, such a good thing, to Xiangqi. As for the so-called sisterly love, she never hesitated in the face of the struggle for the great Dao. She couldn't help but look up at the black-robed monk. Xianshen's Henren, what do you think we should do? Xianshen's Henren said in a hoarse voice, everything is up to you, Taoist friend. Yu Su no longer hesitated, and nodded slowly under Xiangqi's gaze. Then let's join forces. Before he finished speaking, a scream was heard on the plain. Luo Chen, hurry up. On the plain, Luo Chen had been watching those people singing the same tune calmly. Hearing Fu Qinglan scream, he couldn't help but grin. The other party didn't come for the phantom collar, but for his Xiangji pill. It was a good idea. He said loudly, there's no need to go. Luo also wants to see the methods of the Western Desert monk and the Southern Xinjiang cultivator. As he spoke, he stomped his foot. On the 3 mountains, a series of array lights suddenly appeared. He used this array to fight with these 2 people. Unexpectedly, after the other party decided to join forces, they had already tacitly thought of a joint attack method. I will go first. A rough voice suddenly exploded. Like a lion's roar, the majestic sound waves attacked Luo Chen. Because of the 3 mountains surrounding it, the sound waves kept echoing in it and became like thunder. Sound wave magic? Luo Chen frowned and temporarily loosened the connection between the formation and him, and took a deep breath. His abdomen swelled like a ball. The next moment, roar. A strange sound that was neither beast nor human burst out from his mouth. It collided wildly with the surging sound waves. Luo Chen had seen a lot of sound wave magic, especially those performed with musical instruments such as piano, flute, and drum. He even got a sound wave technique called Linjiang Fairy Song, which came from a foundation-building casual cultivator named Xiao Sanren in the East Wilderness. In order to learn the soul attack attached to the technique, he once took time to study it, but he was not proficient in musical instruments, so he didn't go deep into it. But as far as sound wave skills were concerned, he still knew some tricks. Now, with the physique of a wild beast and strong source power, he roared in accordance with the unique rhythm of the pronunciation of Linjiang Fairy Song. Boom! Boom! On the plain, the lion roared like thunder and the people shouted like tides. Under the bombardment again and again, a large number of air-breaking and barrier-breaking sounds exploded for no reason. At this moment, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Under the perception of his spiritual sense, the angry King Kong had already moved. He was filled with red gold and turned into golden light, rushing towards the nearest mountain. He rushed in with the momentum of not turning back until he hit the south wall. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from the other side of the mountain. His momentum did not stop. At a super high speed, he attacked the next mountain. When he appeared again, he had already switched directions with a starting direction. And behind him, the three mountains were still standing. The angry King Kong paused, put his hands together, clapped them suddenly, exhaled and started to speak. Break. The next moment, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, three mountains that had stood in the Mirage Dragon Cave heaven for thousands of years collapsed in an instant. The formation set up by Luo Chen also had no support due to the collapse of the earth veins and the change of the terrain. A small tripod fell from the air. Luo Chen reached out to catch it and waved his sleeves to disperse the remaining noise. Use the Buddhist lion roar to gain the first-hand advantage, and then use a physical technique similar to the mountain crashing style to break the mountain. This is done in one go, and my geographical advantage is broken in an instant. Master, what a great method! Luo Chen sighed and stepped out of a lot of smoke and dust. His body was spotless, his hair was gray, his eyes were deep, and he had the demeanor of a master. Amitabha. The angry Vajra shouted the Buddha's name and said in a deep voice, although the donor's sound wave technique is not as exquisite as my lion's roar, its fierce power is not inferior. The real contact between the two was actually in the collision of the sound waves. On the surface, Luo Chen was at a disadvantage, but he was not good at sonic power, and with just a hasty sound, he blocked the opponent's attack. In this way, the difference in strength was revealed. Next, benefactor, be careful. The angry King Kong raised his hands horizontally, and the surging momentum rose and fell, and the fierce wind gathered around him. A Zen stick slowly emerged and fell into his hand. In the sky, Xianshan's Henren opened his mouth and spit out a small sword, which flew out and circled around him like a swimming fish. Just as the two were about to take action. Master, I want that small tripod too. The angry King Kong's momentum stagnated. Xiangqi was too greedy. Who can't see that the gray small tripod has magical power? It can be said that Luo Chen can easily subdue the fantasy beast, half of which depends on his own ability and half on the power of the small tripod. This Xiangqi wants both the Xiangji pill and the gray small tripod to facilitate the subsequent hunting of the fantasy beast. Well, since I have become someone's protector, I should try my best to meet his requirements in the cave. Just as his thoughts were flowing, he suddenly heard a bang. In his eyes, which were intimidating without anger, vicissitudes of life and handsome face were reflected. How can he be so fast? He lowered his shoulders, elbowed his elbows, and marched forward courageously. It was the collision style in the 6 styles of Jishin. This is to give him a taste of his own medicine. Luo Chen suddenly hit it. Boom. Above the ground, a golden figure was seen, flying backwards for several miles like an iron ball. Even though he tried to stabilize his body in the air, he still staggered. Master, you are distracted. Luo Chen chuckled, raised his foot, and stomped on the spot again. The explosion step was activated again. In the void, the afterimage kept flickering, and when it appeared again, it was just a few feet above the body of the angry King Kong. Even the look of shock and anger on the other's face could be clearly seen. I heard that Buddhism is good at body training. It's just right. I want to try the 4th level of body training. Master, I shouldn't let me down. Luo Chen's body suddenly pressed down. Breaking through the layers of strong wind, he was going to turn his body into a mountain and forcefully suppress the opponent. The angry King Kong slapped the ground with his backhand and poked the staff with his right hand. Thump. A strange sound suddenly sounded. Luo Chen's toes touched the Zen staff and was about to use force when he heard a reminder of be careful. In fact, there was no need for Fu Qinglan to remind him. Luo Chen had been prepared. He grabbed it without looking back, and stretched out his 5 fingers. The cloud-exploring claws were at his fingertips, grabbing the small flying sword that broke through the air. However, the small sword was quite flexible and passed through the gaps between his fingers without any stagnation. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. What a slippery flying sword, what a strange magic power. He sighed, pinched his hands, and layers of fire rings burst out from his side. The small sword kept moving forward, but its power was getting weaker and weaker. Ling. Like a mosquito bite, the tip of the sword pierced Luo Chen's chest. Luo Chen lowered his head and grabbed it. The small sword suddenly withdrew. In the sky, Xianshan's Henren, who was pinching his fingers to control the flying sword, whispered, "Master, be careful. This person's protective magic weapon should be at the level of a real weapon." "No problem, watch me break it." With the help of Xianshan's Henren, the angry King Kong finally got a chance to breathe. He no longer resisted the suppression of Luo Chen's huge physical body, but used his power to fall to the ground. Like a knife cutting tofu, it easily merged into the ground. Whoosh! A golden light flew out from the ground 100 feet away. Then a large amount of Genki enveloped his whole body, holding a Zen staff wrapped with 9 rings and smashing through the air. Luo Chen nodded slightly in his heart. A golden light on the ground? Is it a fusion escape technique of the 2 elements of gold and earth? It is not inferior to his own blasting air step. However, if we really have to fight head-on? Luo Chen smiled grimly, and fearlessly grabbed the Zen staff with his bare hands. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing continued from the collision between the two. The golden aura and the bloody source of power intertwined with each other. Such a pure close combat is rare in the current world of immortal cultivation. It is less elegant and free, but more bloody and heroic. In a short period of time, there were dozens or even hundreds of rounds of violent collisions. The onlookers' eyelids twitched wildly. Xiangqi couldn't hold back any longer, and whispered, "Yu Su." Yu Su understood what the other party meant, and nodded to Xianshan's Henren. The other party no longer sat and watched, but urged the flying sword again, transformed into sword lights, and attacked Luo Chen from all angles. It seemed that he was going all out. Seeing this scene, Xiangqi breathed a sigh of relief. That Wang Sanren is really difficult to deal with. The 2 great masters joined forces, one for close combat and the other for long-range attack, and they were able to both attack and defend. How could such a talent be committed to a family as inferior as the Fu family? Luo Chen, on his side, did not think so. There was no doubt that the angry King Kong had used all his strength, and he used all kinds of exquisite physical skills to continuously display his strength. But Xianshan Master was clearly just paddling. From the first contact, he should have known that the flying sword could not break his Zuanshan armor defense, even with the added power of mana. But he pretended to use all his strength. He was able to deceive young geniuses like Xiangqi and Yu Su, who were not very experienced in the world, but he had no pressure here. The only one he had to face was the angry King Kong. Golden Gang Slash! A roar came from the side of his ear. The bald monk held the Zen stick high, used the stick instead of the sword, and chopped it down with violent Genki. Luo Chen's face was slightly solemn, and he condensed his source power and punched out. Boom! This time, it was his turn to fly back. But during the backward flight, the 10 fingers of both hands kept pointing out, and blood-colored source energy flew out like needles, blocking the opponent's pursuit. When Luo Chen landed, the flying sword attacked again. Luo Chen was not afraid of the sharp edge and flicked it away with one finger. In this way, the battlefield was solemn and quiet, as if it had returned to the previous state of non-interference. Everyone held their breath and concentrated, and even Xiangqi, who was proud and talkative, stopped talking. It was because of his opening his mouth that the momentum of the angry King Kong was disrupted, causing Luo Chen to suppress the opponent. Fu Qinglin stopped reminding Luo Chen. She knew it was not her turn to remind Luo Chen, who had rich combat experience. The only thing she couldn't understand was that Luo Chen obviously had profound magic, but when he was fighting the enemy, he didn't use it at all. Can't, or don't want to. On the ground, Luo Chen dusted his chest, and dust fell from his Taoist robe, but he didn't look embarrassed at all. His eyes kept sweeping over the angry King Kong and Xianshan's Henren. Then he spoke slowly. The 4th realm body refiner seems to be just like this. There is no trace of the power of the leak-free golden body recorded in ancient books. The angry King Kong glared at him. He really did not cultivate to the realm of leak-free, as can be seen from the fact that his ki leaked out when he was fighting. There are 4 realms in body refinement. The first realm is King Kong, the second realm is Blood River, the third realm is Baking Furnace, and the fourth realm is leak-free. When you reach the 4th realm, a huge ki is hidden inside, locking the whole body's essence and energy, without leaking or leaking. There will not be any grand scenes during the battle, but the power is concentrated to make it difficult for the enemy to resist. The reason why he still reached the 4th realm of body refinement without cultivating the leak-free golden body is related to his excessive pursuit of the limit of the 1st realm when he first started to practice body refinement. He had a great King Kong physique very early. The so-called title of the angry King Kong, A large part of it comes from his great King Kong physique. But success is the great King Kong physique, and failure is also the great King Kong physique. The fourth realm of body refinement that was forcibly promoted was actually unable to achieve full body leak-free and self-locking essence. The reason why he accepted the invitation of the Xiong family and traveled thousands of miles to Zhongzhou to participate in the Xianyun competition this time was that he wanted to get a Taoist bodybuilding method from the Xiong family. This fusion of Buddhism and Taoism would make up for the shortcomings of his golden body. Unexpectedly, this deserter had such sharp eyes and such broad knowledge. After hundreds of short rounds of contact, he had a glimpse of the clues. Seeing the other party glaring at each other, Luo Chen shook his head and looked at the black-robed monk standing high in the sky. It is said that the monks in southern Xinjiang are good at using Gu. Not only do they use Gu for cultivation, but they also often use Gu insects in battle. But I haven't seen Taoist friends use similar methods. This kind of hiding makes Luo quite disappointed. Xianshen's Henrin said hoarsely, I think it's better for you not to see me. Luo Chen blinked, well, then I'll disappear. As soon as the voice fell, the Yuanying field was opened. The cold and hot aura almost made everyone breathless. One's own power overwhelmed the whole audience. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he leaped up into the sky. In his sight, the angry Vajrazara rushed to the sky, forcibly breaking free from the suppression of the domain, and turned into golden light rushing towards him. Xianshen's Henrin released the Yuanying domain at the same time, and his fingertips lightly stroked, and the small sword disappeared into the void. The sword was gone, but the sword's power was more pervasive, as if it was everywhere. Let's end it. Luo Chen murmured, and behind him, a pair of wings suddenly spread out. A huge fire phoenix soared into the sky, with a green flame tail lingering, sweeping all around. It was the master-level 4th level fire spell, Fire Phoenix Spreading the Prairie. Chapter 757, Tearing the golden body apart with bare hands, destroying the enemy thousands of miles away. The Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven is suitable for enlightenment, but not for cultivation. Luo Chen had already noticed this. Therefore, he put a lot of time and energy into improving his combat skills. If you think about it carefully, the time he spent in the infant formation was not too long. Therefore, after the infant formation, he was not very proficient in the various methods of the new realm. He was busy dealing with his soul in the sea of consciousness, studying the exercises, and collecting resources. As a result, he had many methods but was not focused. Unlike the Golden Core stage, the two combat systems were very clear. Often before taking action, he would use the Qingyang Great Handprint to take the lead and then use various methods to suppress the enemy from beginning to end. However, the speed of time in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven was different from that in the outside world, which gave him an opportunity to carefully polish various combat skills. For example, this 4th level fire spell, Fire Phoenix, was cultivated to the Grandmaster level by him in just 2 years. Don't underestimate this Grandmaster level. Although it has not yet reached the state of perfection on the attribute panel, it has already reached the pinnacle of a spell in the world of immortal cultivation. At this moment, as soon as it was fully exerted, the world suddenly changed color. The huge Fire Phoenix was extremely majestic, and the fire feathers were clearly visible. The lifelike shape seemed to be a phoenix from the immortal world. When the Fire Phoenix appeared, everyone's color changed. Especially Fu Qinglin. She had personally watched Luo Chen perform this spell, and it was easy to slaughter a 4th level fantasy beast. At that time, she thought that this was the limit of Luo Chen's spell. But she never expected that its power could rise again. Within a radius of 100 miles, everyone was shrouded in that violent power. As the enemy, Yu Su, Xiangqi and others were even more horrified. Before she could react, Yu Su heard a low and sharp shout beside her ear. Retreat. In Yu Su's eyes, she saw Xianshen's Henrin slapping back with a palm, and a powerful force slapped her. She was about to get angry, but she realized that the force was actually very gentle. In an instant, she understood what the other party meant. She used the other party's force to fight back and pulled back. In the eyes of Xianshen's Henrin, the sharp wind had lifted his black robe hood, revealing a pale face. It's coming for me. From the beginning, he noticed how powerful Luo Chen was. Therefore, even when he was surrounded by 2 people, he had been holding back to avoid being attacked by the other party with all his strength, and at the same time, he was ready to see the other party's flaws and win in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen didn't attack with all his strength, but directly targeted him with one move. But if you want to kill me with just this one move, I'm afraid you think it's too easy. A snow-white lotus slowly flew out of his hand and enveloped him. When the fire phoenix came, the snow lotus suddenly expanded and grew larger. Xianxin's Henren's pale face showed a hint of pride, but the next moment, he was panicked. This fire. Tisk. The snow-white lotus turned burnt yellow with the naked eye. His real weapon, which was once the guardian weapon of the Xianxin sect, showed signs of breaking under the impact of the fire phoenix. Xianxin's Henren could no longer resist Luo Chen, and fled in panic, turning into a stream of light and running towards Yusu's direction. The fire phoenix behind him was still strong. Luo Chen looked at this scene with satisfaction in his eyes. With just one spell, he forced the other party to use the real weapon to defend, and he couldn't stop it. Sure enough, his talent in magic, combined with years of hard work, finally showed his true style. Then what's next? His eyes moved and his body suddenly moved. Bang! The void exploded, and Luo Chen suddenly appeared beside the angry King Kong. The other party seemed to be prepared, and the 9-ring Zen staff suddenly hit him. Facing this Zen staff, Luo Chen had to use various physical skills to deal with it before, but at this moment he did not avoid it and punched it. With a clang, the unparalleled force actually knocked the Zen staff out of the angry King Kong's hand and dropped it to the ground. This scene made the angry King Kong look horrified. Through the previous fight, he naturally discovered that the other party was also a powerful body cultivator. But in his judgment, at most, he was not much different from his normal state, and he didn't dare to take the Zen stick head-on. But now, the physical strength shown by the other party seems to be still above his, and it is effortless to hit the top-grade magic weapon with bare hands. Could it be that the previous brave performance was not the other party's full strength? Then what was he doing before? Trying on me? Don't hold back. With a thought, the angry Vajra drew on a illusory swastika with his bare hands and printed it on himself. The next moment. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones trembling sounded, and the surging blood flowed like a river. A series of golden auras flowed from his body. And his body began to grow taller and taller. In the blink of an eye, a 10-foot-tall golden man appeared on the ground. 2 strange heads and 4 majestic arms. 4 big hands, holding a rosary, a golden bowl, and a sword. He stretched out his hand and took the Zen staff, so there was no more gap. He looked at the man opposite with a frown on his face, and shouted angrily, "I'll let you know what the great Vajra body is." However, Luo Chen just shook his head. After all, it's not a flawless golden body. It's just a facade with many flaws. I need only one move to break such a golden body. When the angry Vajra heard this, his eyes on both heads widened and he became even more angry. Luo Chen didn't want to talk to him anymore, and his body suddenly moved. When they appeared, the two were very close. Luo Chen punched out, and there was a blood-colored power like steam on his side. The angry Vajra was not afraid at all, and he threw out the golden bowl and chopped down the sword at the same time. Luo Chen lightly tapped his finger, and the sword was forced to fly back as if struck by lightning. In the corner of his eye, the Zen staff came smashing on his head. Luo Chen elbowed back and repelled the Zen staff, then flew into the sky with a force, and then kicked like thunder with his feet. One move after another, one style after another. The scene seemed the same as before, but because of the addition of several magic weapons, countless changes suddenly occurred. After dozens of rounds, the angry King Kong stood on the ground, looking at the slightly panting Luo Chen and laughing wildly. Defeat me with one move. How arrogant, how shameless. Now that 100 moves have passed, you have no way to deal with me. But I will not give you another chance to condense magic. Prepare to die. Even though he did not bear the direct impact of Luo Chen's Fire Phoenix spell, he still had lingering fears. Therefore, he wanted to use close combat to not give the other party time to cast spells calmly. The speed of the physical cultivators fighting was too fast. Hundreds of rounds were just a matter of time. Outsiders only saw Luo Chen retreating, panting, while the angry King Kong became more and more courageous, with strong blood and ki in the King Kong's body, and smoke billowing. Could it be that Wang Sanren was just a boaster? Luo Chen exhaled a breath of foul air, and spread his right hand in front of him, with 5 fingers slightly open. On each finger, there were countless tiny red lines. Say one move, and one move. As soon as the words fell, the 5 fingers suddenly pulled, and the red lines trembled in unison. Snap! A sound of breaking resounded clearly between heaven and earth, and even more so in the ears of the angry King Kong. He looked down. A Buddha's hand fell to the ground for no reason. Then, like a chain reaction, the thighs cracked, the forearms broke, and red cracks appeared on the golden body. Even on the thick neck, there were red lines as thick as a bowl that expanded rapidly. Countless fierce and domineering auras vented out of his body uncontrollably, like a dam bursting and a flood rushing. This. The angry King Kong opened his mouth with difficulty, but his face was full of cracks like broken porcelain, so he couldn't say a complete sentence. There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, and he kept replaying the previous battle. Luo Chen's every move, every passive defense, active attack. Palm, fist, finger, claw, snap, slap, elbow, knee, kick. Every time, there's a weak special power left, and after each move, the weak power disappears into his golden body. Don't take it seriously. But trickles of streams converge into a sea. All these things, combined together. After all, it's my physical weakness that gave him the opportunity. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and the tall golden body burst into a crackling explosion and began to fall apart. A white chess piece flew out of his body and enveloped his body. The appearance of this scene has already explained everything. He lost. If it weren't for the means of the Xianyun sect master, that is, the great power of the god of transformation, he would have died here. But it can be imagined that after such a heavy blow, even if he was teleported to the outside world, he would still suffer. It may not be possible to recover without dozens or hundreds of years. At this moment, a voice transmission disappeared into the white chess piece. Before the angry Vajra disappeared, he pointed at the rosary that he had been wearing around his neck for many years. Wang Sanrun, I'll wait for you outside. Luo Chen sneered. A defeated general, still threatening? And making a dying blow? The rosary flew out and suddenly shook. The golden thread broke, and the 18 beads turned into a circle and flew towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen was not afraid. Since he could dismantle the 18-foot golden body with his bare hands, he would not be afraid of this mere top-grade magic weapon. He didn't need any special means. A move of the scorching sun technique exploded with him as the center, turning into a storm, pushing away the encirclement formed by the 18 rosary beads. Suddenly, in Luo Chen's eyes, a swimming fish came into view. Is it the flying sword of Xianyun's Henrun? The flying sword had disappeared into the void before, and it was thought that it had fled back with Xianyun's Henrun's defeat, but now it came to Luo Chen silently without knowing when. Just as Luo Chen was surprised, the tiny flying sword revealed its original form, a creature that looked like a fish. Goo? The next moment, the flying sword of the swimming fish burst out with endless sword light, completely covering Luo Chen. Swish! 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 The sky and the earth were filled with dazzling sword light, which made people dare not look directly at it, and their bodies felt cold. Fu Qinglin, who was watching the battle, saw this scene, and his eyes were about to split, and his body trembled. Luo Chen, who had originally had the upper hand, would encounter such a thing when the victory was already decided. If. There is no if. In the endless storm of sword energy, Luo Chen stepped out, his robes rustling, and there was no sign of injury. He shook his hand back. The sword energy storm suddenly shrank, and a swimming fish was in the eye of the storm. The swimming fish glanced at Luo Chen, which was very spiritual, and then sank into the void and was about to escape. Want to run? Luo Chen smiled grimly, and his consciousness expanded wildly, and finally found 1,000 miles away. When he saw the pale man, he began to pinch his fingers to draw in the energy. Thousands of miles away. Yu Su looked nervously at Xianyun's Henrun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. When the other party opened his eyes, he hurriedly asked, "Did you succeed?" Xianyun's Henrun shook his head regretfully. "This man is much more powerful than we imagined. He made me flee in a panic with just one spell, and his terrifying body-refining attainments even tore the angry King Kong's 8-foot golden body apart with his bare hands. My 4th-level swordfish Gu, even when it suddenly attacked, could not pose a threat to him." Yu Su's face was full of disappointment. Didn't this hurt him at all? Xianyun's Henrun hummed and stood up calmly. A weak fish emerged from the void and was swallowed into his mouth. "Let's go." Although we didn't hurt Wang Sanrun, he was quite angry. He is now casting some spells to seek revenge on me. But don't worry, we are so far apart, he can't do anything to us. The consciousness of Yuan Ying's Henren can cover a radius of thousands or even tens of thousands of miles. When fighting with all his strength, the area of destructive power is roughly within this range. But this usually refers to the destructive power that can only be caused when both sides are fighting on the move. If they are too far apart, it is unlikely that they can launch spells that threaten the other party at the same realm. This is why Xianxin's Henren is so fearless. It is also the reason why he dared to suddenly attack Luo Chen after fleeing thousands of miles away. Success is success, and failure is no problem. At this moment, he was actually lamenting the fall of the angry King Kong. In this cave, the most suitable for fighting is actually the high-level body cultivator like the angry King Kong. Key cultivators like them are subject to a lot of constraints. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is scattered, the power of the Yuanying realm is weakened, and the use of various magic weapons is also very consuming. It is far less simple and direct than the body cultivator. With such emotion, Xianxin's Henren subconsciously raised his head. In the void, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared from the clouds. It has a prominent head and a long beard. It spews flames from its mouth and its eyes are angry. He was shocked and pushed away the ignorant Yu Su. Wait for me at the old place. The next moment, the fire dragon descended and destroyed everything. Yu Su flew backwards for hundreds of feet, and before she could stop, puff, she spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at a huge pit with a great amount of magic power and horror. In it, there was no trace of Xianxin's Henren. Yu Su swallowed her saliva, looked up at the sky involuntarily, and then looked back at the way she came. A divine sense swept over her, making her feel cold all over. Thousands of miles away, it killed people of the same level. Could this kind of magic be the Void Dark One Blade, one of the 7 inherited magical powers of my Dao sect? No, absolutely not. It is clearly some kind of fire magic, and Wang Sanren is just a guest official of the Stargate, not even a regular guest official, and has no chance to learn the magical powers of my Dao sect. Fu Qinglin himself is not qualified to learn the 7 magical powers now, let alone pass them on to Wang Sanren. With horror in her heart, thoughts came one after another. Just when she was at a loss, a glimmer of light flew up and flew into her hand with a stored ring. Looking at the firefly light in her hand, Yu Su sighed. Master Xianxin has a way to take the place of death? I can only rest for a while. I still have a chance. After the thought flashed through her mind, she quickly left the place. But before leaving, she still couldn't help but glance in the direction of Luo Chen, her eyes full of fear. He didn't die. Luo Chen released the seal, his expression slightly tired. The spell of the descent of the flame dragon is more difficult than the fire phoenix. Until now, he has barely raised his proficiency to the mastery level. I thought I could kill Master Xianxin by surprise, but I didn't expect that the other party seemed to have survived by taking the place of death in some way. Is this the southern Xinjianggu cultivator? The fighting style is so treacherous and insidious. If it were other Yuanying cultivators, I'm afraid they would have suffered a great loss long ago. If I meet a southern Xinjianggu cultivator again in the future, I will be more cautious. Luo Chen thought so, and looked around, and felt bored again. It was a fight in vain, and I didn't get any spoils, just a dozen Buddhist beads. A lot of mana wasted in vain. It's better to have fewer battles like this. Fu Qinglin approached cautiously. Xiangqi ran away. Yes, I know. Luo Chen nodded. As the head of the 36 noble families, the Xiang family's genius must have a lot of treasures on him. When Luo Chen was fighting with the 2 masters, the other party used the treasures to retreat far away. After seeing the angry King Kong defeated, he was the first to disappear. Let him run away. Without the protection of the Guardian, it will be countless times more troublesome to hunt fantasy beasts or comprehend the laws. It can be said that even if Xiangqi still stayed in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, he would not pose any threat to Luo Chen and Fu Qinglin. Let's go. Luo Chen flew into the air. Fu Qinglin had countless things to say in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. After following Luo Chen for a while, she found something wrong. Aren't you going back to the original place? Change to another place. Are you afraid that others will come looking for you? I have this concern. After all, the previous commotion was too loud. But the most important thing is that there are only a few phantom beasts around here, and hunting takes longer and longer. Changing to another place will make it easier to catch phantom beasts. Okay, I'll listen to you. The figures of a man and a woman gradually went away, and the sound of their conversation also dissipated in the hot wind. Only the devastated land and broken mountains were left, telling that a one-sided battle had once taken place here. Chapter 758, Golden Wing Dampened, Sword Settles the Storm. The situation in the western desert has been roughly understood. The demons and wild beasts have indeed joined forces. Led by the ancient Red Sand Scorpion, they led an army of hundreds of millions and launched a strong counterattack on the human territory. Have you found out who the wild beasts are that have joined forces? Golden Wing Dampened. The guardian beast of the former Hanging Temple's relic temple. So it was him. The head of the Prajna Hall converted him into Buddhism, and suffered a lot of criticism. Later, this beast embezzled and took away 36 relics of eminent monks, causing great damage to the vitality of the Hanging Temple. Now that the beast has returned, it is the demons and wild beasts that have joined forces to attack the human race. I wonder what the Taoist friend from the Hanging Temple thinks. That's what's strange. The 36 relics were stolen 1,000 years ago, and the Hanging Temple closed its gates for 1,000 years. Logically, it should have recovered its vitality long ago, but under the counterattack of the demons this time, it still ignores worldly affairs, which is really strange. Don't worry about their closed-door affairs. Now is a great opportunity for us to get involved in the western desert. When the Cheyenne army repelled the demons and conquered the western desert, the monks of the Hanging Temple had nothing to say. Let's talk about the situation in the North Sea. Let me tell you. The situation in the North Sea is the same as before. Li Doneng is also very knowledgeable and keeps a tacit understanding with us. The only thing that is out of the ordinary is that he is trying to swallow up the mountains and seas and refined spiritual treasures by taking advantage of the human-demon war. It doesn't matter, let him go. When the time comes, he will have to spit out as much as he swallows. As long as the two places of Shinluanhe and Yamation are still there, it will be harmless. What about the passage? Report to the sect master, the passage is about to be completely opened. Some natural dangers have also been gradually cleared by the capable people of our sect. On the way, we also received a team of North Sea Yuanying monks who came to Zongmiao and took refuge in Cheyenne Peak. Mo Xiaozu nodded slowly, with a look of relief in his eyes. Once the passage from Zhongzhou to the North Sea is opened, there will be no obstacles for the Zhongzhou army to march to the North Sea. If they cooperate with the Pengle Immortal sect, they can recover the old land of the Bihe human race overnight. From now on, the Bihe will only have the Cheyenne Dao sect as a sacred place for the transformation of gods. The so-called Yuanmo sect, no matter how deep the remnants hide, cannot restore the glory of the demon sect. Just as he was thinking about this, his eyebrows suddenly raised. Someone was eliminated. In the chessboard space, the Cheyenne's husband was stunned and started to discuss. So fast. Only 8 days have passed. 8 days in the mountains and seas, 800 days in the caves. It is not short. After all, it is still short. The limit for the Jinden Jr. is 1 month, and the state time for the Yuanying's Henshin is 1 year. It's only been 8 days, and he was eliminated. I think he got nothing. 8 days in the mountains and seas, placed in the cave, is about 800 days. At most, it's just over 2 years. With such a short time, it's hard to say whether you can capture a 4th-level fantasy beast, not to mention using the fantasy core to practice and comprehend the true meaning of the law. Some people were curious and asked Mo Xiaozuo which sect he was from. Mo Xiaozuo smiled and said, "I'm not a true disciple, I'm just a protector." It's common for the protector to be eliminated first. However, without the support of the protector, even if the true disciples stay, they will have a hard time in the future and won't gain much. Everyone asked who the unlucky guy was. Mo Xiaozuo counted with his fingers and had the answer. It's Xiongqi's protector, the angry Vajra. He is seriously injured at the moment, his golden body is broken, and he is only left with a breath of life. He is being treated by my sect. After these words came out, everyone looked at each other. There was also an old man at the table, who said I'll be back soon, and left the Lankai chessboard space with a worried look on his face. After he left, everyone started to talk. The angry Vajra, is he the head of the Jinshin temple in the western desert? It should be him. It is said that he has realized the method of the incomplete 3 heads and 6 arms, and achieved the body of the great Vajra in the first stage of body refining. He is a rare body refining genius. It shouldn't be. The Mirage Dragon secret realm is a cave heaven in itself. In it, the Yuanying field of the cultivators is greatly suppressed. It is not only ineffective against high-level fantasy beasts, but also has little effect on human cultivators. Therefore, every time the protector enters it, it is especially suitable for high-level body refiners. High-level body refiners have great power and rely on themselves, never relying on the power of heaven and earth. In the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, everyone's yuaning field is not working well, and the advantages of high-level body refiners are highlighted. This rule has also been gradually explored in every 500 years of competition. But since the ancient human-demon war, there has been no major war, and the main theme of the world of immortal cultivation has become the pursuit of immortality. The pursuit of strong and powerful body refining has gradually declined, so there are very few high-level body refiners. Like this time, among the 13 guardians who entered the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, even though the major families had painstakingly searched for them, there was only one pure body cultivator, Angry Vajra. The other 3 were only practicing both the Dharma and the body. As the leader of the 36 aristocratic families, the Xiong family was powerful and had extensive connections. The Angry Vajra they invited was undoubtedly the best among the 4 guardians. It can be said that before entering the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, the Xiong family had already taken the lead. But no one expected that Angry Vajra would be the first to be eliminated. Could it be the guardian of the Shi family? Qiziongsheng? Impossible. Although he made a name for himself with his body refining attainments, he felt that he had no hope of immortality, so he turned to practicing the Qi refining method. It was also because of this that he was able to achieve the nascent soul stage at the old age of 470 years old, just in time for this competition. With his half-baked body refining attainments, he would not be a match for Angry Vajra. But what if Shiju attacked him together? Those who knew the inside story had to consider this possibility. Unlike other true disciples, Shiju is one of the few who can personally fight among the 13. If he and Qiziongsheng join forces to beat the angry King Kong to the point of almost falling, it is not impossible. But soon, this speculation was overturned. My son is born noble, how could he fight with this person? Moreover, Xiongqi must have the courage to provoke him. It was the head of the Shi family. A great cultivator in the late Yuanying period, one of the 19 elders of Xiandi Peak. He sneered, instead of guessing that it was my son who took action, why not think about whether others joined forces to drive out the angry boy first? Many family representatives who did not participate in this Dongshan Grand competition nodded slightly in their hearts and agreed with this statement. As the head of the 36 families, the Xiong family has been showing off its power in recent years, more ostentatious than the 12 giants, and has offended many families. If it is said that the major families secretly joined forces to kick Xiongqi and his protectors out first, it is really possible. The 9 family representatives, including Fu Chaoshen, kept looking at each other at this moment, all with a sense of doubt. They don't have this plan. Could it be that the younger generation who entered the place had a tacit understanding and made this decision together? Mo Xiaozuo said nothing, groping for a few chess pieces with his fingertips, and he already had an idea in his mind. After a while, the head of the Xiong family hurried back with a gloomy face. Before others asked curiously, Mo Xiaozuo coughed lightly. Let's continue with the previous intelligence summary and talk about the East Wilderness. Unlike other places, the East Wilderness is the most difficult. Before we take action, we must think clearly, otherwise it will easily cause the destruction of the clan. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces were stern. Time in the outside world passes day by day, like a stream trickling and flowing. In the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, it is year after year, rushing like the water of a river and never returning. 20 years later, in a deep and empty valley, green orchids are faint, and the sound of swords is clanging. A man in a white robe and a jade belt around his waist, holding a blood sword in the valley, slowly danced various sword moves. There seemed to be spiritual energy flowing between heaven and earth as the tip of the sword danced, but it was very thin. Luo Chen was concentrating on swinging the Yuan 2 sword. In the past 20 years, he had done a lot. For example, after raising the Fire Phoenix to the Master level, he also practiced the Flame Dragon's descent to the Master level. However, at this point, it became increasingly difficult to improve the 2 spells. The main reason was that such spells consumed too much mana, and practicing too frequently would hinder his own practice. For example, the Penglai Octagonal Pavilion was completely freed of all restrictions by him and was completely refined and controlled by him. After refining, Luo Chen gained a lot. He actually found several high-level spiritual medicines that were hard to find in the world in several clearly defined spaces. I think they were harvested by the disciples of the Penglai immortal sect on the Mushianitun in the land of the falling demons, but now they are cheap for Luo Chen. The gains from refining the Penglai octagonal pavilion were more than that. His attainments in the way of formations were also evaluated by the system, and he had unknowingly reached the 4th level formation master. Such an improvement has nothing to do with talent, it is purely a qualitative change caused by quantitative change. Finally, there is one more thing. That is that Luo Chen took some time to complete the differentiation of the main soul again, and he had a second soul. No one knew about the changes in this matter, including Fu Qinglan. At that time, Luo Chen's long-suppressed realm rose from the 1st level of the nascent soul to the 2nd level of the nascent soul, causing the main soul to be particularly full. Luo Chen simply thought of splitting the soul. This time the pain was still there, but Luo Chen was well prepared, especially the proficiency of the soul-splitting skill reached the mastery level, which made him cut the soul faster and reduce the duration of the pain. The differentiated soul, as expected, was around the late Jinden stage. At this time, it was relatively weak and not suitable for fighting, and there were negative effects. Luo Chen found that there were 3 souls in the sea of consciousness at the same time. Even if it was the same consciousness, it often made him have distracting thoughts. This is not a good sign. The frequent distracting thoughts in the sea of consciousness can easily cause the heart disaster and demon obstacles. If one accidentally goes astray, it will not be good. For this reason, he thought of many ways. Finally, he set his sights on the self-created microdust Yuan Shu. Although this secret technique was created after achieving the golden core stage, it is of extremely high grade, at least the 4th grade. Even after the nascent soul stage, Luo Chen often used it. The time to use it is no longer to condense the golden core and refine the magic power, but to cut off distracting thoughts. The reason for this is that when the microdust Yuan Shu was first created, a secret technique for forming a core called Dingfenbo was incorporated. Dingfenbo was created by an old friend Miao Wen. Tracing back to the source, it is the wisdom sword technique of the Jading sword sect. Therefore, Dingfenbo also has a similar magical effect of cutting off thoughts and slaying demons as wisdom sword technique. At that time, Luo Chen did not study Dingfenbo in depth, but only took its beneficial aspects for forming a core and integrated them into microdust Yuan Shu. But now, he is ready to dig deeper into this technique. First, it cuts off the embarrassing situation of 3 souls in parallel and distracting thoughts. Second, it is also a way to practice swordsmanship. This is a good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Although the Yuan 2 sword has been refined by him and has been sealed twice, it can be freely controlled, but Luo Chen is not proficient in advanced sword control techniques and can only use the sharp characteristics of the Yuan 2 sword. If he takes it out to fight the enemy like this, regardless of the outcome, it is a bit of a waste of such a peerless sword. Therefore, if he can master some methods related to the way of swordsmanship, then Luo Chen may be more powerful when he activates the Yuan 2 sword. Along the way, Luo Chen's huge fortune also has many classics related to the way of swordsmanship. For example, the method of refining the sword pill of Fei Yunzi, and the method of the sword formation of Hanzan. But all of these, in the final analysis, require the help of a special magic weapon such as the sword pill. The Yuan 2 sword is a real flying sword, and it has different characteristics from the sword pill, so those methods are not suitable. Although the grade of Dingfenbo is low, there is at least a commonality between the flying sword and the sword pill. All these things have become the reason why Luo Chen deeply studied Dingfenbo and began to practice it from the inside out. It would be great if there was a more advanced way to control the sword. Luo Chen sighed as he waved his sword. A faint fragrance came from the empty valley. It was not the fragrance of orchids, but the fragrance of women. Fu Qinglan walked out of a stone door, found a blue stone by herself, and sat down calmly with her skirt pulled up. She watched Luo Chen dance with his sword quietly without disturbing him. Over the years, the two of them have unknowingly formed this tacit understanding. Perhaps because she had been practicing hard for a long time, it was not very comfortable to sit on the blue stone at this moment. She leaned her body, rested her chin on the rock, and continued to watch Luo Chen dance with his sword. In her heart, she was a little curious about this mysterious man. At first, she thought he was just an ordinary casual cultivator, but he easily defeated Qi Zongchang outside Taoyuan, which made her look at him with new eyes. Later, she found that he was proficient in magic, but in the battle with the angry King Kong, she found that he also had an extremely strong body refining realm. If these were all, at least Luo Chen still had shortcomings. That is, he did not have a real weapon. The close-fitting black armor is a good real weapon, but it is limited to defense. The gray small tripod looks extraordinary, but it is limited to suppressing the lock, and it is not very effective in frontal attacks. Even when he was besieged by two powerful men, Luo Chen never activated his powerful magic weapons and real weapons. Fu Qinglin thought that the other party was a casual cultivator, and it was lucky to have two good real weapons after being promoted to the nascent soul stage. But now, the blood sword in the other party's hand is obviously a top-notch weapon. I have the support of my family and the training of the sect. After I formed my infant, I only cultivated one heaven-covering leaf by myself. The other real weapon was collected by my grandfather for me, which is not very useful. He is just a casual cultivator, but he has three real weapons, covering all aspects of attack, defense and suppression. Did he have a rare opportunity, or did he refine them with his own hard work? He has such a sharp weapon, but he didn't use it in the battle. Is he so confident in himself? It's a pity that his sword moves are too superficial, far inferior to some of the brothers in the sect who are obsessed with swordsmanship. He has treasures but no matching sword moves, huh? In his sight, the long sword in Luo Chen's hand trembled suddenly, and the sword light on the tip of the sword suddenly swallowed and spit out, piercing a hole as thick as a finger in the ground, which was bottomless. It's the sword light. In the sword cultivation, there are sword energy, sword light, sword heart, and sword intention, which correspond to the four realms of refining key, building foundation, golden elixir, and primordial infant respectively. But this set of summarized cultivation system is generally used by orthodox sword cultivators, that is, sword cultivators who control sword balls. At this moment, under Fu Qinglin's eyes, the other party surprisingly used a flying sword to give birth to sword light. Fu Qinglin opened her mouth slightly. Could it be that he is also good at swordsmanship? In the empty valley, Luo Chen stared at the sword light in a daze. It was definitely not the sword light emitted by the Yuan Tu sword, but the sword light generated by his own magic power. Do I have a talent in swordsmanship? Luo Chen was puzzled, and his mind glanced at the panel that others could not see. The entry of the microdust Yuanshu of the Great Perfection was shining. He suddenly realized it was not that he had a talent for swordsmanship, but that he had already mastered the fixing fengbo method after countless times of running this technique. Although he had not practiced swordsmanship, he had a sword heart. This was the attainment of the third realm of swordsmanship. Now it is compatible with the lower level and the sword light is born, but it is just a matter of course. It was just a foundation building method, and it didn't improve him much, so it was just a supplement. Luo Chen smiled slightly, put away the Yuan Tu sword and walked towards Fu Qinglin. Is the training over? Yet. Failed again. Yes. The woman stood up, looking a little embarrassed. Luo Chen waved his hand indifferently. The spiritual power is thin, and the origin is hard to find. It's not your fault. After all, there are too few phantom cores. Fu Qinglin lowered her head in embarrassment. The phantom cores that Luo Chen found for her were really not few. Although after leaving the original place, the two had no fixed place to live, and the phantom cores they harvested were not stable. But after 20 years, there were at least 30. 30 phantom cores still didn't let her find the origin of wood. Although Luo Chen was used to it, she was about to doubt her qualifications. Moreover, if it continued like this, she didn't know when she could get the other party out of trouble. Just as she was doubting herself and staring at the green grass that had broken through the ground in front of her toes, she remained silent. Luo Chen suddenly said, "Your situation is not without a solution." Hearing this, Fu Qinglin looked up suddenly. If there are a lot of spiritual energy for you to continue practicing, it will definitely provide a lot of time to support you to find the source of power. A lot of spiritual energy. Could it be that, but take a good rest for 2 days, and then set off with me. If this time is successful, maybe you can succeed in one fell swoop. After saying this, Luo Chen left. Fu Qinglin was left in the empty valley. Her expression changed, she felt relieved and regretful, and she became very curious. The other party did not give her the Zongmiao Pill, which was within common sense and not surprising. However, she was very curious, what means did the other party have to find a lot of spiritual energy? Could it be that he had to hunt several fantasy beasts in one breath? She did not doubt Luo Chen's ability, but she doubted whether there was still such a place in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven where a large number of high-level fantasy beasts could exist at the same time. Chapter 759, 9 Heavens and 10 Earths, reachable by teleportation, heavenly secrets and Dao elements, tempting all illusions. 2 days later. In the misty morning fog, a man and a woman walked out of the valley side by side. Brother Luo, where are we going? You'll know when we get there. Anyway, we won't harm you. Haha, I'm not worried about that. There's another thing. Luo needs to say hello to you first. What is it? At that time, I need you to protect a formation for me to prevent it from being destroyed by others. If it is really destroyed by others, you need to inform me in advance so that I don't enter the formation at a loss. What formation is so important? Let's go to Sanhong Waterfall first. I haven't made a final decision yet. The voices of the conversation gradually faded away in the mist. It was not until a day and a night later that they stopped walking after being very far apart and still seeing the rainbow in their sight. Standing on a high mountain, Fu Qinglin looked at the tortuous waterfall in the distance with 3 layers of silver rainbows, and his face was puzzled. There is no detailed map in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. Because every time he came in, it was often 500 years apart. In the past 500 years, the world has changed dramatically. With the existence of creatures like phantom beasts, which are quite destructive, the mountains and rivers in the caves have undergone tremendous changes every time there is a cave competition. Therefore, even though the major families of Xianite and Dao sect have participated in the Mirage Dragon Cave competition several times, they still don't know much about the terrain information inside. They even think that the changes in the mountains and rivers inside are not regular at all, but the physical instincts of the Mirage Dragon after its death are leading all these changes. For example, the waterfall in the distance is called Sanhong Waterfall, which is just a random name given by Luo Chen when he passed by. Who knows if there was such a waterfall in the last 500 years? Not to mention, Luo Chen's naming is really quite vivid. The magnificent waterfall pours down in large quantities, and due to the ups and downs of the mountains, it is divided into 3 sections of oblique waterfalls. Each section is like a piece of silk. Under the sunlight, it reflects crystal clear rainbow lights. Sanhong Waterfall is as beautiful as its name. Just as she was wondering why she came here and why she didn't get closer to the 3 rainbow waterfall, Luo Chen's voice rang in her ears. After 20 years of continuous cultivation with the illusion core and absorbing a lot of spiritual energy, you should be very familiar with that feeling. At this moment, why not release your nascent soul to feel it for yourself? Fu Qinglin did as she was told. A baby girl with fair skin and delicate hands and feet flew out from above her head. If this action happened in the outside world, it would be really bold. Even in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, releasing the nascent soul so carelessly in front of others would be a reckless act. But the person next to him was Luo Chen. Fu Qinglin didn't have any guard at all, and really did what the other party said. After a while, the nascent soul returned to the body, and Fu Qinglin showed surprise on her face. There are a lot of spiritual energy lingering there. Could it be that there is an extremely powerful 4th-level fantasy beast there? It was so strong that even she could sense it from such a distance. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. No matter how powerful a 4th-level fantasy beast is, it will not let its spiritual power leak out like this because of the constraints of the fantasy core. Think about it carefully. Why not just say it directly? Fu Qinglin rolled her eyes at Luo Chen, but she really thought about it carefully. After a careful thought, she gradually came to her senses and was even a little surprised. Is there someone there who can comprehend the true meaning of the law? That's right. Luo Chen nodded heavily, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Perhaps you are in the mountain but don't know what it looks like. I have been protecting you for these years and I can see it clearly. When you absorb the phantom core to practice, the spiritual energy inside will linger around until it is completely exhausted. Fu Qinglin understood what Luo Chen meant, but another piece of information revealed in his words shocked her even more. Can you see the spiritual energy? Luo Chen did not explain, but continued with his previous words. However, the spiritual energy in just 1 or 2 phantom cores is definitely not so abundant. To create the magnificent wonders at the 3 rainbow waterfall, there is only one answer that can explain it. Luo Chen's expression became serious. That is the person who practiced in the waterfall, who also entered the state of enlightenment, and thus actively attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gather towards him. Fu Qinglin's expression changed drastically. The spiritual energy is everywhere, but it is elusive. It is often only when the cultivators are enlightened and ascended that they will gather in large quantities. In the Mirage Dragon Cave heaven, the spiritual energy is solidified into the phantom core, which can be absorbed and refined by these Shining true disciples. Such a strange thing, just talking about it is enough to shock people. But now, there is such a person who not only absorbed the spiritual power in the phantom core, but also entered the state of enlightenment. Needless to say, this must be one of the 13 brothers and sisters. Moreover, once he finishes this enlightenment, he may find the power of the origin in one fell swoop. By then, the first place in this competition will be beyond doubt. So, who will it be? It's Gu Daosu, the younger brother of the famous Daoyan, and the killing child of this generation of the 12 great families Gu family. Luo Chen said lightly that the person who is practicing in the Sanhong waterfall. As for why he knew it? This is very simple. As mentioned before, when the Shining intention uses the phantom core to practice, a small amount of spiritual power will linger around. Outsiders don't feel it deeply, even Luo Chen has to use the source power to operate his eyes to see it, but the phantom beasts in this world are extremely sensitive to the scene of spiritual power lingering. If you are in the state of absorbing phantom beasts for practice for a long time, it is easy to provoke the attack of high-level phantom beasts. This is also one of the reasons for the existence of the Guardian, to prevent the phantom beast from disturbing the Shining intention's understanding of the true meaning of the law. During the year in the valley, it happened that a dragon lice phantom beast with an extremely fast escape speed broke in and tried to attack Fu Qinglan. Luo Chen took action and drove it away. The original intention was not to drive it away, but to kill it and take its core. But the dragon lice phantom beast was extremely fast and escaped without Luo Chen's attention. How could Luo Chen tolerate the 4th level phantom beast that he had obtained running away, so he chased it for a distance, and then arrived at the 3 Rainbow Waterfall. At that time, a beautiful woman suddenly took action and killed the dragon lice. Luo Chen recognized the beautiful woman, who was Gu Daosu's guardian. Naturally, he knew that Gu Daosu was practicing in the 3 Rainbow Waterfall, and his progress was extremely fast, even better than Fu Qinglan. At that time, Luo Chen didn't have any ideas. After all, Fu Qinglan was still practicing in seclusion and needed his support. But now, he has some extra ideas. Moreover, this extra idea can be fully implemented with his current strength. It turned out to be senior brother Gu. He is indeed gifted, and his brother played against the chess master in Taoyuan and asked for the Lan-Ke black chess for him. With a black chess as protection, his soul is extremely firm, and it is not easy to get lost in the ocean of vitality when searching for the source of power. Now it is understandable that he has come ahead of us. Does the Lingbao level Lan-Ke black chess also have such an effect? Listening to Fu Qinglan sigh, Luo Chen was a little surprised, but his hands did not stop. One by one, the materials were taken out from his stored ring. Fu Qinglan was a little curious and squatted down to look at the materials. Tongsun Shinjing, Chiansha, Julingnu. Finally, seeing Luo Chen took out a piece of transparent crystal with some pain. Is this a hollow prism? Luo Chen held the crystal. Do you recognize this thing too? Fu Qinglan nodded. Of course I do. This thing is a very precious special material. It has its own space inside and is extremely ductile. It is often used to make storage devices at the level of magic weapons or even real instruments. But generally, it is only used to make storage devices at the level of magic weapons. Real instruments are too extravagant. My sect has collected a lot of hollow prisms, which are specially used in the production of teleportation arrays. A lot? Luo Chen was a little surprised. But considering that Shiinin Dao sect has arranged teleportation arrays on Xingqian Island and on several islands controlled by Shiinin Business Alliance in the North Sea, it is natural that the other party will have many hollow prisms. However, they are the holy land of the god of transformation. No matter how precious the hollow prism is, there is always a way to get it. But Luo Chen only has this one hollow prism. He got it from Fei Yanzi's relics. Fu Qinglan naturally noticed the pain Luo Chen showed earlier. She thought that he didn't have much in the empty prisms, but that was why she was more curious about Luo Chen's purpose of taking out the empty prisms and these materials. Brother Luo, are you going to refine a magic weapon or to make a teleportation array? The latter. Luo Chen didn't keep the secret any longer and simply stated his purpose. I plan to set up a small teleportation array here that is 5,000 miles away. In fact, It is more appropriate to call it a teleportation array. Teleportation array and teleportation array sound similar. But when it comes to details, the difference is huge. The former is fixed and frequently used, and has higher requirements for terrain, spiritual veins and materials. The latter is not fixed, and most of the time it is a one-time use, so it does not have such high requirements for terrain, spiritual veins, and is faster and more convenient. With Luo Chen's current conditions, he can only make a teleportation array, which is also due to his unlocking of countless arrays in Penglai Beijiao Pavilion and his sufficient attainments and space restrictions. Without any nonsense, Luo Chen immediately began to refine the teleportation array. The mana at his fingertips was gushing out, generating the Yuanying true fire in the midst of annihilation, burning the materials. As they melted, they continued to merge together. Luo Chen continued to add various materials into it, and his whole body was immersed in it. He could use various techniques of refining instruments at will, but just right. Fu Qinglin did not dare to disturb him, and watched Luo Chen, who was extremely focused on his work, at ease. She was very moved. I heard from my grandfather before that Luo Chen was a powerful alchemist. When the alchemy saint ascended to heaven, one of the 5 Xianji pills was given to Luo Chen, who had just arrived in Zongmiao. It is very likely that he left a legacy because he felt that the other party was also a person in the alchemy path. She also found that the other party had a lot of attainments in the formation in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. But now, the other party has clearly shown his outstanding ability in refining instruments. Is he really only about 200 years old? So young, so powerful, and he has many skills. Or are these just the tip of the iceberg of his many abilities? This man is really like a mystery. There will always be some unexpected surprises under the layers of fog. A few days later, Luo Chen looked at the 2 array plates in his hand and let out a long breath. His tired face was quite complacent. This was an expression that Fu Qinglin rarely saw on Luo Chen's face. The other party had excellent emotional control ability. He only lost his composure when he learned that the speed of time in the cave was different. Most of the time, he was very calm. But at this moment, he was obviously proud. Her eyes fell on the 2 array plates, and she suddenly realized, yes, those who can refine array plates by themselves are often those who have strong attainments in array and refining, and those who can refine the teleportation array plate have at least reached the 4th level in one of them. The other party is indeed proud. Is it done? Of course. Does this formation have a name? It's just a small formation that can move thousands of miles. How can it be named? Let's call it the Great Movement Formation of 9 Heavens and 10 Earths. Fu Qinglin smiled and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Luo Chen stretched out his hand, and one of the 2 formation plates was handed to her. It was already inlaid with 36 high-grade spirit stones and 1 top-grade spirit stone. After I leave, you can set up this formation plate in the belly of this mountain. The specific location. Luo Chen pointed his finger. An array of sword lights suddenly flew out and sank into the ground. Soon, the sword light stopped at a place in the belly of the mountain. Fu Qinglin nodded. The other party had said before that he wanted her to guard a formation for him, and it seemed to be this movement formation. Holding the formation plate carefully, she asked curiously, "Don't you want to rest for a while?" Luo Chen dusted off the non-existent dust, tidied his robes and walked to the edge of the cliff. "No. I've rested enough in this cave." Before he finished speaking, he jumped up and fell into the cliff like an arrow. Fu Qinglin hurriedly looked out. After the other person fell into the dense forest, he completely disappeared. Even his breath was completely covered. No matter how he tried to detect it with his spiritual sense, he could not see the other person's trace. Fu Qinglin retracted his gaze. He can be so cautious and even leave behind the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths Great Movement Array as a retreat. I think the next plan must be extremely dangerous. Although I am not good, I still have to guard this retreat for him. While muttering, she released her magic power and the whole person quietly sank under the rocky ground. This is it. It can be connected to Gu Daosu's inspiration, but it won't let his protector find me. The perfect distance. There are silver waterfalls falling from the sky, and naturally there are rivers and lakes distributed between the mountains and rivers. Luo Chen's figure stopped in a large lake. He looked at the Sanhong waterfall, which was only 100 miles away, and tried his best to restrain his breath, and then quietly sank into the center of the lake. Once inside, the Hununding was taken out. In contrast, There were more complicated materials for the formation. Luo Chen did not hesitate and put these materials into the bottom of the lake, one by one. To be chosen as a place for retreat by Gu Daosu, the pride of heaven, must be a place with beautiful scenery and rich spiritual energy. Therefore, even if it is 100 miles away, the spiritual energy in this big lake is quite good. At this moment, under Luo Chen's arrangement, the lines of the formation gradually took shape. If Fu Qinglin was here, he would definitely find this formation very familiar. That's right, this formation was the formation they arranged on the 10-mile plain surrounded by 3 mountains after they first entered the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. It has the miraculous effect of spreading the fragrance of medicine and luring the fantasy beast. But unlike that time, this time Luo Chen's formation no longer left room and tried to besiege the fantasy beast. Instead, he put all his focus on increasing the medicinal power. If it was before, he would not have been able to do this. But now, his attainments in formation are genuinely 4th level on the system panel, which can completely allow him to achieve the level he imagined. Moreover, there is also the Hununding, the thing that suppresses the formation. With the function of the real artifact to track the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the effect of this formation can be increased 10-fold or 100-fold in an instant. The medicinal fragrance of Zongmiao Pill is colorless and tasteless, and ordinary people can't smell it at all. Perhaps it is because the main ingredient is spiritual energy. Only those fantasy beasts who are fond of spiritual energy will be particularly sensitive to it. As long as I control it well, I can spread the medicinal fragrance of Zongmiao Pill from the original 1,000 miles to 10,000 miles, or even 100,000 miles. The most important thing is that there is Gu Daosu, who is in a state of enlightenment, next to him. He is the biggest bait. Luo Chen thought so, and a confident smile appeared on his face. His plan is actually very simple. With the power of the formation, he can spread the medicinal power of Zongmiao Pill and attract powerful fantasy beasts within tens of thousands of miles. With the bait of Gu Daosu, a large number of phantom beasts will be attracted at once. As long as he makes a move at the right time, he will have a chance to harvest a large number of phantom cores at once. With the support of this batch of phantom cores, Fu Qinglin can practice continuously. The sooner he can realize the power of the origin, the earlier he can leave the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. For this, he will not hesitate to sacrifice resources such as the empty prism and the best spirit stones. The sooner he gets out, the less life he will lose in the cave heaven. Of course, the simpler the plan, the easier it is to succeed. But the simpler it is, the greater the risk. He can foresee how dangerous the situation will be at that time, and it may get out of control. The 9 heavens and 10 earths great teleportation array is just a retreat. What really gives him the confidence to face these dangers is his own ability. With a thought, the Zongmiao Pill appeared in his hand, and Luo Chen slowly placed it a few inches above the Hununding. The surrounding formations were activated instantly. Looking at the flying Zongmiao Pill, Luo Chen suddenly thought, if he used the 5th order Yanfa pill refined in the Dan world as bait, would the effect be better? You have distracting thoughts again. I don't even dare to take that kind of divine pill now. How can I use it as bait? After all, 3 souls are in parallel, and when I was tired, distracting thoughts arose. Be still. Be calm. Luo Chen took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and practiced a microdust Juanshu, entering a state of calming his mind and regulating his breathing. The surrounding lake water was clear, and with his rhythmic breathing, ripples spread on the lake surface, and finally returned to calm. Chapter 760, Luo Chen sets up a trap and falls into the trap. Brother, is the number enough? Including this harvest, there are a total of 15 phantom cores. Only 15. In a quiet cave, a man and a woman were talking in a low voice. When the woman heard the number of 15, she was clearly entangled. Brother, why don't you use this batch of phantom cores to try to travel in the ocean of vitality and comprehend the power of the origin? How can this be? It was decided before we came in. We will find 20 phantom cores together first, and then you and I will practice separately. Now there are still 5 missing, how can I adapt in advance? Besides, you should use it first, Mingayan, said Master Longitan. Seeing that the woman was still struggling, he shook his head and comforted her. Inside the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, the speed of time is very different from that in the outside world. We still have plenty of time. Moreover, because of the siege of those young people, a large number of 2nd and 3rd level fantasy beasts will be forced to enter the interior, devour and merge with each other, and give birth to more 4th-level fantasy beasts. We have a lot of opportunities. At this point, Master Longitung couldn't help but smile. If it weren't for your master and disciple lineage telling me the trick of absorbing the fantasy core in a concentrated manner, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to gain anything even if I worked hard for 100 years in this cave heaven. Mingyuan hummed. This secret was summed up by the previous elders of their master and disciple lineage who experienced a Mirage Dragon cave heaven. Unlike the family lineage, the master and disciple lineage of Xianitun Dao sect is alone and weak, and those who participate in the 500-year competition often enter the cave heaven alone. Without the support of a guardian, they dare not easily absorb the fantasy core and enter deep-level cultivation. In order to prevent being disturbed, a certain elder simply hunted phantom beasts along the way, stored a large number of phantom cores with secret techniques, and then, after making many protective preparations, absorbed and practiced at once, and finally successfully realized the power of the origin. Mingyuan didn't know whether other families knew this trick, but this time the master-disciple lineage told this trick to Long Yuan's Hunren, who had a very good relationship with her and was particularly favored by the elders of the master-disciple lineage. However, although there is a trick, phantom beasts are hard to find. These phantom beasts are generated by the power of mirage dragons, naturally fit with this world, and are extremely hidden. It took a full 20 years for the two of them to join forces and successfully harvest 15 phantom cores. There are still 5 pieces short of the goal of 10 pieces each. I have calculated that the remaining 5 will take at most 10 years, and you and I will practice and set a 10-year deadline each. In this way, it will only be 50 years in total. If we still don't succeed by then, we still have 50 years to collect enough phantom cores for the last attempt. Long Yuan's Henren said confidently. Master Mingyuan nodded. Then let's do as you say, senior brother. Just as the two were discussing, Master Longyuan's eyes suddenly lit up and he walked straight out of the cave. Senior brother, what's wrong? Mingyuan hurriedly followed him out, but what she saw instantly made her open her mouth. She saw a white argyle as tall as a hill, rolling over layers of forests and heading east. 4th-level fantasy beast. She subconsciously exclaimed. Let's go, follow it, and find a chance to take its core. Master Longyuan was extremely decisive, holding a long sword in his hand, ready to take action at any time. Mingyuan followed him without thinking. On a mountain top, 2 figures slowly emerged. A young man wearing a luxurious long gown and holding a white jade fan looked down at the abyss below the peak. The fog was heavy and the poison barrier was dense. Old Ghost Key, are you sure there is a 4th-level fantasy beast down there? Next to him, the hunched Qi Zongcheng was carrying a purple jade gourd that was almost bigger than his body. He answered in a deep voice, I am not mistaken. 3 years ago, there was a bird-shaped fantasy beast that preyed on a large number of 3rd-level fantasy beasts. After a full meal, it flew into this abyss alone. According to what I saw, the fantasy beast was extremely majestic, and it was considered a strong one even among the 4th-level fantasy beasts. Its fantasy core must contain abundant spiritual power. For this answer, Shiju not only did not appreciate it, but also showed dissatisfaction on his face. Since you have discovered it, why don't you kill it and wait for me to come out of retreat? Don't you know that I came here not only to comprehend the power of the origin, but also to use the ample time in the cave to practice the Shangsun Dongmingyan's Henjing so that I can directly learn the 7 great magical powers of our sect after the competition is over. In his words, he looked determined to obtain the 7 great magical powers of Xianitun Dao sect. But the strong men from all the major families knew that the Xianitun magical power was never passed on easily. Even if you had good aptitude, there was still a threshold to learn it. Only the ancestors who had reached the state of transformation and the Yuanying's Hunren who had realized the true meaning of the law in advance could learn it. In other words, Shiju had never worried about whether he could realize the true meaning of the law, and had already regarded it as a sure thing. Qi Zongcheng lowered his head even more, and whispered, if it were an ordinary 4th-level fantasy beast, I would be sure to take it down, but this one is too strong, so I need the help of the young master. If you and I join forces, we can capture it easily. Forget it. Shiju waved his hand and closed the fan in his hand. Since I'm here, don't mention joining forces. I'll break its body apart later, and you can use the Jiang gourd to collect the fantasy core. The young master will do it himself? Qi Zongcheng accepted this plan without hesitation, and did not doubt Shiju's strength at all. Among the 13 shrewd disciples who entered the cave this time, The young master was definitely the best among them. Not only did he have outstanding aptitude, but he also had a strong fighting ability. Even Li Yuan, who had trained in the North Sea for many years, was only defeated by the young master. The only thing to consider is to activate the Purple Sun Guard later. This real weapon was specially made by the Shi family for this trip to the cave. In addition to its powerful defensive effect, it also has the power to suppress and absorb fantasy beasts. However, Qi Zongchang himself has not been practicing for a long time, so he needs to be extra careful when activating it. Huh? Shiju's slight exhalation sound came from his ear. The airflow was hot. Qi Zongchang looked at Shiju's back, with his sleeves fluttering and the white fan in his hand slowly unfolding, and he was ready. Just when Shiju was about to make a move, he suddenly asked, "Can you find the whereabouts of the deserted man I asked you to find out?" Qi Zongchang hesitated. Because of this hesitation, Shiju became unhappy. "Speak." Qi Zongchang did not dare to neglect and said quickly, "I did learn about this person from Yu Su, and he is still in the cave. It's good that he is still there." Shiju pursed his lips, his eyes showing greed. Qi Zongchang kindly reminded, "Young master, this person is very difficult to deal with. Not only is he quite accomplished in the way of the soul, but according to Yu Su, he is also very powerful in magic and physical skills. I think we should not provoke him." Huh? Qi Zongchang was instantly silent, not daring to say more. Shiju sneered, "I will definitely provoke him. The Xianji pill that the Damshang personally refined before leaving, I don't know how many phantom cores it contains to make up a huge spiritual power. If I get it, it will definitely give me more power in comprehending the origin of fire. Maybe I will even have the opportunity to comprehend other more powerful laws and true meanings. The power of the origin is only the most basic kind of the true meaning of the law, and it is also the easiest kind for cultivators to comprehend. On this basis, there are other more powerful laws. After all, the law seems to be simple, but in fact, under the same law, there will be various changes. Shiju either does not comprehend the true meaning of the law in the nascent soul stage, or he must comprehend a better one. Get out of the way, and see how I force the beast out of the abyss." At some point, the white jade fan has become red, and the fan bones seem to be burning red glass, with wisps of ethereal flames looming on it. Shiju held the fire fan and was about to fan it down. At this moment, cry. A sharp bird cry pierced the eardrum. The next moment, an extremely majestic eagle rushed out from bottom to top like an arrow from a string. Thousands of clouds and mists dragged a long tail behind it. As soon as it flew out, it didn't even look at the two people on the top of the mountain, and flew to the west without hesitation. Swish! The fire fan closed immediately. Shiju looked at the back in doubt, with a look of fear. This fantasy beast was so powerful. If he had acted rashly just now, he would have been accidentally attacked by it. It seems that the young master's cultivation of the skills has made another step forward. The killing moves are free to use. Before he finished his flattering words, Shiju said angrily, "Why are you talking nonsense like this? Chase?" Qi Zongchang smiled awkwardly and chased after him, but his eyes were quite helpless. It must be something dangerous to make such a powerful fantasy beast suddenly leave its nest. With his years of running around outside and being cautious, he didn't want to join in the fun at all. But who made him a servant of the Shi family? Even if he was famous and respected as a real person in the eyes of outsiders, he still couldn't raise his head in front of the Shi family. Forget it, protect him as much as possible. If someone has a complete map of the cave, they will find that the center of the Mirage Dragon Cave is the Three Rainbow Waterfall. I don't know how the Gu family found the core area. But in short, the Sanhong Waterfall is located in the center and covers all directions. At this moment, in the southeast, northwest, and several directions, tens of thousands of miles, or even hundreds of thousands of miles away, there are billowing smoke and white clouds. One by one, the fantasy beasts of varying strengths set out from their nests and rushed towards the Sanhong waterfall. Wherever they passed, a large number of trees collapsed, and there were also natural dangers that spanned a certain area. The mountains were smashed and crossed by those unreasonable and instinctive giant beasts. Gu Daosu, the person involved, was unaware of all this. His protector, Madame Su, finally found something wrong. Boom! 10 miles away from the waterfall, a cold and beautiful woman in a black dress repelled a scorpion that was 100 feet in size with one sleeve. The other party was like a rolling ball, rolling on the ground continuously, which shows how powerful Madame Su's sleeve is. Madame Su looked normal. She just thought that it was because her nephew Gudeo Su was in a state of enlightenment and provoked the phantom beast. This situation has happened frequently in the past 2 or 3 years, and it is not surprising. It may take some effort to kill it, but it is not difficult to repel it. These phantom beasts are very timid and will run away when they see that the situation is not right. But when the scorpion stopped, it did not retreat, but still stared at Madame Su with a fierce look. So stubborn. Madame Su frowned. The next moment, her face changed slightly. In her spiritual sense, another phantom beast rushed over from the southeast, and its target was Sanhong Waterfall. She took a deep breath, and the overwhelming killing intent emanated. She shouted at the scorpion phantom beast in front of her. "Get out!" After releasing the deterrent words, she no longer hesitated and hurried back to defend Sanhong Waterfall. After it left, the scorpion phantom beast hesitated. The overwhelming killing intent made it vaguely understand that it was no match for this person. But the instinctive impulse could not suppress the desire for some kind of delicious in front. Should it leave? Or move forward? The scorpion beast was confused and moved forward cautiously. 1 day. 2 days. Madame Su frequently appeared within 100 miles of Sanhong Waterfall. Every time she appeared, she would use a thunderbolt to either repel or disperse the beasts. She was able to prevent many beasts from approaching Sanhong Waterfall. But she gradually realized that something was wrong. I have clearly set up the formation given by the clan leader, which can block most of the spiritual power from leaking out, but why are there still so many beasts attacking Sewer? 1 or 2 would be fine, just treat it as an accidental entry, but this time there are too many. Could it be someone's doing something wrong? After another ruthless move, she shook off a 4th-level beast, and the cold and beautiful woman flew to a towering mountain. She pinched a spell, and her aura began to surge. From the 2nd level of the nascent soul, she began to move towards the 3rd level of the nascent soul, but at the critical moment, she was suppressed again. However, the majestic consciousness had already dispersed. When the perceived scene was transmitted back, Madame Su's face changed greatly. In her spiritual sense, she suddenly discovered that with Sanhong Waterfall as the center, within a radius of thousands of miles, there were no less than 10 4th-level fantasy beasts that had been entrenched without her noticing. Even in a distant place, there was a more dangerous aura rushing towards this side. In addition, "You scoundrels, get out!" she shouted loudly, and her voice spread thousands of miles. 2 figures slowly walked out of a mountain stream. The leader had a young face, and a middle-aged man in a golden robe followed closely behind him. I thought it was some kind of movement that provoked the fantasy beasts to riot. It turned out to be junior brother Gu. That's right, he has extraordinary comprehension, and he has a brother like senior brother Daoian, who asked for a black chess piece for him. Now he's ahead of us, which is really a cause for celebration. The young man exclaimed as he stepped into the air. Madame Su's pupils shrank when she saw the people coming, especially the middle-aged man in a golden robe behind him. Gu Yuan. The protector Gu Chen. Madame Su took a deep breath. "You are responsible for all this." Gu Yuan was startled. "Isn't it caused by junior brother Gu's enlightenment?" Madame Su sneered. "Sewer has been enlightened for 3 years, and it has never been like this before. You still say it's not your fault." Gu Yuan frowned. Gu Chen beside him also shook his head. Madame Su didn't want to say more, because in her consciousness, another fantasy beast rushed from a distance. Madame Su felt more and more difficult, gritted her teeth, and suddenly continued the unfinished spell. Her realm began to soar. She crossed the 3rd level of the nascent soul in one fell swoop, and even headed towards the middle stage of the nascent soul. A hairpin was taken off her head and thrown casually. The jade hairpin hung high above the 3 rainbow waterfalls, like a sharp sword, shocking all directions. Those fantasy beasts that were ready to move had to suppress their instincts because of this. The middle-aged man in the golden robe looked at this scene and nodded slightly. Mrs. Su used a secret method to forcibly raise her realm to intimidate the enemy. But this secret method will never last long, and the consequences are quite serious. She is going to risk her life to protect her nephew. Gu Yuan nodded after listening to this introduction. Suddenly, he looked sideways in a certain direction. Another fellow disciple is coming. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of light suddenly stopped. Master Long Yuan stopped 1,000 miles away with a solemn expression. There are people ahead. Ming Yan's face turned pale. There are beasts on the ground. And there are many, many. Perhaps because more and more Yuanying masters appeared, those more numerous fantasy beasts did not dare to attack. But because of the large number and their instinctive desire, they were unwilling to retreat. For a while, they were in a stalemate. And during this stalemate, boom, boom, more and more fantasy beasts came from afar. More and more Yuanying masters were attracted. Every visitor's attention was attracted by Gudeosu, who was in a state of enlightenment, and everyone's mind was focused on the huge number of fantasy beasts nearby. If these fantasy beasts were caught in one fell swoop, it would save decades of work. If Gudeosu's state of enlightenment was broken, it would allow her to get rid of the strongest opponent in this competition. Madame Su knew what they were thinking. It was because she understood these things that her face became more and more ugly. We can't continue to be deadlocked like this. I need to use thunder and lightning to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Just as she was about to take action, her already ugly face suddenly turned pale. Cry. A sharp bird cry sounded between heaven and earth. A huge white eagle flapped its wings and broke through the air. Its powerful power was no less than that of a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. It didn't stop at all, and flew towards the three-rainbow waterfall as soon as it arrived, ignoring the high-hanging jade hairpin as if it were nothing. If it was just like this, it would be fine. The arrival of the white eagle was like a spark falling into a pile of dry firewood. Those high-level fantasy beasts that were staring at them could no longer hold back and charged forward along with the white eagle. Madame Su stood on the top of the mountain, overlooking the dozens of giant beasts charging at the same time. Her eyes were filled with despair and her face was pale. Not only him, but all the Yuanying's Henrin present changed their expressions. At this moment, the offensive and defensive situation changed. It was no longer the cultivators hunting the fantasy beasts, but the fantasy beasts were attacking the cultivators in groups. Chapter 761, Fire Burns Sanhong Waterfall, Sword Rising Yunmeng Lake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On the shore of the lake, a giant python spit out a long tongue and swirled around the lake. If it were normal, it would be fine to act like this. But at this moment, all the fantasy beasts were rushing towards the Sanhong waterfall, and this giant python fantasy beast did not follow the crowd, which seemed really strange. Wow! The giant python trembled all over, its eyes were confused, and it slowly swayed its huge body away from the lake. It was not until it left for several miles that the confusion in its size gradually dissipated. It looked back at the lake in confusion, but soon its attention was attracted by the charge of its own kind, and it also joined the giant beast frenzy. On the lake, turbid waves rolled, as if caused by the vibrations around it. Under the lake, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Strange, I had already removed the formation yesterday, but why are there still so many phantom beasts attracted? Not less at all. Could it be that there are so many phantom beasts occupying the area of tens of thousands of miles at the same time? He was puzzled. Although this situation was hastily arranged, it took him a lot of thought. In order to avoid being discovered by Mrs. Su, Gudeosu's protector, he had already removed the formation when there were about 7 or 8 phantom beasts. And he pushed his own concealment technique to the extreme. Although the situation is a little out of control now, there are still some advantages. Luo Chen looked up at the sky. The lake water was turbid and invisible. Too blurry. Luo Chen murmured, mobilizing a pure magic power and began to slowly transform. Suddenly, he gently tapped the water waves in front of him. Cloud chess water mirror, reflecting the world. Buzz! The visible ripples slowly spread in the water. The clouds in the sky seemed to have opened cracks, an array of skylight projected from the clouds onto the vast lake. In an instant, this nameless lake looked magnificent and incomparable. This kind of magic is not profound. But when it comes to exquisiteness, it is rare in the world. It is Luo Chen who combined the low-level water mirror technique with a cloud pattern in the foundation of the formation, and there is also a little inspiration from the Taoyuan chess formation. At this moment, the clouds in the sky are like chess pieces, dotted above the battlefield, gathering all the scenes together and imprinting them on this large lake water mirror. And the scenes of the outside world also fell into Luo Chen's lively eyes vividly. A beautiful woman was furious, driving the jade hairpin high. A group of real people gathered, kept their troops still, but watched covetously. There were more than a dozen fantasy beasts, led by a huge white eagle, charging towards the Sanhong waterfall at the same time. In the distance, smoke and dust could be vaguely seen rolling, as if more powerful fantasy beasts were coming. The fun is a bit big. Luo Chen pursed his lips, and there was no worry in his eyes, but inexplicable excitement. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Especially, he is not in the open, but the yellow bird behind. Snap! Luo Chen slapped the gray tripod in front of him. The Hununding changed instantly, from a size of 10 feet to a huge 100 feet, crawling on the land of the lake. The huge mouth of the tripod, like a beast's bloody mouth, opened to the outside world. Luo Chen closed his eyes and opened them again. Whoosh! A group of souls that were exactly the same as his main soul flew out of the sea of consciousness. Without the protection of the sea of consciousness and the support of the nascent soul, this soul seemed extremely uncomfortable even in the water. But he did not hesitate at all and went straight into the Hununding. With the soul of the soul driving the life magic weapon with all its strength, the power should be enough. But if it is exposed, it will be lacking with just these. Luo Chen thought about it and wiped his right hand forward. Clang! The blood sword quietly emerged. Luo Chen grabbed it, and then inserted it into the thick mud beside him. Next, everything is waiting for the show to begin. Luo Chen raised his neck slightly, concentrating on the many scenes reflected on the lake. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, the jade hairpin transformed into thousands of lights and shadows, and then suddenly condensed, all of which shot onto a giant ape climbing up the Sanhong waterfall. Bang! In just a moment, the giant ape climbing the cliff as if it were nothing was broken into pieces and turned into vast white mist. Madame Su had no time to rejoice in her success, and the whole person rushed into the sky like an arrow from a string, with only the white eagle in her eyes. The sleeves of both hands flowed, and in the blink of an eye, they were as hard as steel. The sleeves shook together, and the sleeves shot out like a spear. The white eagle turned flexibly and dodged the two sleeves by a hair's breadth. But when it was about to get out, the two sleeves became soft again in an instant and wrapped its body. Get out of my way. Madame Su's eyebrows were raised, and the surging magic power of the middle stage of the Yuanying pulled the white eagle out and scattered. However, the next moment, her expression changed again. The white eagle spread its wings with all its might, and with great force, it forcibly broke open the sleeves, and then rushed towards Madame Su resolutely. A brocade handkerchief appeared in front of the woman, with a hazy light and shadow. Boom! With just one blow, the white eagle flew backwards for hundreds of feet. And Madame Su, like a meteorite, was smashed directly into the Sanhong waterfall. A lot of smoke and dust filled the air, and circles of golden light spread in the mountains. Is that this Henaiyu Shaohang formation? Gu Yuan asked. Gu Chen nodded. Young master, you are very knowledgeable. Those are indeed the most famous fourth-level mountain protection formations of our sect. Gu Yuan said in admiration. I never thought that for this cave competition, the Gu family not only recalled Madame Su, but also asked Brother Dao Yin to obtain the black chess pieces of Lan Ke, and even arranged a mountain protection formation. With such a large investment, it is no wonder that Gu Dao Su is ahead of us. Gu Chen looked indifferent. Without anyone to preside over it, this formation will not last long, especially since the spiritual veins in this world are weak and there is no earth support, so the formation is basically unstable. With a white eagle comparable to the middle stage of the nascent soul by her side, Madame Su is afraid that she can't protect Gu Dao Su. It's good that she can't protect him. Gu Yuan chuckled. Next, it depends on whether Madame Su can't hold on first, or the formation can't hold on first. No matter which one it is, it means that Gu Dao Su has no power to protect himself, and the state of enlightenment will be broken. When a formation of this level of mountain protection formation appeared, many cultivators watching on the scene exclaimed. It is extremely difficult to set up such a large formation. And it consumes a lot of materials. It is really a bit extravagant for the Gu family to use it in a big competition. But this is the foundation of the 12 great families. For a possible seedling of transformation, they are willing to pay 10 times or 20 times for it. Mingai looked at this scene, envious and a little worried. Brother, if such a large formation can't protect Gu Dao Su, then we will. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Master Longyun. I am here to protect you. And if you succeed and realize the power of the origin, you can run rampant in this cave or in the outside world. At that time, you come to protect me, and nothing will happen. Mingai nodded. But when he looked at the giant beasts that were charging, he was a little eager to move. Brother, there are so many fantasy beasts gathered here, should we wait a little longer and see how others act? Master Longyun said calmly, his eyes unconsciously sweeping around. There are people in the forest, one old and one young. They must be the Wang family of Bachuan. In the hills a few miles away, it seems ordinary, but a trace of breath was accidentally leaked before. If he remembered correctly, it should be Yu Su of the Yu family. Since the other party has appeared, her protector must be following her. The Gu cultivators in southern Xinjiang are not easy to deal with. If it were just these people, it would be fine. But Gu Yuan and Shiju from the three great families are all eyeing them covetously. If he wants to take advantage of it, it is no less than taking chestnuts from the fire. He looked at the clouds, where Shiju and Qizai Ongcheng, who was carrying the purple gold gourd, were standing. When he looked over, the other party also glanced over. But for some reason, Master Longian felt as if there was a third person looking at him. Is there someone else on the cloud? Just as he was doubtful, Madame Su, who had been beaten into the mountain before, appeared again. The golden light of the formation slowly lifted her up. Her hair was messy and her face was fierce. There was a cry of an eagle in the air, like a provocation. But Madame Su ignored the provocation of the phantom beasts, and instead spread her spiritual consciousness and sent out a voice transmission. Fellow disciples, why don't you help me? No one responded. She gritted her teeth and gave a condition. I will fully activate this Hanayu Shaohang formation to strangle all the phantom beasts here. I will not take any of the phantom cores I get, and you can share them equally. Not only that, I have 7 extra phantom cores on me, which were originally used as spares for Seer. If you help me solve this dilemma, these 7 phantom cores will also be given to you. Finally, she said in a deep voice, those who take action will gain the friendship of my Gu family. At this point, she no longer persuaded, but devoted herself to presiding over the formation. Circles of golden light spread out from the Sanhong waterfall. All the phantom beasts that entered the range of 50 miles seemed to have mountains on their heads, and their bodies slowed down several times. Not only that, but stone cones gathered in the air and stabbed at those phantom beasts. Above the earth, vibrations broke out. She was actually using her own strength to activate the formation to attack all the phantom beasts. Everyone knew that this could not be sustained. As they expected. Madame Su's face became paler and paler, and her aura of the middle stage of the nascent soul was also fading away as she presided over the formation. After all, she is not a master of formations. It is too strenuous to preside over the formation with her brute cultivation. The old man in the forest commented. The young man next to him watched for a while, and suddenly said, Elder, you can do it. The old man glanced at the young man. Why? The young man smiled slightly. Phantom Core, the friendship of the Gu family, and Brother Gu has a good relationship with me in the sect, so it's okay to help. Okay, then I'll do as you say. The old man responded, stepped out of the forest, shook his wrist, and a green bamboo stick stretched out and hid a phantom beast. His sudden move seemed to break the balance. Not long after, the others also began to help. With the help of the formation, these Yuanying cultivators are like fish in water, strangling the 4th-level fantasy beasts much easier than usual. Even Shiju and the other 2 did not stand high in the clouds and entered the formation to help. However, unlike the others, these 2 people were actually Shiju who took action, and Qizai Ongcheng assisted on the side. Shiju's performance was no less than those of the protectors invited by the major families, and even better in some aspects. As a folding fan opened and closed, a scorching and overbearing stream of fire swept across the fields. In an instant, a large number of fantasy beasts were broken up and turned into vast white mist, dispersing in the air. One by one, the fantasy cores ran through it at an incredible speed, and a large amount of clouds and mist continued to gather towards it. Qizai Ongcheng remembered Shiju's instructions and urged the Jiangord to absorb the clouds and mist and capture as many fantasy cores as possible. Divide equally? Impossible. Since Shiju took action, it is impossible for him to share equally with others. On the contrary, others are still making wedding clothes for him, especially the formation of the Mountain Protection Formation, which allows him to hunt fantasy beasts like a fish in water. Old Ghost, how many phantom cores did you collect? Shiju asked while fighting with a phantom beast. 1 so far. Shiju frowned. Why is it so slow? At least 5 phantom beasts were killed in such a short time, and you only collected 1 phantom core. Qizai Ongcheng had no words to say. Somehow, another force was pulling the clouds, so that he had a very hard time collecting phantom cores. He just thought that the phantom beasts were too strong and he had too little time to sacrifice the purple sun gourd. Shiju suppressed his anger and said, "Try to collect phantom cores as much as you can. Let me know when you have 5. 5 phantom cores would be worth the trip." "But, is 5 enough for the young master?" Qiziong Chang was puzzled, but his hands did not stop at all. Everyone present gradually noticed the strangeness. The phantom beasts killed by everyone began to disappear before their phantom cores were collected. If it was 1 or 2, it would be fine, but in a short period of time, several phantom beasts had neither condensed bodies nor phantom cores left. Finally, someone saw Qiziong Chang, who did not participate in the battle but kept urging the purple sun gourd. "What are you doing?" Gu Chen asked suddenly. Qiziong Chang kept silent. Shiju withdrew, and Qiziong Chang nodded to him, which meant that at least 5 phantom cores had been collected. Then, there was no need to fight for others. "I don't need to explain to you when I do things for the Shi family." Then, regardless of Gu Chen's livid face, Shiju raised his folding fan and fanned the Sanhong waterfall that was close at hand. He laughed wildly and said, "Gu Daosu, you should also come out to see this scenery." The raging fire cloud, accompanied by the strong wind, went upstream. Wherever it passed, the golden light of the formation disappeared inch by inch. It is extremely difficult to crack any mountain protection formation from the outside, but if it is attacked from the inside. Mrs. Su, who was trying her best to suppress the white eagle, saw this scene and was furious. "No." In the distance, Gu Yuan, who did not participate in the battle, nodded slightly. Sure enough, Shiju has never been a law-abiding person. How could he be so kind to help Gu Daosu? "This is good. I can harvest a phantom core, and Gu Daosu can no longer maintain the state of enlightenment. Moreover, this hatred cannot be attributed to me." Rumble, deafening sound rang out, and the once beautiful Sanhong waterfall was instantly cut off, and a large amount of rocks fell. The whole mountain began to tremble. Moreover, without the assistance of the formation, Madame Su, whose realm had long been declining, could not stop the white eagle. The other party turned into a beam of light and rushed straight to the location of Sanhong waterfall. Madame Su's eyes were full of despair, but her body was resolutely blocking the other party's attack. A man and a beast collided with each other in an instant, and then sank into the mountain without any delay. Smoke and dust suddenly rose, and the earth was rippled. Everyone immediately pulled away and jumped into the sky to watch this scene. Can Madame Su survive? I'm afraid not. She used the forbidden method to forcibly improve her realm, and Shiju broke the formation and attacked her. This time the white eagle hid her. She is afraid that she will die. What about Gu Daosu? With such a big commotion, she will definitely not be able to maintain the state of enlightenment. Just as everyone was discussing, whoosh! A bright beam of light shot up into the sky. Along with it, there was also a flying eagle. The eagle flipped several times in the air, and finally stopped, looking fiercely at the place where the Sanhong waterfall used to be. In the broken waterfall, a young man with picturesque eyebrows, holding a bronze mirror, stood at the entrance of the moss-covered cave. Behind him, Madame Su slumped on the ground. Although she was exhausted, she was still alive. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Gu Daosu woke up, and he took action himself and forcibly repelled the eagle. Could it be that he has successfully realized the power of the origin? Haha, it didn't work after all. He used the Gu family's Wu Wang treasure mirror, not his own power at all. Shiju laughed wildly, very proud of his success. Everyone looked at the bronze mirror, revealing a look of realization. The Gu family's Wu Wang treasure mirror is quite famous. Its power lies in that it can store a cultivator's full strength attack, and it is enough to store it several times. Obviously, the attack just now was not Gu Daosu's ability, but the credit of the Wu Wang treasure mirror. In the ruined mountains, Madame Su asked weakly, did it fail? Gu Daosu sighed, almost, just a little bit. Just a little bit? Madame Su regretted it, and a strong anger rose in her eyes. It's all Shiju's fault. If it weren't for Shiju's counterattack and breaking this Henshin Shaohang formation, even if she risked her life, she could have bought enough time for Gu Daosu to realize it. Everything is his fault. After getting out, their Gu family will definitely let the Shi family give an explanation. However, don't blame him. While Mrs. Su was stunned, Gu Daosu raised the bronze mirror and shone it at the sky and earth. While looking at the sky and earth, he whispered slowly, when I was enlightened, I realized that there was something wrong with this land. Someone was harboring evil intentions and using formations to disrupt my mind. This person is the culprit, and Shiju and others are just pawns in the game, controlled by others. Found it. Suddenly, the clouds dissipated and the sky was rippling. The Wuwang treasure mirror emitted a sharp green light and stopped on a distant lake. Gu Daosu said loudly, "Dao Iao, have you seen enough?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The lake was calm, but the surrounding clouds and mist gathered, like a dreamy marsh, so ethereal. If it weren't for the light of the treasure mirror, everyone couldn't see the calm water surface like a mirror. And the wisps of clouds that were constantly sucked into the lake were the phantom beasts whose bodies were broken up. When they looked, they saw a phantom core being sucked into the lake silently. This scene did not need any explanation, and everyone understood the reason. Not to mention what they were thinking. Between heaven and earth, only a light laugh was heard. Then, a touch of blood red was reflected in everyone's eyes. A sword light rose up from the cloud-like dream-like swamp. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762, Sword Shattered Jiang, Overcoming All Heroes. The blood sword soared into the sky, and the sword light sprayed like rain. The chaotic spiritual energy of the world around it seemed to have found its backbone and rushed towards the raging sword light. In the tornado-like sword light, a white figure loomed, and its true appearance could not be seen. But the contemptuous and disdainful smile before was noticed by people at the first time. "Wang Sanrun." Yu Su whispered, her face pale. Whoosh! A figure appeared beside her and grabbed her arm without saying a word. It was Xianshan's Henrun. He didn't say anything nonsense, just uttered one word. "Go." A small beast like a pangolin flew out of him, and vaguely opened its big mouth, swallowing him and Yu Su into it, and then closed its big mouth, flipped and escaped into the earth in an instant. On the other side, because Shiju had secretly collected the phantom core before, he was surrounded by everyone in the center. At this time, he did not take advantage of the gap in the encirclement to leave, but looked up with interest. All he could see was the sharp sword light, but in his pupils there was only the illusory figure that was vaguely visible in the majestic sword light. "Is that Wang Sanrun?" Qizai Chang nodded solemnly, holding the big gourd under his arm, and there was even a bit of fear in his tone. "He has become stronger again." Shiju shook his head. "It's not that he has become stronger, but that this person has been accumulating power for a long time and exerting all his magic power to create such a monstrous power. But as long as this move is over, this person will definitely fall into a state of exhaustion. At that time, it will be the best time for me to take him down and seize the Zongmiao Pill." Qizai Chang was startled, and after a closer look, it was indeed the case. In fact, everyone present also discovered this. Such a huge movement is not something that a Yuanying's Henren can easily cause. The opponent has used all his magic power, and it is obvious that he wants to achieve his goal in one battle. Except for Yu Su and Xianshan's Henren, who had seen Luo Chen's power before, no one present wanted to escape. The three-word Zongmiao Pill popped up in everyone's mind. That was the pill made by the pill saint himself. Whether it was taken by the Yuanying true transmission in this world or taken back to offer to their own ancestors, it would be of great benefit. They only needed to withstand this attack, and then Luo Chen, whose mana was exhausted, would be slaughtered by them. Especially. At this time, the one who hated Luo Chen the most was not them, but Gu Daosu, who was plotted against and broke the state of enlightenment. The increasingly bright Wuwang treasure mirror in the opponent's hand was enough to show his anger at the moment. He would be at the forefront. No one moved forward to interrupt Luo Chen, because no one knew when the opponent would release this sword. At such a long distance, if he suddenly cut him in the head halfway through, or if the opponent focused the attack on the first bird, it would be a loss. Everyone was waiting for that sword to fall. Obviously, Luo Chen would not let them wait for long. Because the surviving phantom beasts around them had begun to flee in all directions after being strangled before and under the terrifying sword light at this moment. These were all his prey, so he was not willing to let them all run away. A long whistle was heard in the air. Kill! The next moment, the majestic sword light fell with a bang. The sky and the earth were all blood red. Everyone attacked together to resist the power of this sword. Gu Deosu held a treasure mirror in one hand, reflecting the world, and a bucket-thick light column burst out, facing the sword. Gu Chen jumped up and landed in front of Gu Yuan. He raised his hands to the sky, and his golden robe swelled wildly, rolling up the world from behind him, turning into a golden light curtain in front of the two. Shiju snorted coldly, folded his folding fan together, and slapped the treasure gourd under Qi Xiong Chang's armpit. The gourd trembled, swallowing and spitting out a brilliant golden glow, covering the two of them. The rest of the people also showed their abilities. The old man of the Wang family tapped his bamboo stick, and a bamboo forest rose from the ground. Master Longyun and Mingyuan looked at each other, combined their swords, attacked instead of defended, and went upstream. Facing all this, Luo Chen turned a blind eye. He put his hands together like swords, controlling the Yuan 2 blood sword to fall down carelessly. The first thing to bear the brunt was the light emitted by the treasure mirror. Swish! With just one contact, the light of the treasure mirror that had previously overturned the white eagle of the middle stage of the Yuanying was suddenly cut in half. The sword light continued to fall with endless power. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Is this sword so powerful? But they had almost no time to react. Swish! 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 The sharp sword light, like a knife cutting tofu, swept across a radius of hundreds of miles. The sword energy emitted by the combination of the two swords, under this blood-colored sword light, was like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon, and it was shattered in an instant. Seeing this, Master Longyuan's face changed drastically. Without thinking, he grabbed the waist of the woman beside him, pushed out with one hand, and vented all his majestic magic power. Boom! He vomited blood, his hair was loose, and he fell to the ground holding Mingyuan in an extremely embarrassed manner. Another place. The green bamboo forest was cut in half. The green bamboo stick in the hands of the old man of the Wang family actually made a cracking sound, and a long crack appeared in the middle. Before he could feel sad about the magic weapon he had painstakingly refined, he was attracted by the screams behind him. He turned around and looked, his eyes widened, and his eyes were about to burst. Without the shade of the bamboo forest, the young master was submerged in the blood sword, with a look of despair. The old man of the Wang family only had time to shout, activate the phantom chess, and get out of the cave. The young man was still calm in the pain and activated the phantom chess. The black and white light flowed and wrapped it, turning into vortex, and was about to break through the boundary and leave. But just as he was about to leave, a touch of blood-colored sword light actually chased in. Boom! Gu Chen staggered back, his face flushed. But just as he retreated in front of Gu Yuan, he gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden light curtain in front of them, which was riddled with holes, suddenly closed up as before, covering the two of them inside. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuan's originally indifferent expression could not help but change. Gu Chen, how could this be? He knew better than anyone the power of Gu Chen's golden robe. Its name is the Golden Iron Robe, which is forged from a high-level meteorite ore given by the clan, and confuse the cultivator's magic power with the power of blood and qi. In battle, the sleeves of the robe are like iron maces. In defense, the golden curtain is like a copper wall and iron wall. When it was cast, it was a rare top-grade magic weapon. After Gu Chen painstakingly sacrificed for hundreds of years, when he was promoted to the nascent soul stage, the strong men in the clan helped him to catalyze it to the level of a true weapon in one go. Especially with Gu Chen's dual cultivation of magic and body, the power is even more outstanding. Just resisting a sword light, why is it so? Gu Chen's face was solemn, and his arms trembled slightly. That sword is extraordinary. That sword? Gu Yuan was stunned. On the broken Sanhong waterfall, Gu Deosu's expression changed slightly, and the mirror in his hand was actually shaken out of his hand by the terrifying force. On his handsome face, which was like a painting, a trace of blood was cut by the sharp sword energy. In his eyes, the majestic sword light continued to fall. What kind of magic weapon is this? Sewer, don't be distracted. A cry came from behind. Mrs. Su had stood up at some point. She bit her finger and smeared blood on the bronze mirror. Seeing this scene, Gu Deosu's face changed drastically. And, you. I used the secret technique to improve my realm. It will be useless to you in the future. It will become a burden. At this moment, use this last bit of strength to die with the thief. The Wu Wang treasure mirror rose again, and the mirror light reappeared. A bright beam of light burst out from the mountain and went straight to the head of the sword light. Gu Deosu looked at this scene, opened his mouth, but said nothing. I'm afraid it's impossible to die together. How terrifying that sword is. It would be difficult to stop it, let alone die together. But the next moment, he showed a look of surprise. In his sight, the blood-colored sword light actually deviated from the light of the treasure mirror and fell towards Shiju. In this way, the light of the treasure mirror had no resistance and could attack Luo Chen, who was pinching the fingers towards the flying sword in the sky. Huh? Shiju looked at the falling sword light in confusion. Why don't you go to Gudeosu, but come to me? However, if you want to attack me, you are wrong. He slapped the purple sun guard again, and a raging fire swallowed out, and a golden crow appeared in the air. The golden crow circled around him, raised its head and pounced on the dazzling sword light. As soon as the two came into contact, the scene of snow melting appeared. Large amounts of blood-colored sword light disappeared in the air. Seeing this, Shiju smiled coldly. The bloody filth is obviously a magic treasure. This gourd of mine has accumulated a lot of true sun fire, which is the best to defeat these crooked ways. Chi. When the golden crow dissipated, the originally majestic sword light was also almost gone. A blood-colored long sword with a hideous shape and terrifying murderous intent revealed its true form. You have exhausted all your tricks, is this all you can do? Shiju licked his lips, stretched out his hand with greed in his eyes, and grasped the blood sword. With his eyes, he could naturally see the extraordinariness of this sword. Even if it is not a spiritual treasure, its lethality is no less than those non-attack spiritual treasures. If he can capture it, he may get another hand. A large amount of golden flames began to spread from his outstretched hand, which was the confidence that he dared to snatch the white blade with his bare hands. At this moment, go! A light shout came from his ears, and the blood sword suddenly turned and bypassed his fire hand perfectly. Then, in front of everyone, he slashed at the huge guard with a sword. Qi Zongcheng's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously stretched out his hand to resist. Crack! His right arm was broken in the middle. The blood sword did not stop at all, and fell on the huge gourd. In the eyes of Shiju and Qi Zongcheng, who were caught off guard, the Jianguard was hit hard. Strands of cracks, like the lines of a turtle, continued to spread. Until, bang! The gourd suddenly broke, and large groups of white mist emerged instantly, and there were even more phantom cores spinning wildly in it, fleeing in all directions. Damn it! Shiju could no longer keep calm and cursed immediately. These were all the phantom cores that he and Qi Zongcheng had collected in 20 years. Without the seal of the Jianguard, what could they do? Qi Zongcheng was frantically using means to catch the flying phantom cores. But since they had escaped from the cage, how could these phantom cores be imprisoned again? Through the vast clouds, phantom cores flew in all directions like meteors with long tails. Stop! Master Long Yuan summoned his remaining strength to stop a phantom core and held it in his hand. Go! Mingyan looked at Luo Chen in the distance with anger. He has exhausted his energy. Are you going to let Wang Sanren go? Master Long Yuan said hurriedly, the cultivators in the North Sea have many tricks, how can they be killed so easily? I am seriously injured now and have no strength to fight again. The best thing to do is to run away. Mingyan could feel the declining breath of her companions and dared not neglect it anymore. But before leaving, she still glanced at Luo Chen with resentment. It was this glance that made her pale. The light beam of the treasure mirror that broke through the air clearly pierced Luo Chen's body, but in a trance, Luo Chen's figure appeared in the void again. The light of the treasure mirror fell on a mountain behind him. Silently, the mountain turned into dust and rose up behind Luo Chen. Mingyan opened her red lips in disbelief. Missed? How could it miss? Gudeosu looked at this scene, eyes full of disbelief. The Wuwang treasure mirror has the wonderful function of locking the enemy with spiritual consciousness. It may not be able to do it, but the attack it launches rarely misses. Maybe I am not conscious enough and my spiritual consciousness didn't focus on him. Madame Su sighed, holding the treasure mirror with both hands. Her face was gray. Sewer, it's up to you next, but your aunt can't hold on any longer. As she spoke, the phantom chest flew out, turned into black and white light to cover it, and slowly disappeared. Before leaving, she warned him in a voice transmission, you can't stay here for long without my protection. Although the deserted man set up a trap to harm you, the sword was aimed at Shiju. He was clearly thinking about the phantom core and the inspiration. After I leave, don't bother him. Find a quiet place and use the phantom color I left behind to try to comprehend the true meaning of the law again. You are just one step away from the final blow. There is no need to fight with him. Gudeosu looked very ugly as he watched the vortex disappear in the air. His eyes fell on the white fog outside the mountain and the man who was still standing in the void with a fluttering white robe. Even though he was unwilling, he could only follow the elder's words and quietly retreat. Just after he left, 2 loud shouts came from the bottom of the mountain. "Desolate man! I want you dead!" The old man of the Wang family soared into the sky with red eyes, and Shiju broke through the fog with an angry face. Not only that, the 2 people from the Gu family also stepped out of the white fog step by step. They all stared at Luo Chen, all their consciousness locked on him. Even a giant eagle flapped its wings with difficulty from the valley and flew towards Luo Chen. The previous sword had covered a large area, not just these nascent soul cultivators. Those fantasy beasts were also targets. Except for the white eagle and a few powerful fantasy beasts, the rest of the fantasy beasts were all broken up. This is why the surrounding area of hundreds of miles was still shrouded in white fog after the sword light swept. On a mountain top, 2 figures slowly emerged. Yu Su's face was pale and full of fear. Where did Fu Qinglin find the protector from? The power of a sword was so terrifying. That is to say, the sword did not lock on someone alone, and the power was dispersed a lot. Otherwise, no one present could bear it alone. But even so, it still caused one person to be seriously injured, and a family nascent soul true transmission was eliminated from the cave. If she knew that Madame Su could not hold on and was forced to leave, I am afraid she would be even more frightened. But even so, his heart was beating wildly, and he was terrified. Taoist Xianxin, fortunately you have a great vision and helped me escape. Xianxin's Henrin looked at the languid pangolin poisonous insect in his hand and shook his head. Since I have learned from the previous experience, how can I repeat the same mistake? He remembered it very clearly. When he and the angry golden man joined forces to besiege Luo Chen, the other party did not use any other magic weapons except for defensive magic weapons. And this time, the other party urged the flying sword so solemnly, and he had been accumulating power for a long time. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of that sword would be. At least it is better than that of the fire phoenix and the flame dragon. However, after seeing the result of this sword subduing all the nascent souls, he found that he still underestimated this person. Taoist, then should we take advantage of the fact that Wang Sanren's magic power is not enough to surround and kill him? Not enough magic power. Xianxin's Henrin laughed dumbly, and he raised his hand and pointed. Yu Su looked in the direction he pointed, and saw the white mist in the sky, like a dragon of air, constantly gathering towards the lake under Luo Chen's feet. How can this be said that he is powerless and has no strength to fight again? Yu Su was stunned. The sigh of Xianxin's Henrin came to his ears again. Besides, don't forget that he still has a terrifying physique that can tear apart the angry King Kong with his bare hands. Even if he is not good enough, he can still drag people down before he is defeated. We should not get involved in this muddy water. This ghost and god evasion is really useful. It can confuse the spirit and avoid being locked, especially when facing these long-range attacks. Luo Chen smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to grasp it. Whoosh! A flash of blood cut through the clouds and fell into his hand. Holding the long sword, Luo Chen looked at the enemies approaching from several directions. Because he lost the guardian of the true teachings, the old man of the Wang family had red eyes and wished to cut him into pieces. Shiju, the genius of the wealthy family, lost decades of hard work in one day after his guard was broken. The Gu family's protector was in a complete state, staring at them with eager eyes, wearing a golden robe and full of fighting spirit. There was also an extremely angry, constantly chirping white eagle, with a powerful momentum that made people look at him sideways. Luo Chen shook his head. If it were normal, Luo wouldn't mind sparring with you, but there is no need for that now. He stretched out his hand and waved. The lake under his feet rumbled. The boundless lake water was pushed aside, and a huge tripod broke out of the lake, and a large amount of clouds and mist were pouring into the giant tripod. In the tripod, more than a dozen phantom cores could be vaguely seen struggling frantically, but they were forcibly suppressed by an illusory soul urging the treasure tripod. Almost enough. Luo Chen murmured, and the treasure tripod shrank instantly, and the soul returned to the sea of consciousness. Without looking at the enemies who found something wrong and rushed over frantically, he stretched out his hand and threw out a formation plate. The 9 heavens and 10 earths moved instantly. A hazy green light shot out, and Luo Chen stepped into it. Boom! In just one breath, the green light shot up into the sky. A huge golden flame swept over, and the terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated the lake water below. However, there was no trace of Luo Chen around. Chapter 763 That Touch of Green. In the belly of an unknown mountain, Fu Qinglan sat with her eyes closed. Although she closed her eyes, her consciousness was fully developed, covering the surroundings. Anyone who approached was instantly killed by her. In front of her, a circular array was quietly embedded in the rock layer. Suddenly, the array trembled slightly, and the top-grade spiritual stones quickly turned into powder. Even the top-grade spiritual stone began to become dim. A large amount of spiritual energy was extracted and poured into the array. Fu Qinglan opened her eyes suddenly. Buzz! There was a slight sound, and the light was distorted. The next moment, a figure walked out of it. Luo. Puff. Before Luo Chen could stand firmly, he vomited a burst of blood, and his whole body was cracked inch by inch, and blood spurted from the exposed parts. How could this be? Fu Qinglan was shocked and hurried forward to support Luo Chen. After standing firmly, Luo Chen wiped the corner of his mouth. Pushing away Fu Qinglan's hand, he pointed at his chest, and the cracked skin on his body immediately recovered as before, and the surging blood returned to his body. He summoned up the remaining mana and cast a cleansing spell, and all traces of the blood dripping around him were wiped out. In this way, it was as if nothing had happened. Fu Qinglan swallowed his saliva and asked worriedly, "Brother Luo, are you okay?" Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. "Except for the lack of mana, it's nothing serious. But just now you..." Luo Chen waved his hand and didn't want to explain. It was just that when he put away the cracked array, he took a few more glances. He never expected that those nascent soul cultivators did not pose any threat to him, but the retreat he prepared by himself pitted him. Yes, during the relocation process, a large number of restrictions collapsed, and the terrifying space pressure force caused Luo Chen to suffer serious injuries. This was a bit unexpected. Luo Chen had sat in many teleportation arrays before, and he was quite experienced. Other weak cultivators might be afraid of the pressure during the transmission process, but he was not afraid. But this time, it's because I'm not familiar with this formation, and the formation disc was refined too hastily. Luo Chen quickly found the reason for his backlash, which was the formation disc. Fortunately, the transmission distance he set before was about 5,000 miles, which was not far. Therefore, this injury only looked serious. With his strong recovery ability, he could activate the source power and recover in an instant. If it was the kind of super long distance that could easily transmit tens of thousands of miles or even millions of miles, the consequences would be immeasurable. The phantom core has been obtained, let's go, Luo Chen said. Although Fu Qinglan was a little curious, she nodded. In front of Luo Chen, she took out a talisman. Mana was injected into it, and suddenly a hazy yellow light appeared, enveloping her and Luo Chen, and disappeared into the rocks in the blink of an eye. Not long after they left, a roar resounded outside the mountain. "Get out of here!" A green bamboo stick turned into 100 feet long and hit the mountainside head-on. Boom! Smoke and dust suddenly rose, and the old man of the Wang family rushed in without paying any attention. Another figure opened his folding fan, and the whistling wind blew away all the smoke and dust. Shiju looked at the broken mountains with a gloomy face. Escaped. He used such a big trick, and his magic power is almost gone. How can he escape? Behind him, Gu Yuan and Gu Chen flew over gracefully. While flying, he laughed. Since the other party dared to provoke us alone, he must have left a way out. From the beginning to the end, Fu Qinglan, who he protected, never appeared, and he must have been used as a backup. Shiju, don't think these Jianghu gangsters are too simple. Shiju turned around and glared at him fiercely. Suddenly, his expression changed again, and he sneered, "Yes, you have thought it through. Didn't you also suffer a setback under that man's sword?" Gu Yuan looked a little unnatural, but soon he shrugged indifferently. "How can I say I suffered a setback? We also gained 2 phantom cores on this trip, so it's not a wasted trip. Unlike some people, who lost both the wife and the army, it's really pitiful. You." Shiju folded his fan and pointed at Gu Yuan, his face flushed. The man in the golden robe stepped forward and blocked Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan chuckled and stopped provoking him. He greeted Gu Chen and left. Shiju gritted his teeth. looked at the other person's back as he left, and held the handle of the fan in his hand, as if he wanted to break it. At this moment, a violent and angry roar came from the mountain. He looked down and saw that the old man of the Wang family was like a headless fly, picking up large stones inside, but still couldn't find Luo Chen. Wang Yifu, he ran away a long time ago, why are you still searching here? The old man of the Wang family raised his head, his face full of grief and indignation. He caused my young master to be eliminated. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will find him. Shiju sneered and turned to leave. But after flying a few steps, he suddenly turned back and threw out a jade slip. If you find him, let me know. The old man of the Wang family was startled, but soon nodded. I will definitely let you know. I also hope that fellow Taoists will let me know when they meet Wang Sanren. Shiju hummed and hurried back to the Sanhong waterfall. Qizai Cheng was holding a big gourd with an open belly, standing there with a tired face. Seeing Shiju, he gritted his teeth and said, Young master, I only caught 5 phantom cores, and this gourd. Waste. A fan came, Qizai Cheng's eyes struggled, but he didn't dare to dodge at all. Snap. The physique of the 3rd level of body refining actually opened a bloody mouth. Shiju was too lazy to look at him again. He was just a servant, and such a useless servant. If he had known, he would not have brought him in. He would have become a burden. He swept his gloomy eyes around and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, he spoke in a cold voice. Leave the gourd here. You and Wang Yifu go to different places and search for Luo Chen and the other 2. Once you find them, don't alert them and notify me first. Also, if you meet other fellow disciples on the road, send me a message. Qizai Cheng asked, but do you want to unite with other true disciples to deal with Wang Sanren together? Unite. Shiju pulled the corner of his mouth. Wang Sanren just caught us off guard. Why do we need to unite with everyone to kill him? I need the phantom core now. I think my fellow disciples have a lot of savings, especially Gudeosu who escaped. Speaking of Gudeosu, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. The other party has lost his protector, and he can't let go like himself. He is the most fragile lamb and can get whatever he wants. On the Xiandi Peak. In a hall. It has been more than 2 months since Dan Xing ascended to heaven and the cave opened. The parties who watched the ceremony have left one after another. The meeting within Xiannigan Dao sect has ended long ago. At this moment, those who are still here are basically representatives of various families who are concerned about the results of the competition. They gathered together, talked about all sorts of things, talked about their cultivation experiences, and made various guesses about the results of the competition. During this time, some people took out good things as gambling money to pass the time. Originally, in everyone's mind, apart from their own descendants, the most promising ones were the 3 sons of the rich family and the younger generation of the Xiong family. But 2 months ago, when the angry King Kong was eliminated, everything became different. The name of the deserted man Luo Chen once again floated in their ears. Speaking of which, this person is not unfamiliar to the representatives of the major families. The first time was because he entered Xiandi Peak as a casual cultivator and became a foreign affairs guest. The second time was when Dan Xing ascended to heaven. Dan Xing gave him one of the 5 Xianji pills. You know, the destination of the 5 Xianji pills was either the 3 hermits on Lank Mountain or the people from the hometown of Dan Xing. Both of these are reasonable. But what is Luo Chen's basis? A gift to Xiandi Peak Stargate? What a joke. How come the 4 late Yuaning elders didn't get this gift? If the cave heaven hadn't been opened, and Luo Chen was the protector who needed to go in immediately, they would have gotten the Xianji pill from Luo Chen at that time. Not to mention the despicable means of openly fighting and secretly snatching. As long as enough rewards are given, with the knowledge of the wilderness cultivators, they will always be tempted. It's a pity that Luo Chen entered the cave heaven. Everyone just wanted him not to use the Xianji pill so quickly, but they didn't expect to get the news that he defeated the 2 powerful men, Angry King Kong and Xianshan's Hanren, 1 against 2. This is the 3rd time Luo Chen's name has appeared in front of everyone. And this time, it also means that the promising Xiong family Xianjiao Xiongqi's path to comprehending the law is in jeopardy. After all, without a protector, it would be difficult to hunt fantasy beasts or practice alone. They no longer had a good impression of Qi. Instead, they added Fu Qinglan to the discussion. Although his foundation was weak and his qualifications were slightly poor, he had a shorter time to form a baby. was closer to the world, and had a strong protector like Luo Chen, so he could have more fantasy cores for practice. Just as they were discussing, one day, the vortex in the hall reappeared. The true disciple of the Wang family emerged from the vortex with a blank face. Seeing that it was him, everyone was puzzled. His protector didn't come out, so why did he come out first? The vortex behind him began to slowly close. Suddenly, a trace of blood-colored sword light escaped from the last vortex. How brave! A big hand suddenly grabbed down and held a sword light in his hand. The true disciple of the Wang family turned pale when he saw this scene, and his ancestor of the Wang family was both shocked and angry and fortunate. Thank you, senior brother, for protecting my child. Above, the ancestor of the Gu family shook his head, then lowered his eyebrows and looked at his hands. Such a sharp sword energy, such pure killing intent. His palm tightened, and the sword energy was instantly dispersed. Only then did he look at the Wang family's true disciple. Were you eliminated by the owner of this sword? The Wang family's true disciple finally reacted, and he nodded quickly, with a face full of fear. The ancestor of the Gu family asked again, who is he? Before the Wang family's true disciple had time to answer, a vortex appeared again in the hall. In the astonishment of everyone, a weak and beautiful lady fell into the hall with a plop. Her face was as pale as gold paper, and her breath was extremely decadent. In the perception of everyone, her realm was regressing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's Zimmer. She actually used that secret technique. The ancestor of the Gu family changed his face, and immediately shot a pill, supplemented by his magic power, to cover Madame Su. Finally, under his action, Madame Su's realm fell and stopped at the first level of nascent soul. How could this be? Madame Su slowly opened her eyes and said bitterly, it was Wang Sanren. Wang Sanren? Everyone was stunned. The Wang family's true disciple, who was interrupted earlier, also spoke angrily. It's Luo Chen. Madame Su and the Wang family's true disciple were sent out for treatment. However, the competition in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven in the hall did not stop, but became in full swing. Among the crowd, Fu Chaosheng hid in the corner, fearing that he would attract attention. Especially when a lot of eyes swept over him, he was even more silent and dared not speak. In his heart, he complained about Luo Chen. How could he provoke the three major families in such a short time? On the other hand, he was grateful that the other party had made great efforts and kept his promise. I think he has discovered the different speed of time flow, but he still tries so hard. I am sorry for him. When he comes out, I will prepare a generous gift to express my apology. As he thought about this, time passed slowly. A few days later, the vortex appeared again in the hall. The one who was eliminated was the genius of the Xiong family. This time, Fu Chaosheng was terrified, afraid to hear Luo Chen's name again. Someone went to inquire about the situation and learned that it was Shiju who eliminated Xiong Qi. Fu Chaosheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But when he saw the ancestor of the Xiong family cast an angry look at him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Obviously, the ancestor of the Xiong family did not dare to resent the Shi family, one of the 12 great families, but put the blame on his Fu family and Luo Chen. After all, if Luo Chen hadn't eliminated the angry King Kong, Xiong Qi would not have been attacked by Shiju while he was practicing. Fortunately, he joined the Stargate in advance and is considered a member of the Dao sect. As long as he does not leave Shyandi Peak, he will not be liquidated by the various families. But it will be difficult for my Fu family. Who cares? As long as Kinglin has achieved something, it is worth offending many people. At worst, I will join Shyandi Peak and make some contributions to the sect with this broken body. The sect will definitely protect my Fu family. With the elimination of the 2 guardians and the 2 Yuanying true disciples, it seemed as if a signal was lit. In the following time, more and more people were eliminated. Among them, the reasons for most of the elimination were concentrated on Shiju, the culprit. The other party seemed to have no scruples at all and began to attack wantonly. Instead of hunting down the phantom beasts, he targeted the major true disciples and snatched the phantom cores from them. Sometimes, even when these eliminated true disciples did not have phantom cores, he would still fight. But this person had many magic weapons in his hands, and his magic power was domineering and strong. The slightly weaker guardians were not his opponents. One-on-one, he had a great advantage. 1 against 2, but he was not afraid. In this way, this person showed his brilliance, and in just a few months, He stole the limelight from Luo Chen. Fu Chaosheng applauded in his heart. The more arrogant Shiju is, the better, as long as Qing Lan and Luo Chen are not eliminated. Although the representatives of other families were angry and regretful, they did not dare to offend the Shi family after being eliminated, so they could only hold their breath. In the closed stargate of Xiandi Peak, the stranded Xianyun sect master Mo Xiaozhuo was playing chess with the chess saint Ke Lianshan. Although the former had a high realm, he was not as good as the latter in terms of chess attainments. Therefore, Ke Lianshan seemed quite leisurely, and he had the leisure to chat after making a move. Shiju is too ostentatious. Such extremes are not a good thing. Mo Xiaozhuo remained silent, still thinking about the chess. Ke Lianshan asked, is it because his 9-yang physique is very suitable for inheriting the fire magic power in the sect, so you let him go like this? Mo Xiaozhuo looked up at him, without answering, but also without denying. Ke Lianshan looked as if it was just what he expected. The 7 magic powers of Xianyun Dao sect are powerful, but the threshold for practice is quite high. Only the ancestors of Hushan and the Yuanying cultivators who have comprehended the power of the law in advance can practice. But one of the fire magic powers is an exception. It's not an exception, but Shiju is an exception, because with his physique, there is a great chance that he can learn the great magic power without comprehending the power of the law. Once it is refined, it will have terrifying combat power. At this time of chaos in the world, Dao sect wants to dominate the mountains and seas. At this time, there is no shortage of immortals, but these warlike people are lacking. In the early years, it was rumored that the ancestors of Hushan in the sect favored Shiju. Now it seems that there is indeed a reason. Ke Lianshan shook his head. Although you want to sharpen a good knife, you are afraid of sharpening a double-edged sword. He eliminated his fellow disciples like this. If no one can comprehend the power of the law in this competition, it would be a waste of the great inspiration brought by fellow Taoist Chu's ascension. It can't be wasted. Mo Xiaozhuo finally spoke. Among the remaining people, there will always be someone who can comprehend it. After saying that, he slowly placed the chess piece. It's your turn. Ke Lianshan looked at the position of the chess piece and smiled dumbly. Master, your intention is too obvious. Are you afraid that I can't see it? Mo Xiaozhuo stroked his beard with a calm face. So what if I can see it? In this world, conspiracies and tricks are minor things after all. As long as you have strong power, you should push it forward with a grand and upright momentum. He may lose this game of chess because he is not good enough. But he will definitely win this game of chess in the mountain and sea realm. Because Xianyun Dao sect is strong enough. The northernmost part of the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. Heavy snow fell all over the sky, and the grass and trees withered. Birds were circling among the snow-covered peaks. Suddenly, a bird landed on a snowman, pecked it twice, and flew up again. After it left, the snow fell. The snowman slowly opened his eyes. Another 20 years had passed. This time, Fu Qinglan's retreat time was completely beyond his expectations. Fortunately, they had escaped far enough at that time, and the place they chose for retreat was also a very remote outer area of the cave. In this way, they had 20 years of quiet time. According to the time, the spiritual power in the illusion core should have been consumed. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Luo Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, he looked down at the ground. There was a touch of green in the snow that was breathtaking. Chapter 764, The Origin of Wood, Withered and Flourishing Awakens. Summer grass. It has 2 leaves, one on the left and one on the right, and often grows in early summer. Although the grade is not high, it contains a warm and flaming force, which is especially suitable for making some first-level healing pills. It has a very good healing effect on cold poisons. When the green appeared, Luo Chen recognized it instantly with his knowledge. This kind of herb is not rare. But what is strange is that it has grown out at some point in the cold winter. Looking at the slightly green petals, Luo Chen was a little surprised. The reason why summer grass is called summer grass is because it only grows in early summer. When people see this grass, they know that summer is coming. Once summer and autumn are over, summer grass will wither and accumulate strength to wait for the arrival of the next summer. He reached out and touched the petals. Suddenly, the summer grass fell limply in the snow. It's so fragile. Luo Chen smiled and didn't take it seriously. He just thought that this summer grass had misjudged the season and grew in an inappropriate season. He retracted his hand, but a flash of inspiration came to his mind and his hand froze in midair. His eyes trembled slightly and looked at the mountains covered with snow. At some point, spots of green had emerged. The Mirage Dragon secret realm is a cave of its own, but the flow of the 4 seasons follows the outside world and is almost the same. In such a cold winter, this area shouldn't have so much green. Could it be? Luo Chen was shocked and subconsciously looked at the low hill not far away. It looks ordinary, but in fact, the surroundings are full of secret formations set up by Luo Chen. Perhaps these formations are not as powerful as the Zhenyu Shaohang formation that Gu Daosa set up nearby when he had an epiphany, but they are first class in terms of concealment. Fu Qinglin is practicing in that mountain. Luo Chen pinched the Dao magic formula, and the formation slowly unfolded. Everything he saw was green. The closer he was to the cave where Fu Qinglin was cultivating, the more luxuriant the vegetation and grass became, and the more vigorous the vitality was. Even from a great distance, Luo Chen could feel it. He pursed his lips subconsciously, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Could it be that this is the so-called wood element's source power? This was the only explanation. Yuan Ying's Henren was strong, but he was far from being able to influence the external environment. Even to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he had to cooperate with Yuan Ying. These vegetation and grasses grew according to the 4 seasons and the rotation of the sun and the moon, relying on the original energy between heaven and earth. At this moment, a large number of vegetation and grasses were born out of season, and there must be a large amount of original energy that they needed. But the way of heaven is constant. How could the original energy be born for no reason? There is only one explanation, that is, Fu Qinglin comprehended the power of the origin, and thus grabbed a large amount of corresponding vitality from the ocean of vitality, and because of improper control, it leaked out, and finally affected the vegetation that should have grown in spring, summer and autumn, and broke out of the ground in the cold winter. She finally got it. In this way, it is not in vain that I have been running around and working hard for decades. Luo Chen showed a sense of relief, and then slowly closed his eyes. The next thing is simple, just stand guard for the last shift and wait for Fu Qinglin to come out. This time is difficult to judge, it may be very long, but it may also be very short, but after all, there is an answer. However, Luo Chen just closed his eyes, and his mind was shocked. In the purple mansion, the weak withered white flame is turning from white to green, and the flames are rising. What this scene means is self-evident. The withered and prosperous true fire has awakened. Its aura began to rise, and a large amount of green flames rose to the sky above the purple mansion, as if forming a blue cloud, covering Luo Chen's nascent soul. At this moment, the nascent soul, because Luo Chen had previously set up the god of withering and flourishing, was different from the usual white and tender, and looked wrinkled. Luo Chen's soul sank into it, and the nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes. He trotted to the front of the withering and flourishing true fire, and the surging vitality reflected on the nascent soul's little face. It's finally done. Before in the outside world, I thought it would only take a few years to revive. But since entering the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, the revival of the withering and flourishing true fire has become extremely slow. I thought this world was different from the outside world, so this situation occurred, and I was thinking about waiting for it to wake up after going out. But I didn't expect. The nascent soul murmured to himself, feeling the surging vitality emitted by the true fire when it woke up, and felt particularly comfortable. Suddenly, Luo Chen thought of a possibility. Is it the original energy leaked by Fu Qinglin that was absorbed unconsciously by me, which led to the premature awakening of the withered and prosperous true fire? The more Luo Chen thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Because the transformation of the withered and prosperous true fire is from prosperity to withering, and from withering to prosperity. The second half of the evolution requires a lot of vitality. Previously, Luo Chen was afraid that the withered and prosperous true fire would absorb vitality and affect his nascent soul. Because of his self-created skills, Luo Chen also set up the withered and prosperous divine prohibition for the nascent soul to prevent the nascent soul's vitality from leaking out. Now, Fu Qinglin has comprehended the origin of wood, which has filled this gap for him. Then, just wait for it to transform naturally. Luo Chen smiled slightly, leaving the soul to stay in the nascent soul, and the main consciousness returned to the sea of consciousness. He was looking forward to what level the fully revived withered and prosperous true fire would reach. Luo Chen still sat cross-legged on the snow mountain, alert to the surroundings, in case someone came to interrupt Fu Qinglin's practice. However, Another part of his attention was focused on the transformation of the withered and prosperous true fire. As time went by, the endless mountains began to go through seasons. But unlike before, the grass and trees were lush in spring and summer, and the autumn and winter were also green, all because of the influence of Fu Qinglan. The speed of Luo Chen's withering and flourishing true fire also benefited from the original power leaked by Fu Qinglan, which was greatly improved. This fire was at the initial level of the fourth order when it was refined. Later, Luo Chen hunted a large number of monsters, and most of their vitality was absorbed by the withering and flourishing true fire, and a small part was fed back to Luo Chen's body. With this foundation, the withering and flourishing true fire was able to absorb many second-order and third-order strange fires in the blazing purgatory, and even absorbed a fourth-order burning sky fire spirit. If it were so, it would be fine, but the withering and flourishing true fire also absorbed the trace of the nirvana holy fire and all the spiritual nether fire of the nether fire monster. It can even be said that when the Black King came back from the Coral Sea, the fourth-order blue fire of the mermaid clan attached to his body was also swallowed by the withering and flourishing true fire. So many flames added to create the terrifying foundation of the withered and flourishing true fire. In terms of realm, it is at least at the late fourth stage. But it is precisely because there are too many flames that the primary and secondary are not distinguished, and the internal mixture is too much. Therefore, when Luo Chen was practicing, the withered and flourishing true fire took the initiative to enter the state of withered and flourishing, trying to use the opportunity of withered and flourishing transformation to completely digest those flames and make them pure and unique. Now it seems that this step is indeed right. However, in just 1 or 2 years, the grade of the withered and flourishing true fire has been pushed to the late fourth stage, and began to spread step by step towards the fifth stage. Generally speaking, even if the spiritual objects reach the fifth stage, they are not as good as the real people of the transformation of the spirit. Even if there is a targeted method, the Yuanying cultivator can take down the fifth-level spiritual ones. For example, in the withered wood ridge, the blood-scattered people subdue the fifth-level withered blood vine. But the fire spiritual objects are very different. This kind of existence naturally has great destructive power. Once it achieves the fifth level, its power is far greater than that of ordinary spiritual creatures. Even the great masters who have not yet fully comprehended the power of the law may not be its opponents. Once in the blazing purgatory Suzaku Mountain, the mermaid king Liujin did not dare to provoke the Suzaku fire spirit for this reason. If the withered and flourishing true fire can take this last step and reach the fifth level, then Luo Chen will have a complete reliance on the mountain and sea world. However, this hope went wrong in the third year. How could this be? In the purple mansion, the nascent soul frowned as he watched the blue flames rise again and again, but again and again died down. He could feel that the withered and flourishing true fire wanted to take that step very much, but it could not. The weak consciousness of the withered and flourishing fire spirit also conveyed vague anger. It was as if something was restricting it, and it was powerless. Luo Chen pondered and thought hard. As the master, he naturally wanted to help the withered and flourishing fire spirit. Is it because the accumulation is still not enough? No, if it is not enough, it will not transform automatically. This kind of spiritual thing is most sensitive to its own state. Unless it encounters external disasters, it can often go through the transformation process naturally. Is it because it absorbs too much strange fire? But after a cycle of withering and flourishing, it should have been refined long ago. Suddenly, the bright eyes of the nascent soul stared at the brilliant gold in the blue flame. Even in such a blue cloud and blazing fire, the golden color did not fade at all and remained rooted in it. Nirvana holy fire. Luo Chen's face changed slightly. He never thought that it would be this thing that hindered the last step of the transformation of the withering and flourishing true fire. This wisp of nirvana holy fire was obtained from the refining heaven cauldron. It was originally larger in scale, but in the 1,000-year struggle with the 9 refining beacon fire, it was constantly consumed, and its spiritual wisdom had long been dissipated. Therefore, when Luo Chen completed the nirvana of his body, the withering and flourishing true fire took the initiative to absorb it. It can be said that the reason why the withering and flourishing true fire can now automatically move towards the path of transformation is also affected by the nirvana holy fire. But this fire is both the cause of success and failure. Its grade is too high. Even if it is unconscious, even if there is only a little left, it is not something that the fourth-level withered and prosperous true fire can absorb and refine. On the contrary, because of its existence, It hinders the withered and prosperous true fire from continuing to climb to a higher level. Does it mean that we can only stop here? Luo Chen's Yuanying murmured to himself. An anxious mood came over, which was the unwillingness of the withered and prosperous fire spirit. How could Luo Chen be willing? Obviously, it has come to this point. In the end, Luo Chen made up his mind. You and I have been together for 200 years. I have lost a lot of life because of you, and I have also benefited a lot from your physical development. I have benefited a lot from practicing and fighting all the way. Now that you have this opportunity to gain the Tao, as the master, I will give you a push. While muttering, Luo Chen's mind returned to the sea of consciousness. Swish! His eyes opened, and a jade box appeared in front of him. Opening the lid, the Zongmiao Pill shrouded in white light exuded a fatal temptation to Luo Chen. Perhaps, this is the meaning of its existence. If it were any other time, Luo Chen would take this Zongmiao Pill himself, trying to comprehend the true meaning of the law and achieve personal great power like Fu Qinglan and others. But now, this pill will be refined by the withered and prosperous fire spirit. Luo Chen thought very clearly, or he saw it very clearly. The Yuanying true transmissions of Zongmiao Dao sect all have good qualifications, with the guidance of their elders, and they have made various preparations in advance, but they still find it difficult to comprehend the true meaning of the law. Even if he took the Zongmiao Pill, the chance of being able to successfully comprehend the true meaning of the law is only 50-50. But if it is handed over to the withered and prosperous fire spirit, the other party's chance of being promoted to the 5th level will be far greater than his comprehending the true meaning of the law. And once the withered and prosperous fire spirit succeeds, the improvement of Luo Chen's strength will be no less than mastering the true meaning of the law. The reason for this certainty. It is the words that the damned Saint Chu Yan said to Luo Chen when he ascended. Your true fire transformation is only a step away. With the help of this Zongmiao Pill, it will be a piece of cake. From the beginning, this pill belonged to the withered and prosperous fire spirit. Luo Chen no longer hesitated and swallowed the Zongmiao Pill into his stomach. The pill entered his body without any mana to refine it, and went straight into the purple mansion, and then was impatiently wrapped up by the withered and prosperous fire spirit. At that moment, Luo Chen clearly felt a large amount of spiritual energy spreading out. The nascent soul was ready to move, but it could only watch those spiritual energy being swallowed by the withered and prosperous true fire. Forget it. Forget it. Luo Chen sighed, staring at the transformation and improvement of the withered and prosperous true fire, hoping that day would come soon. 7 years later. In a cave, Shiju suddenly opened his eyes. Where is it? Qizai Ongcheng, who had lost one arm, stood respectfully aside and whispered, outskirts of the cave, in the extreme north. Shiju raised his eyebrows. He ran outside. No wonder there was no news before. Are you sure he is there? Qizai Ongcheng nodded. Of course it is true. This is the news from Wang Yifu. He said that the environment over there is extremely strange. Even when there is heavy snow everywhere, there are still dense grass and trees, just like spring and summer. Such strangeness, according to the records of Taoist classics, will only appear when the cultivator cannot control the original power well. That Wang Sanren took away many phantom cores, and it is reasonable for Fu Qinglan to reach that step with his help. Shiju looked thoughtful. The original power is the most basic one in the true meaning of the law. It looks simple, but in fact it takes a lot of skill to master it. It is normal that Fu Qinglan's improper control caused the original power to leak out. The only unexpected thing is that her progress is a bit fast. Even Gudeoso has not reached this step before. In this way, let's go to the extreme north of the cave. Qizai Ongcheng hesitated and subconsciously touched a broken arm. With the means of Yuanying's Henren, it is common to reconnect a broken arm, but for some reason, the broken arm cut off by the blood sword cannot be reconnected with the ordinary methods. Shiju saw his little action and frowned. Are you afraid of Wang Sanren? Qizai Ongcheng shook his head hurriedly. No, it's just that you have collected enough phantom cores. You should practice quietly. Why bother to trouble them? Shiju's face was grim and he waved his hand. If I don't go to them, they will run away. As for the practice, I have never worried about it in my life. Why are you worried? Qizai Ongcheng was speechless. What the other party said was indeed somewhat reasonable. Once Fu Qinglan succeeded and activated the phantom core, he could leave the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven directly. After going out, he had to do things according to the rules of Zongmiao Dao sect. As for Shiju's practice, it was indeed not his turn to worry. In his life, The other party had never worried about practicing. Even when everyone thought it was difficult to comprehend the true meaning of the law, Shiju only took it as a done deal. Am I really afraid of Wang Sanren? When he asked himself, trying to touch the truth that was pressed in his heart and dared not face, Shiju had already strode out of the cave. Notify Wang Yifu not to act rashly and wait for us to arrive. He is too weak and is no match for Wang Sanren. If we alert the enemy, I will only blame him. Yes. Is it here? It should be. I came here after the White Eagle. You see it hovering nearby. It clearly sensed the location of the enemy. Listening to Gu Chen's words, Gu Yuan lowered his body in the heavy snow, reached out and pulled up a withered grass. No, this grass is withered and has almost no vitality. It doesn't look like it has been infected by the original power of the wood system. Gu Chen was also a little puzzled and could only comfort him. Maybe it's too far away, so this side has not been affected. Gu Yuan stood up and looked at the huge white eagle in the sky. I guess this beast has found the wrong place. Counting the time, 30 years have passed. Even if Fu Qinglin's aptitude is not good, with so many phantom cores to help him, he would have already succeeded in enlightenment and left a mirage dragon cave heaven. Why would he stay in this vast snowy mountain? How about going inside and taking a look? Okay, anyway, I'm not in a hurry here, and I also want to find out the situation of the cave heaven for the family. If he is really inside, there may be something exciting to see. Gu Yuan didn't care. He concealed his breath and followed the white eagle's footsteps into the mountains covered with heavy snow. 2 days later, their footsteps stopped. Looking at a mountain peak, two men were standing side by side there, looking at them from a distance. It's the two from the Lin family. Why are they here? Are they here for the Wang San people? I don't know. Maybe they came for this white eagle. I heard that Lin Jingtang has mastered the method of hunting fantasy beasts. He has gained a lot in recent years. Maybe he has set his sights on this ostentatious white eagle. Don't worry about them. Look for them again. If you can't find them, go home. I'm almost done. Gu Yuan said so and continued to move forward. In the distance, Lin Bufan and Lin Jingtang looked at them with confusion. The two from the Gu family moved forward and saw more and more strange scenes. In this cold winter season, there are indeed abnormal green vegetation that appear in violation of the season. But among those greens, there are also a lot of withered yellow colors. In the absence of external forces, such an abnormality is really puzzling. Suddenly, Gu Chen paused, his golden robe rustled, and blocked Gu Yuan behind him. Gu Yuan was surprised. What's wrong? Gu Chen looked doubtful. I don't know why, but I feel very uncomfortable. If I go forward, something bad might happen. Feeling? Gu Yuan frowned, spread his consciousness, and looked around. The mountains were undulating, some high and some low. Covered with snow, covered in silver. In the vast expanse of white, no one was seen. Apart from the abnormal plants and trees, there was nothing else. You protect me for a while. Gu Yuan ordered, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and the nascent soul escaped. In this way, it is more in line with this world, and because of the previous attempt to practice with a phantom core, it is more sensitive to the spiritual machine of this world. The most eye-catching thing is the white eagle hovering in the sky. But in addition to the white eagle, there are two other auras that attract people's attention. The nascent soul returned to the body, and Gu Yuan opened his eyes. Found it, the place where the spiritual machine gathers. But after saying this, he looked puzzled again. But why? There are two groups. Shouldn't only Fu Qinglin be practicing? In doubt, he called Gu Chen and moved forward quietly. After about a cup of tea, the two figures stopped in a canyon where the snow was half melted and water was gurgling. The two looked up and saw a terrifying breath coming from a seemingly empty mountain. Gu Yuan swallowed his saliva, and a possibility emerged in his mind. How did he also enter the state of enlightenment? At this moment, the white eagle screamed and the mountains rumbled. There were three figures, who broke through the air without concealing their breath. Wherever they passed, the vast magic power collapsed large areas of snow-capped mountains. The movement was so loud that it made people look sideways. Wang Sanren, I found you. The roar spread across the fields, echoing endlessly among the mountains, causing more snow-capped mountains to collapse. Gu Yuan took a deep breath. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Shiju and his men have come to our door. Chapter 765, The Power of Origin, 1 against 3. 7 years ago. When the heavenly secret pill that Dan Shen personally refined before leaving was refined by the withered and flourishing true fire, the surging spiritual inspiration suddenly vented out. The abundance of spiritual inspiration far exceeded Luo Chen's imagination. If the spiritual inspiration in an ordinary fourth-level illusion core can be described as a strand, then the number of spiritual inspirations in the heavenly secret pill can be called a strand. It is composed of dozens or hundreds of strands of spiritual inspiration, which are all confined in the pill, which can be called huge. It was also when he saw the surging spiritual inspiration that Luo Chen realized why Xiangqi, Shiju and others were so eager for the heavenly secret pill. In the 100 years of the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, the limit of the fantasy beasts that can be hunted is probably like this. After seeing the spiritual inspiration, Luo Chen did have some regrets. But the matter is done, and he can only give up. Just in case, in addition to the first soul, he put all his attention on the transformation of the withered and flourishing true fire. If something really goes wrong, at least he still has time to remedy it. But this time, everything went smoothly without any accidents. With this huge spiritual energy replenishment, the exhausted withered and prosperous true fire regained its strength and began to climb upward. At the core of the true fire, the Nirvana holy fire was still indestructible and could not be refined, and even continued to affect the transformation of the withered and prosperous true fire. But the spiritual energy replenishment was not as simple as providing vitality. At that moment, the withered and prosperous true fire resonated with this world. With the spiritual energy, the fire spirit escaped into the depths of the ocean of vitality in this world, constantly diving, looking for the original power that echoed. And because it was a natural fire, it was born and created by nature, so this process went very smoothly. Therefore, a large amount of heaven and earth vitality was aroused, and it continued to enter the withered and prosperous true fire in the purple mansion through Luo Chen's body. In the purple mansion, the withered and prosperous true fire also began its final transformation. Thanks to the large amount of vitality infusion, it forcibly suppressed the influence of the Nirvana holy fire and began to grow wildly. If it continues like this, Luo Chen only needs to wait for the merit to be completed. But the amazing thing is that he gradually gained some insights as he carefully observed the process of the transformation of withering and flourishing. Everything in the world, since its birth, has been born to die. But if life has a soul, no one wants to die, so they thrive and pursue immortality. Just like this fire, burning fiercely, it cannot escape the end of turning into ashes. But in the ashes, there is a new power, so it is revived from the ashes. Just like that tree, the green shade covers the sky, even if the seasons change, the sun and the moon rotate, and it eventually becomes a dead tree, but the roots buried deep in the ground will still accumulate strength, looking forward to returning to prosperity one day. This cycle of nature, withering and flourishing back and forth, is the way of withering and flourishing. Luo Chen didn't know whether his perception was right or wrong. All the laws in the world are illusory and unreal, and they are impermanent. Only through the transformation of the original true fire, what he observed may be just the appearance. But things in the world are always like this, losing something in one corner and gaining something in another. The vast heaven and earth energy was infused into the withered and flourishing true fire through Luo Chen's body. Luo Chen also had a connection with this world. As the master of the withered and flourishing true fire, he even vaguely sensed the place where the fire spirit went. He also wanted to go there. At the moment when this consciousness was born, the vast green fire enveloped Luo Chen's Yuanying, and his consciousness went straight into the blue sky. Pursuing the vast and unknown direction, he stepped into the ocean of vital energy. It was a strange place. Luo Chen's knowledge could not be described in words. He only felt that the 5 colors were blurred and dazzling. If he was not careful, he would sink into it. It was like the mother's womb, the wanderer returned home, and the idea of never leaving was born under the closeness. Confused, I don't know where I came from, and there is nowhere to go. At this time, a lively voice sounded. Master, I'm here. Today, 7 years later, Lin Bufan squatted in a mountain stream, scooped up a bunch of clear snow water, and his face was blank. Why is the snow melting? Lin Jingtang frowned. Why are we observing these things? Shiju and the others have gone. Let's go and see what's going on. Lin Bufan shook off the water in his hand and followed him to the north. However, when he passed a hill full of flowers, he was puzzled again. Why did the Zunzi flower bloom? It's fine if the Zunzi flower blooms, but the Sumu flower, which is very close to it, has withered. No one answered his doubts. There was only a loud shout in the sky. "Luo Chen, get out of here!" It was Shiju who spoke, but it was Qi Xiongcheng who made the move. A huge palm that lifted the sky slowly emerged and slowly fell. As this palm was slapped out, the mountain seemed unable to bear its weight. Large areas of snow-capped mountains began to collapse, and there were light curtains that rose and fell one after another, but they shattered inch by inch. Crack! 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 The many concealment formations and defense formations that Luo Chen had arranged in advance were all destroyed in this palm without anyone to preside over them. When all the formations disappeared, Luo Chen's figure emerged on a high mountain. Below the mountain, avalanches rolled and merged into a white ocean. In the mountains, the wind blew, making Luo Chen's white robe rustle and his long hair flutter wildly behind his head. But he never opened his eyes, indifferent to everything in the outside world, and still sat there quietly. Seeing this scene, Shiju smiled triumphantly. He was found after all. But Luo Chen's indifferent look made him alert. "Go, kill him." Shiju gave an order, and Qi Xiongcheng attacked without hesitation. A black long knife appeared in his intact left hand and rushed towards the snow mountain. And Wang Yifu, who followed all the way, needless to say, his eyes were full of hatred, holding a green bamboo stick and rushing forward. Halfway through, he cast a series of stick shadows. Shiju held a half-opened and half-closed folding fan in his hand, and wisps of golden flame spread out, ready to make up a blow at any time. In the sky, the white eagle screamed continuously, staring at Luo Chen. It still remembered that this person sucked away a lot of spiritual energy and severely injured its body with a sword. In the back, Gu Yuan and Lin Bufan watched this scene quietly, as if they were just watching from the sidelines. But judging from the eagerness of their respective protectors, they obviously would not stand idly by. This time, he is in the open, without the opportunity to accumulate the sword in secret. Can he withstand the attack of Shiju and the other two? He is in the epiphany and has no power to fight back. This conversation came from Gu Lin and the other two. On the top of the mountain, Luo Chen's eyelids moved slightly, as if he was about to wake up, but he did not wake up in the end. The remaining soul sighed faintly and summoned the Yuan 2 sword. It's a pity that the Yuan Ying is carrying the main soul and can't move. I can only mobilize a few mana, and I can't buy much time. Do your best. At worst, this Yuan Ying level soul will be broken. Just when Luo Chen's soul was ready to break his soul, a figure blocked him at some point. It was her. She had a beautiful face and a well-proportioned figure. On her face, which had become much thinner, there was a touch of complex emotions. "This time, it's my turn to protect you," Fu Qinglin murmured, and a green leaf flew out of her cherry mouth. As soon as the green leaf came out, a large amount of mana poured into it. In an instant, the green leaf expanded wildly, like a sky curtain, blocking everyone in front of it. The knife light and the staff shadow fell at the same time. There was no sound, and the green leaf was as tough as before. Fu Qinglin frowned slightly. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, she moved lightly with lotus steps, blocking everyone's side of Luo Chen. "Everyone, why don't you give Qinglin a favor and leave?" Wang Yifu was the first to disagree. The bamboo stick in his hand was ready to go, and he was about to continue attacking. Shiju flew in front of him and looked at Fu Qinglin with narrowed eyes. It was no longer the realm of the initial entry into the nascent soul, but the real first level of the nascent soul, and the breath was full and full of vitality. Especially the other party's method of easily blocking the two nascent soul masters just now. "You succeeded." Facing Shiju's aggressive gaze, Fu Qinglin turned around and glanced at the man in white sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain. "Yes, I succeeded." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Lin Bufan smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that among him. Yu Su, and Fu Qinglin, the first one to realize the true meaning of the law, was not himself with the most acute spiritual perception, nor Yu Su with a strong family background, but Fu Qinglin, who forced himself to break through the nascent soul stage in advance in order to participate in the competition, and his foundation was not very solid. Lin Jingtang clenched his fists. The gap between them was not greater than that between Xiafan and Fu Qinglin, but only the gap between the protectors of both sides. He was not good at his job. Gu Yuan and Gu Chen looked at each other, then nodded slowly. The Fu family will prosper again because of this girl. If she can achieve the state of transformation in the future, perhaps Xianyun will have another wealthy family. After returning, I have to win over the Fu family. Shiju, who was facing Fu Qinglan, was silent at this moment. But soon, he laughed. Even if you understand the true meaning of the law, it is only the most basic source of power, which can only enhance your magic power a little bit. After all, you are only at the first level of Yuanying. You can't protect him. While speaking, the folding fan in his hand was completely unfolded. He quickly transmitted the message to Qi Wang and the others. She has achieved the Yuanying stage too recently, and she has not mastered many Yuanying methods at all. In addition, her magic power is weak, and she can't stop you for long. Attack her with all your strength. Qi Wang and the others began to calm down from their initial fear. It is indeed powerful for a Yuanying cultivator to understand the true meaning of the law. But in the face of the enemy, fighting is ultimately a matter of each person's means and corresponding realm. Fu Qinglan's means are not refined, and her realm is not high. Even if the origin of wood can increase her mana, it can't withstand consumption. Attack with all your strength. The next moment, the two of them attacked together. The black knife light turned into 100 feet, and the emerald green bamboo stick was full of bamboo shadows, all hitting Fu Qinglan. The turquoise leaves appeared again. The veins on it are slender, like human blood vessels and meridians. As they stretch, they attract a lot of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This magic weapon was refined by the Fu family from the 10,000-year-old Fusang leaves, and was baptized by the power of thunder when Fu Qinglan broke through the Yuanying stage, thus achieving the level of a true weapon. She named it the heaven-covering leaf, which means a leaf covering the sky. It is also her most skilled method after achieving the Yuanying stage. When the heaven-covering leaf appeared, it blocked the two people's full strength attack just like before. But the next moment, a hot flame swept up. Shiju broke out of the leaves, holding his folding fan horizontally, his face ferocious. I told you, you can't protect him. Fu Qinglan gritted her teeth and recalled the heaven-covering leaf. But unlike before when she blocked in front, she shook her wrist and the leaves covered the sky, completely covering the mountaintop where Luo Chen was. Swish! A long sword like autumn water fell into the slender jade hand. He protected me for 50 years, I should protect him for a while. Looking at the sword, Shiju raised his eyebrows. You want to use this sword against me? Senior Sister Qinglan, have you thought about the consequences of going against me? You have only realized the true meaning of the law, and have not yet achieved the Yuanshan, let alone the great power of the Shunhu. The Fu family is only a family at the bottom of the 36 families. And my Shi family is one of the 12 great families. Hearing this, Fu Qinglan's face showed a tangled look. Shiju raised his lips slightly. Since you have realized the true meaning of the law, you should be the first in this competition. It is meaningless to stay in the cave. Why don't you go out first? The rest has nothing to do with you. Fu Qinglan's eyes kept trembling, and even her body subconsciously took a step back. It was at this step that she saw two figures approaching the top of Luo Chen Mountain within a range of 10 miles. Without thinking, she drew her sword and slashed out two sword lights. Bitch, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Shiju cursed in a low voice, and a large amount of golden flames emerged from his body. Suddenly, his body began to dissipate in the flames, and dots of golden clouds filled the air. When the flames lit up again, the next moment, he was already within 10 feet of Fu Qinglan. With a wave of the folding fan, the flames swept across. Fu Qinglan's long sword poured out sword light, blocking the opponent's attack without showing any weakness. She didn't say anything else, but gave her answer with her actions. Not to mention, looking at her frail body, the sword light was extremely bright with each move, and the mana that was originally weak was somehow endless, without any signs of decline. In the distance, Gu Yuan saw this scene and nodded slightly. It seems that she has realized some methods of using the power of origin. According to the records of the power of origin in the clan, although the true meaning of this law is the most basic, it is also extraordinary. Not only can it increase the power of mana, but it can also quickly transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into its own mana during the battle, so the mana is endless. If you can be in a place with rich spiritual energy of the corresponding attribute, the conversion speed will be even faster, and it can be said to be endless. If you reach the realm of transformation, even if you don't have the advantage of the terrain, you can rely on the power of origin to forcibly transform the natural environment and give yourself a home advantage. Fu Qinglan is not stupid. She just lacks the experience of fighting against life and death. At this moment, under the full-strength battle, her fighting ability is growing wildly. Fu Qinglan herself also obviously discovered these clues, and gradually became proactive from the original conservative defensive posture. Even while fighting with Shiju, he urged his mana to maintain the state of the heaven-covering leaf to resist the attacks of the other two on Luo Chen. Suddenly, "Let's get rid of this bitch first." Shiju saw that he couldn't take down Fu Qinglin for a long time, and Qi Wang and the other two were also unable to take the heaven-covering leaf, so he became anxious. At his call, the two immediately flew over and attacked Fu Qinglin together. One-on-one, Fu Qinglin was still at ease. But one-on-three, especially Qi Xiongcheng and Wang Yifu both had rich combat experience, she showed obvious signs of exhaustion. The mana that was transformed out of thin air was also intermittent. However, after dozens of rounds, her body showed injuries. In the distance, Lin Bufan looked at this scene, and although he was happy that Fu Qinglin's strength had greatly improved and she could fight 1 against 3, but he was also worried because she had achieved enlightenment too young, her methods were not sophisticated, and she was defeated step by step under the siege of 3 people. Lin Jingtang seemed to know what he was thinking, and whispered, "You said that the Phantom Core was the last gift for her. Ever since Wang Sanren stole her love, Fu Qinglin is no longer your friend." Lin Bufan opened his mouth and finally sighed. Seeing him like this, Lin Jingtang licked his lips with his tongue, stretched out his hand and shook it, and the panic bell appeared in his hand. He did not hesitate and flew directly to the battlefield. "Jingtang, don't touch her." Lin Jingtang looked back at Lin Bufan, and their eyes met, and their intentions were self-evident. He nodded, and with the escape light, he held the big bell in his hand and flew towards the top of the mountain where Luo Chen was. At this moment, Fu Qinglin had no time to care about him. Lin Jingtang held the big bell in his hand and looked down at the green mulberry leaf. That palm, I remember it clearly. With a single hand clap, the big bell fell down. The sky-covering leaf burst into green light, blocking it out. Lin Jingtang shouted and clapped his hands 3 times at the big bell again. Ling, ling, ling. No. In the distance, Fu Qinglin flew backwards, spitting blood, with a look of despair. On the mountain, the green leaves flashed a few times quickly, and finally suddenly shrank, turning into a mulberry leaf flying towards Fu Qinglin. And Luo Chen appeared in the world again. Lin Jingtang was delighted and urged the big bell to fall. At this moment, a trace of blood was reflected in his pupils. Swish! The sword light that was condensed to the extreme gradually dissipated and turned into a blood sword, hovering above Luo Chen's head, humming. Lin Jingtang lowered his head and looked at his chest, where there was a huge hole. The top-grade defensive robes did not play any defensive role under the sudden and incomparable sword. Wherever the blood sword passed, the purple mansion was broken. A big hole appeared in the original body of the nascent soul, and a large amount of pure mana was uncontrollably released to the outside world. How could this be? He opened his mouth. In addition to Lin Bufan's anxious voice urging him to activate the phantom chess, there was also Luo Chen's cold laugh. "You are a defeated general, seeking your own death." Chapter 766, Sword Breaks Panic, Withering and Prospering. A defeated general. When these 4 words fell into Lin Jingtang's ears, his face suddenly flushed. The most unbearable scene came like a tide. He was not born well, and no one knew who his parents were, but his growth experience was enough to make him proud. He was adopted by the head of the Lin family and taught like his own son. Because of his outstanding talent, he showed his extraordinariness early on. Even though he did not join the Xianitun Dao sect, many people have always compared him with his peers in the Dao sect. He lived up to everyone's expectations, refining Qi and building a foundation all the way, and finally achieved the nascent soul realm. That moment was his happiest day. The Lin family held a nascent soul ceremony for him, and many friendly poor families came to congratulate him. Even many peers from the Dao sect came to watch the ceremony. He knew that all these were because the head of the Lin family wanted him to help Lin Bufan in the most critical trial, but he was willing to do it. In his heart, he had already prepared to do his best to protect Lin Bufan in order to repay the great kindness of the Lin family. He also had this confidence. But all this was overshadowed by Luo Chen's palm when he first entered the cave. That palm made him retreat 100 miles and injured him badly. And that palm was just a casual blow from the other party. This was unbearable for Lin Jingtang, who always compared himself with Xianun's henchman. He was not even a match for a casual cultivator, so how could he stand on the same level with Xianun's henchman? If it weren't for Lin Bufan's path ahead, he couldn't act on impulse and would have thought about washing away the humiliation. Originally, He had suppressed his anger. But now, seeking death. Lin Jingtang grinned, and the bloodshot on his white teeth was so hideous. Even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me. The broken nascent soul actually drilled out of the purple mansion directly, naked in broad daylight, in full view of everyone. The tender little arm fell on the completely incomparable golden bell, and rushed down without looking back. Smash Luo Chen to death. Bang! With just one strike, the mountain under Luo Chen collapsed. But contrary to everyone's expectations, he still floated quietly in the air, unaffected. Seeing this scene, Lin Jingtang, who had already fallen to the bottom of the mountain, was stunned. But with his experience, he quickly realized what happened. His strike missed and only hit the opponent's side. The reason for all this was that when they passed by each other just now, many ghostly phantoms suddenly appeared on the opponent's body. Can the illusion affect the consciousness? Someone answered his doubts for him. Qiziong Cheng looked solemn and flew to Shiju's side. It's that move again. And the difference is that he is clearly in a state of enlightenment, but he can still perform this move, which means that he must have practiced the art of soul division or the second Yuanying. The second Yuanying. Shiju shook his head. How could such a profound method be mastered by Luo Chen, a casual cultivator in the wilderness? It's the soul-splitting technique. Didn't you see that his previous attacks were mainly sneak attacks, not as big and powerful as before? This shows that he can't mobilize the huge mana in his nascent soul at all, let alone mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The soul-splitting technique is clearly different from the second nascent soul. The former is just a separated soul, with the same consciousness and behavior logic as the original body, but in the final analysis, it is just a soul. Being able to perform soul techniques and barely mobilize a little mana is already a sign of Luo Chen's profound attainments in soul refining. But the second nascent soul is almost equivalent to cultivator's second life. A complete nascent soul, a complete soul, if equipped with a corresponding body, can achieve the rumored incarnation. This kind of incarnation is not comparable to those puppet incarnations or mana incarnations. It is rumored that the orthodox blood god son of the Yuanmo sect can barely match it, but it is only barely, because the blood god son is not the original nascent soul of the cultivator after all. Once a cultivator has mastered this secret method, it is equivalent to having an extra clone that is exactly the same as himself. When fighting, they can communicate with each other and cooperate seamlessly, which can make the sum of 1 and 1 greater than 2, and even improve their combat capabilities several times. At this moment, the conversation between Shiju and Qiziong Cheng was spread all over the country without any cover-up, and even fell into the ears of Lin Jingtang. The Yuanying villain with a big hole in his chest suddenly realized and was furious. He was actually attacked by a soul before. Now his body is severely injured, his purple mansion is broken, and his Yuanying body is on the verge of collapse. He will avenge this great shame. Ignoring Lin Bufan's constant dissuasion from a distance, Lin Jingtang, who is already overwhelmed by anger and hatred, kicked the big bell with his little feet. The panicked bell soared into the sky and covered Luo Chen. Lin Jingtang pinched his hands, and the mana that was constantly flowing out rushed out like a river bursting its banks. His body was shrinking and disintegrating, but his eyes were extremely crazy. Big, big, big. The golden bell began to expand wildly, 10 feet, 50 feet, 70 feet, and even 100 feet. Like a huge pot cover, and like a giant umbrella, it completely covered the area of 100 feet around Luo Chen. No matter how treacherous and exquisite your soul technique is, where can you escape in such a range? The panic bell fell suddenly. In the distance, Fu Qinglin rushed into the sky regardless of his injuries, and a sword and a leaf were ahead. But with Shiju's instruction, Wang Yifu and Qiziong Cheng blocked 2 weapons respectively, and Shiju himself blocked Fu Qinglin. Get out of the way! Fu Qinglin shouted and slapped out with a palm. Shiju was not in a hurry, and waved his folding fan to block the palm, with a sneer in his face. You really take yourself seriously. He pinched a spell with his empty left hand, and the speed was so fast that there was a thunderclap in a trance. Crack! Fu Qinglin fell to the ground as if struck by lightning. When she stood up, her dress was covered with dense silver arcs. She groaned, and the green magic power immediately dispersed the arcs. There was a bit of doubt in her eyes. Isn't the other party a pure 9-sun body? Why can he still use the Thunder Dao technique? You can't save him. Shiju sneered beside her ear. Fu Qinglin looked up and saw that the golden bell had completely fallen, covering Luo Chen's figure. Lin Jingtang's nascent soul was slowly rising up, and he was constantly chanting spells regardless of the shattering of the nascent soul. As he cast the spell, the panic bell kept making a shaking sound. Even if he was not in the center of the attack and was very far away, Fu Qinglin had the illusion that his soul was shaking and his body was disintegrating. Lin Jingtang was going to shock Luo Chen to death. Fu Qinglin felt cold in his heart. Looking around, Shiju and his 3 companions were ready to go. The 2 from the Gu family were watching closely, and there was a looming white eagle in the sky flapping its wings anxiously. Everything was beyond saving. After all, he could not protect the other party safely like Luo Chen protected him. In this case, he would save his life. Fu Qinglin shouted fiercely, with his magic power increasing and his soul resonating. Luo Chen, activate the phantom chess. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed slightly. Activating the phantom chess means leaving the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven directly. With the abilities of these cultivators present, they could not stop the means of the great power of the god transformation. Could it be that they had to watch Luo Chen leave safely? The other party had a split soul in his body, and even if the main soul was silent, he could activate the phantom chess. Shiju's face kept changing. If that happened, they would really be empty-handed. Wang Yifu was even more furious. Not only could he not kill Luo Chen, but Fu Qinglin also successfully realized the true meaning of the law. How could he avenge himself? Lin Bufan was relieved. If Luo Chen really left, Jingtang would no longer insist. As long as he allowed his nascent soul to enter his body, he could also leave the cave and return to the mountain and sea world. With the means of the Xianite and Dao sect's strong men, he might be able to preserve his nascent soul realm. Gu Yuan shook his head, and his interest, which had been raised, died down. This drama ended in a whimper. Perhaps, Luo Chen's only loss was that his enlightenment was interrupted. One of the parties involved, Lin Jingtang, thought differently from them. Want to leave? How can it be that simple? With a thought, Lin Bufan exclaimed. The lower half of Lin Jingtang's nascent soul suddenly collapsed, turned into a monstrous magic power, and fell into the panic bell. Disperse. Ling. The sound of the huge bell shook the universe. With such a blow, the cultivator inside will surely die. Even if they have a backhand like Huanqi, they will not be able to activate it in time due to the confusion of their minds. At this moment, do you really want me to die? A low and hoarse voice sounded faintly. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, they saw a blood-red sword tip emerging from the top of the bell. Swish. The harsh sound continued to ring. In Lin Jingtang's horrified eyes, the sword was like stabbing his heart, breaking his life magic weapon inch by inch, and cutting the panic bell bit by bit. Until. Open. With a click, the bell broke into 2 halves. A man holding a blood sword, stepping on a great tripod, and wearing black armor appeared in everyone's eyes. His long black hair fluttered behind him, and with a biting cold wind, it was like a black snake dancing wildly. His fair skin was like solidified fat, no longer the middle-aged vicissitudes of wrinkles. Only the pair of eyes that swept through the crowd were like a bottomless cold pond, reflecting the fear in everyone's heart. As soon as he appeared, he made a move. The blood sword slashed diagonally. Lin Jingtang, who was already in great pain because his life magic weapon was broken, had no power to resist this sword. Even if he activated the magic chess in panic before, it was too late. The sword fell, and half of his nascent soul and his soul were instantly shattered. Only his body disappeared with a whirlpool. On the other side, Luo Chen stomped his foot. 9 red chains emerged from the gray tripod under his feet and hit Shiju. Shiju frowned, and the previous scene appeared again. The fire suddenly appeared, and his body disappeared inch by inch. When it reappeared, he was already beside King Qi and the others. He looked sideways and saw 9 red chains wrapped around Fu Qinglin and flying back. Humph! Luo Chen didn't even look at the others, but looked down at Fu Qinglin, whose clothes were stained with blood. You have already realized the power of the origin, why are you still so embarrassed? Fu Qinglin showed shame on her face. After all, she was not good at fighting. Even if she mastered a higher level of power, she lacked combat experience, and had no corresponding means to drive that kind of power. She could only use it in the most superficial way. However, the ending was good after all. The purpose of her trip had been fulfilled, and Luo Chen was not injured. The only regret was, I didn't protect you, which led to your sudden enlightenment being interrupted. It was my incompetence. But now it's all right. As long as we stimulate the phantom chess and leave this world, our merits will be fulfilled. Sudden enlightenment interrupted? Luo Chen laughed dumbly. He didn't explain anything to Fu Qinglan, and his eyes swept across the people present. Leaving is inevitable, but before leaving, I would like to borrow you to try out my new means of enlightenment, which can also be regarded as completing the unfinished battle of the Three Rainbow Waterfall. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. He didn't leave, but wanted to fight instead? Was he angry that everyone had ruined his chance? Suffer for the true teachings of the Wang family. Wang Yifu shouted angrily, rushing towards Luo Chen with a bamboo stick in hand. Qizai Ongchang followed him in silence. Shiju's eyes were filled with doubt, but since the other party gave him this opportunity, he would not retreat. He took a deep breath and rushed towards Luo Chen with a momentum of surrounding him from three sides. Seeing this scene, Fu Qinglan's face turned cold, and she raised the Qishu longsword in her hand again, but was suppressed by a wisp of magic power from Luo Chen. You won't let me do it. Fu Qinglan was puzzled. She admitted that Luo Chen was very powerful, but the power of one person was limited after all. She had realized the origin of wood, and even with the three people working together, she was no match for him, and Shiju showed signs of hiding means that he had not used. Luo Chen was so confident? Luo Chen looked at the enemies rushing from three directions, unmoved, and looked at Gu Yuan, Gu Chen, and Lin Bufan in the distance. What about you? After watching Lin Jingtang fall, Lin Bufan was already extremely angry and grief-stricken, but his extraordinary spiritual perception made him aware of the hidden threat in Luo Chen's body. He gritted his teeth and did not answer, but his body retreated quickly. Looking at this scene, Fu Qinglan had a complicated expression and just muttered little in. On Gu Yuan's side, he and Gu Chen looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Since the other party was able to enter the state of enlightenment while protecting Fu Qinglan, it is very likely that he took the Xianji pill. Regardless of whether he realized anything or not, he gained something after all. For example, the new method mentioned by the other party. I still have a family mission to complete, so I won't fight with fellow Taoists. We can drink and chat after we go out. Gu Yuan said with a smile, and slowly retreated with Gu Chen. Luo Chen looked regretful, but soon became interested again. In the sky, the white eagle that had been hovering for a long time finally couldn't hold back and swooped down towards Luo Chen. Just in time. 3 people and 1 demon, it's enough for me to test my new sword skills. While talking about testing the sword, he put away the Yuan 2 sword and even swallowed a hununding into his mouth. Luo Chen stood quietly in the void, slowly raised his right hand, and pointed like a sword, slowly falling down. When he pointed, the sky suddenly changed. Large pieces of clouds and mist were torn apart, and endless strong winds rolled, as if to roll back the sky. The majestic spiritual energy of heaven and earth came from all directions. The snow-capped mountains that had collapsed due to the previous battle gathered into a vast ocean of snow and water, and they also boiled because of Luo Chen's finger. Between heaven and earth, everything was restless. The 3 cultivators who had originally rushed towards Luo Chen even realized that their own magic power was restless and uncontrollably. In the sight, Luo Chen's momentum was rising wildly, and his figure became like a blazing sun, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. It was also like a big tree that connected the sky and the earth, with its dense crown spread out, blocking out the sky and the sun. Shiju, who had been influenced by many family inheritances since childhood, showed disbelief in his eyes at the moment of abnormal appearance. Could it be that he has also comprehended the true meaning of the law? When this thought came to him, he no longer planned to hide his own means. He held a folding fan in his right hand, and a rattle appeared in his left hand. The next moment, the folding fan unfolded, and the flames rolled. The rattle shook, and 2 bells hit the drum surface, striking lightning and thunder. The electric light and flames gathered together in Shiju's crazy eyes, turning into a fused electric light and flame, and a sense of destruction suddenly emerged. Not only him, but the other 2 also noticed something was wrong. Wang Yifu suddenly stopped, and his bamboo stick was inserted straight into the air. Green bamboos rose from the ground in the air, forming a bamboo forest that covered it. Qizai Ongchang used all his magic power, and the black knife in his hand trembled violently, turning into a huge blade light of thousands of feet, and slashed at Luo Chen. Facing these attacks, Luo Chen did not make any other moves, but continued to point slowly. He shouted softly. Kurong. Chapter 767. I laughed out loud and went out. How could I be considered an ordinary person? Wither and flourish. As Luo Chen's finger fell, his thoughts seemed to return to the previous confused and chaotic experience. In the ocean of vitality that made him feel extremely close, he followed the guidance of the withering and flourishing fire spirit and found the so-called true meaning of the law, withering and flourishing. This thing is not spiritual energy, vitality, or even some kind of substantial energy. It is more like a kind of perception. When you understand it, you already know the changes of all things in the world related to the true meaning of withering and flourishing. Flowers bloom and fall, clouds roll and unfold. The sun rises and the moon floats, birth, aging, sickness and death. Everything is just two sides of withering and flourishing. Being in the ocean of vitality, the speed of perception is thousands of times faster than your own perception. It's as if the whole world has placed all the changes related to the true meaning of withering and flourishing in front of Luo Chen, allowing him to pick them up. Unfortunately, Luo Chen finally borrowed external forces. The power of the withering and flourishing fire spirit to advance and transform. He did not attract too many inspirations, so he could not continue to stay in the ocean of vitality in this world. He was squeezed out by a cold but kind consciousness. That consciousness, in Luo Chen's cognition, can be called world consciousness, or the soul of the planet. If it is said in terms of the mysterious theory in the classics, there are two more popular words. Heavenly Dao. Because the time was too short, Luo Chen did not understand much of the true meaning of withering and flourishing, and was soon squeezed out of the ocean of vitality by the Heavenly Dao, and could not continue to comprehend more from it. But it was enough. If it is based on the practice habits of more than 200 years, it can be called entry. Now that you have entered, it will be much easier to comprehend in the future. The reason why he did not wake up later was that he had another understanding after leaving the ocean of vitality. However, this time he did not comprehend some mysterious law, but a spell related to combat. Along the way, Luo Chen did not create many spells by himself. And most of them were mixed from other people's spells, ancient books of predecessors, and some of his own understanding. For example, the explosion air step borrowed from the methods of the Blue Frost Demon King, the blazing sky 7 rings originated from the fire ring technique, a fire defense spell, and the ghost and god repellent was inspired by the wild beast ghost immortal tower. The demon lord's 7 scattered hands were even more of an excerpt and a compilation, and could not be considered as a self-creation at all. But this time, it was purely a self-creation. Luo Chen used the true meaning of withering and flourishing as the main idea, supplemented by the changes in mana, the 2 major prohibitions of darkness and brightness and the 7 basic formations, and even whose source of vitality was integrated into it. After all these, he finally realized the prototype of the new technique today. He named it, Withering and Flourishing Dao Finger. Thoughts flashed through his mind. The battle outside had already fallen into his eyes. As Luo Chen's finger fell, the black knife light that was chopped down on his HUD shrank inch by inch, and the mana attached to it strangely dissipated. Finally, it turned into a black knife and fled with a wail, but the strange power still followed it, and even affected its owner. After Qi Xiong Chang grasped the knife, his whole body trembled, and his eyes showed an incredible look. He found that his mana was decreasing and his nascent soul was withering. Especially the flesh body that was originally in the 3rd stage of body refining began to have a lot of vitality strangely dissipated, and he became old. No. This time, he did not hesitate at all and urged the illusion chess. A vortex emerged and enveloped it. As the figure gradually disappeared, a head of white hair was looming. On the other side, the green bamboo forest covering several miles of land withered visibly. Bamboo leaves scattered, green bamboo turned yellow, and even pieces of bamboo joints transformed by mana began to pop, like the sound of firecrackers. In Wang Yifu's astonishment, a cracking sound came from his soul. The bamboo stick that was originally severely damaged by the blood sword in the Battle of Sanhong Waterfall, cracks reappeared and expanded rapidly. Until, it broke into 2 pieces. This is his life magic weapon. The magic weapon was destroyed, and the connection established by hundreds of years of mind and soul sacrifice instantly backfired on himself. And that strange power, without the cover of the bamboo forest, finally fell on him. Even though he kept urging his magic power to resist, in just a few breaths, he turned from an old state to an old and frail one, like a dead tree, about to die. But these are not the key points. Luo Chen stared at the strange attack entangled with lightning and fire, which looked like a stream of fire and lightning. His magic fell on it, and the opponent was temporarily blocked. The huge finger transformed by the magic actually disappeared in turn. What kind of power is that, full of destructive breath, that can block my new magic? But it was only temporary. After only a breath of stalemate, the stream of fire and lightning suddenly collapsed. Puff! Shiju spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, looking at the huge finger in the air pressing down. His eyes were extremely crazy. Damn, failed again. He looked at Luo Chen hatefully, suddenly clasped his hands together, and then suddenly opened them. As his left and right hands opened, his body stretched wider and wider. Until, swish, a figure walked out of his body, with his hands and feet, and his head held high. He had the same face and breath as the original Shiju, but was more violent. As soon as the two figures appeared, they flew to the left and right. At this moment, Luo Chen hesitated a little. Then he saw fire and lightning flashing. Fire escape! Thunder escape! Luo Chen was surprised, and controlled the last strength of that finger and pointed at the figure flashing with lightning. Duh! A slight sound rang out in the void. The figure flashing with lightning was firmly pointed at by a finger, and fell to the ground powerlessly. But in mid-air, it suddenly stabilized its body, reappeared with lightning, and fled dozens of miles away. As for the other figure filled with fire, it had already disappeared. Luo Chen slowly withdrew his hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. Is this what he relies on? Thunder clone, and it is the second yuaning of the Thunder Dao. If so, it makes sense. People with split souls have many ways to change. Those who have a second yuaning have even more powerful magic power, far exceeding those of the same level. But if they have the legendary means of the immortal family, such as the incarnation, on top of these two, then their combat power is immeasurable. Especially, Shiju's two bodies, one fire and one thunder, are both extremely good at fighting. With such a trump card, he doesn't need a protector at all. He can travel all over the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven by himself. Even when he is practicing, he doesn't need others to protect him. It's understandable that Fu Qinglan, who had previously realized the power of the origin, is not Shiju's opponent. But unfortunately, he met himself. He has more combat experience in a higher realm than him, especially Luo Chen, who has also realized the true meaning of the law and created a spell based on it. Shiju can't be his opponent at all. Now that he has escaped, Luo Chen has no intention of chasing him. It's enough to defeat the opponent. In this cave, if Shiju is forced into a hurry, the worst that can happen is that he will trigger the phantom chess and leave. He can't be killed at all. Chasing the desperate enemy is futile, and it will only increase the hatred between them. If the Shi family is provoked to come to the rescue, it will not be good. Suddenly, he looked up and saw that the white eagle that was swooping down was fleeing rapidly. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Since you are here, how can I let you go? He did not make any extra movements, and still pointed out with one finger as before. The movement was not as big as before, but the residual momentum around was still there, and it was pointed at the white eagle in an instant. Only a mournful cry was heard. The white eagle exploded in the air. It turned into countless clouds and mists, and tried to condense quickly. But the power of Luo Chen's finger could not be resolved by gathering and dispersing qi. In the sky, a large group of white mist kept trying to condense, and then kept collapsing, and finally turned into a huge phantom core with clouds and mists flying towards Luo Chen. Grabbing the phantom core with one hand, Luo Chen glanced at Wang Yifu, who had no breath nearby, and then looked at Gu Yuan and the two people who were shocked in the distance, and smiled slightly. This matter is over, let's go. Fu Qinglan looked at Luo Chen with admiration and nodded gently. Yes. The two phantom chess pieces were activated at the same time, and two whirlpools suddenly emerged and sucked them in. But in a breath, the two figures disappeared. At this moment, the battlefield was in a mess. The fierce wind was still howling, and the vast ocean of ice and snow was beating against the broken walls and ruins. Gu Yuan stood there in a daze. It was not until Luo Chen and the others disappeared that he said in a hoarse voice, "Is that a magical power?" What is a magical power? The strong men of the divine transformation cultivator and even higher realms integrate the true meaning of the laws they have comprehended into their spells, and have great power that can reach the sky and the earth. This is a magical power. No one answered Gu Yuan. Gu Chen's knowledge was not as good as the former. The other party was immersed in the mystery of Luo Chen's previous finger. It not only has the power of magic, but also integrates the power of heaven and earth, and can even target the flesh of the cultivator. Such a terrifying method seems to be described only by the 7 great magical powers of Xiantian Dao sect in the rumor. But Luo Chen is just a cultivator in the early stage of Yuanying. He is also a casual cultivator with no background. He created a magical power by himself? Gu Chen took a deep breath, and his eyes swept across the lost Gu Yuan, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Perhaps there are many geniuses who appear once in 10 years or once in 100 years among the cultivators who entered the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven this time, but the real genius should be the deserted person who was supposed to be a green leaf. Such a genius, how could he remain unknown? He will surely be famous in the mountains and seas one day. Buzz. Buzz. 2 whirlpools suddenly appeared, and the originally chaotic hall became quiet. Everyone's eyes fell on the man and woman. Fu Chaosheng was the first to rush up, blocking everyone in front of him, and protecting the bloodstained Fu Qinglan behind him. But most of the surrounding cultivators were staring at Luo Chen. All kinds of different eyes. There were curiosity, surprise, admiration, and even anger. Especially the latter, which came from several Yuanying masters who did not hide their huge momentum at all. So many eyes that wanted to devour others pressed on Luo Chen, like a mountain. But Luo Chen just treated it as a breeze, and with a smile on his face that had regained his youthful appearance, he bowed to Fu Chaosheng. Dao Iao, Luo Mu is lucky to have fulfilled your mission. Fu Chaosheng quickly raised his hand. But before he could say anything, a sinister voice came. Ren Sanren Luo Chen, you need to give me an explanation for this matter. Luo Chen looked over, and it was an old man with a sinister face, who as the head of the Xiang family, the head of the 36 aristocratic families. He could even feel a sense of familiarity from the other party. Luo Chen remembered that when the 7 elders decided whether he should join Xiandi Peak, the aristocratic family representative was this person. He actually did not look sinister, but had a full forehead, harmonious facial features, and a majestic and graceful demeanor. But the anger in his eyes made everyone feel his mood at the moment, as if he wanted to cut Luo Chen into pieces. Fu Chaosheng gritted his teeth and stood up. In the competition, victory and defeat are common in the military. Besides, Xiangqi was not eliminated by Luo Chen. He just fought back and eliminated the angry King Kong. This speech was impeccable, because it was Shi Ju who eliminated Xiangqi. But others still have something to say. It was the head of the Lin family. We can't say whether it's a victory or a defeat. But is Luo Chen too cruel? It was a handsome middle-aged man. He was holding a corpse with a hollow chest and abdomen, with a sad face. It was the corpse of Lin Jingtang, and he was also the child he raised as his son. Fu Chaosheng wanted to say something, but the head of the Lin family glared at him angrily. My Lin family and your Fu family have been friends for generations. Fu Chaosheng was speechless. Luo Chen looked calm and his eyes slowly swept around. Most of the true disciples and protectors who were eliminated earlier were not here, but Qi Zongcheng, who came out almost at the same time as them, was slumped in a chair and had not had time to go out for treatment. I think he told these people about the cave heaven. Yes, in the 50 years of the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, Luo Chen made many enemies in order to protect Fu Qinglan. Especially in the last battle, with one finger, the 4 Yuanyings were injured, 1 escaped, and 2 died. Especially the 2 people who died. This was the largest number of deaths in the several cave heaven competitions in the past 3,000 years, except for the first one. No wonder they were so excited. The Xiang family, the Lin family, the Wang family, and the heads of the Xu family and the Gu family who had not spoken but were also staring at Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiled. Everyone, do you want to hold me accountable for my efforts to protect the Xiantian true teaching? If so, I'm afraid that the next round of protectors won't dare to let go in the next Dongshin competition in 500 years. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed. There were footsteps coming from the outer hall. The voices had arrived before the person entered. What Mr. Luo said is true. The protectors were invited by you to protect the great ways of the true teachings. You don't appreciate Mr. Luo's loyalty, but instead put pressure on him. Isn't that unworthy of the great clans? Kidung's Henren walked in. He represented the 5 foreign elders of Xian Fangzingmen, and he called Luo Chen Keking. The meaning is self-evident. The head of the Xiang family stepped out of the crowd and confronted Mr. Kidung's Henren. This matter is not the Stargate's turn to deal with. Mr. Kidung's Henren stroked his beard and looked past him at the 2 people behind him. Fellow Taoist Shi, fellow Taoist Gu, what do you think? The two of them were also among the 19 elders of Xiandi Peak Stargate. Under the gaze of Zhenren, the two were slightly silent. After all, although Luo Chen had offended two powerful families, Shiju and Gu Daosu had not been eliminated. At this time, it was not only unmannerly, but also unreasonable to attack. Luo Chen did not expect that the elder Kitten would speak for him in the name of Xiandi Peak Stargate at this time. At this moment, a divine thought enveloped the entire hall. In an instant, everyone knew who it was. Greetings to the sect master. Greetings to the sect master. The voices of worship sounded at the same time, but Mo Xiaozuo's divine thought did not respond to anyone, but fell on Fu Qinglan. After just observing for a moment, a chuckle came. Great! Fu Qinglan can enter the Zhuang Peak of Lank Mountain Range. After the words fell, the divine thought suddenly disappeared. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, each with a different expression. Only Fu Qiaosheng was overjoyed, his palms trembling, and the corners of his mouth trembling. That was the loss of composure caused by finally achieving what he had dreamed of for many years. He held Fu Qinglan's hand. Child, you can go to Zhuang Peak. Zhuang Peak is the real core of Xianitun Dao sect. It is the place where the great masters of the God Transformation Realm practice. Under the God Transformation Realm, if you want to enter, you must either make great contributions or have the potential to achieve the God Transformation Realm. Even a great cultivator in the late nascent soul realm cannot enter Zhuang Peak without permission. Either go to the Gulao clan or enter Xiandi Peak. It can be said that in Dao sect, the reputation of Zhuang Peak is even greater than that of Xiandi Peak. Fu Qinglan, who had been silent since he came out, smiled at this moment, patted his grandfather's hand, and looked at Luo Chen. Brother Luo, thank you. Haha, why thank me, it's just a small matter. Luo Chen laughed and left the hall with the 7 lamps elder. Eyes followed his back until he disappeared, but the loud laughter when he left still echoed in the ears. Everyone knew that Luo Chen could not be touched. With a guarantee of the forces from the outer continent of Xingmen, Fu Qinglan, who was about to enter the Zhuang Peak for cultivation and had the hope of becoming a god on the future, showed her close relationship with Luo Chen without any hesitation. Moreover, the divine thoughts of the Xianitun sect master swept over. Although he said nothing about Luo Chen, his silence explained everything. Some rules cannot be violated. Some anger can only be suppressed. As for hatred, it has to be swallowed with broken teeth. However, everyone looked at the rich grandfather and grandson with a touch of envy. How could they be so lucky? Chapter 768, Dao Body Revival, Change of Laws. While everyone was still envious of the future prospects of the rich grandfather and grandson, Zhenren envied Luo Chen from the bottom of his heart. It can even be said that he didn't even do the superficial work of beating around the bush, and directly stated his request. I wonder if Brother Luo Daoist can give up that Xianji pill. Luo Chen stopped at the mountain path. So that's why. No wonder, he was still wondering why Zhenren would stand up for him despite the pressure from so many families. It turned out that he had set his eyes on his Xianji pill. And the time was just right, not too early or too late. It was as if he had been waiting for him to come out, which showed that he had been planning for a long time. Zhenren took 2 more steps, and when he noticed that Luo Chen stopped, he also stopped. Turning back, he said frankly, you may not know that the Xianji pill is the key to our late nascent soul cultivator's promotion to the spiritualization stage. For your current realm, it is of no great use. Taking it can only increase your mana and improve 1 or 2 small realms. This kind of treasure is coveted by the Yuanhao cultivators, including those powerful people from big families. They just focused on the cave heaven competition before, and there were too many people around, so it was difficult to ask for it. When they come to their senses, someone will definitely come to you. By then, you will face the pressure from the big families, and maybe the great men from the Xianitun Dao sect will also be interested. You can't protect him. Luo Chen raised his mouth slightly and asked back, what about you, Elder? Can you protect him? Elder Kitten nodded confidently. Of course I can protect him. With my late nascent soul realm, with me being one of the 5 elders of the Stargate, and with this pill coming from the hands of the former Stargate Elder Dan Shen. Luo Chen nodded in understanding. With his own nascent soul realm in the early stage, and the identity of a newly arrived foreign affairs guest, it is indeed difficult to keep the Xianji pill. But no matter the strength or identity of the other party, or even the origin with a damn saint, the whole Hongzhou will not force him to take it. Seeing Luo Chen nod, Elder Kitten was delighted. You agree? Luo Chen suddenly asked, since this pill is so valuable, and even related to the key to our nascent soul promotion to the god transformation, what will you exchange for it? Elder Kitten hesitated for a moment, and wanted to use the favor he had spoken for the other party as a reward, but it was obvious that this wanderer was not such a stupid person. Even if he hadn't spoken before, as long as the Xianyun sect master appeared, no one dared to break the rules. Therefore, that favor was dispensable. But it was obvious that he was also fully prepared. I have practiced for more than 900 years in my life, and have traveled all over the 3 continents, collecting countless treasures. Daoyao has just become a Yuanying, and you are a casual cultivator. I think you lack a magic weapon. I have more than 10 magic weapons for you to choose from, and I also have a real killing weapon. Not only that, I also have 3 4th level exercises and a set of incomplete 5th level exercises, which are enough to meet the needs of Daoyao's practice in the Yuanying period. Daoyao, are you short of elixirs? As expected of a Yuanying for many years, Elder Kitten is indeed worth a lot of money. As soon as he opened his mouth, he offered all kinds of dazzling conditions. Finally, Daoyao is still a foreign affairs guest, and it is quite inconvenient for you to practice in Xiandi Peak. If you agree, I will persuade the other elders to make you a real guest of Zingmen, and even promote you to the position of worship after 200 years. Faced with the tempting conditions, Luo Chen was slightly silent. Because of this silence, Elder Kitten became more and more happy, which meant that the other party was tempted. However, the result. Sorry, I have already taken the pill. Elder Kitten was stunned, and then his face showed disbelief. Although you have been in the cave for 50 years, you have to protect. A strong momentum slowly emerged, and the old man's words stopped abruptly. The 3rd level of the nascent soul. He was not wrong, the other party was at the 3rd level of the nascent soul. Although the fluctuation of mana was a little impetuous, it was precisely because of that impetuousness that this soaring realm seemed more credible. Everyone knows that before entering the Mirage Dragon Cave, Luo Chen's realm was the 1st level of the nascent soul. But now, in 1 year in the outside world, the cave has soared 2 small realms in 50 years. That is definitely not something that can be obtained by hard work. Only by taking the wonderful elixir like the Xianyun Pill can it be achieved in one fell swoop. No wonder he can kill people in the cave, and no one is his opponent. The 3rd level of the nascent soul has the ability to crush his peers who have broken through for less than 100 years. But in this way, wouldn't his previous behavior seem so ridiculous in the eyes of the other party? Just when Kitten Zhenren was feeling dissatisfied, his expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously stepped back a few steps away from Luo Chen. No. More than that. There was a strange power slowly spreading beside Luo Chen. As soon as he was touched, he felt that his body, which was already too old and weak due to his age, had a sense of withering and aging. It was like an old tree shivering at the coming of autumn and winter. Kitten Zhenren swallowed his saliva. Have you realized it? Luo Chen smiled slightly and pinched a spell, and the emanating mana fluctuations and the true meaning of withering and flourishing were forcibly suppressed in his body. I'm sorry, although I am very tempted by the conditions you gave, I can't do anything about it. Elder Kitten opened his mouth and finally sighed. He always paid attention to the cave competition and rushed to trade with Luo Chen before others, but he was still a step late. Sure enough, if it is not destined, you can't force it. Shaking his head, the dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared. It is unknown whether his attitude changed because he could not get the Xianyun Pill or because Luo Chen showed the potential to comprehend the true meaning of the law in advance. If that's the case, then so be it. Luo Chen bowed his hands and thanked him sincerely. You spoke up for me before, and I will remember this favor. Elder Kitten forced a smile. That little favor was of little use. But Luo Chen's words were not finished. Just now you mentioned that you can upgrade my guest status to a formal guest. Is that true? Elder Kitten hummed, but he was not as enthusiastic as before. If you can still take out a precious pill like the Xianyun Pill, I will run around for you. Obviously, no. Even if Luo Chen still has a Yanfa pill that is more precious than the Xianyun Pill, he will never take it out. Perhaps realizing that his tone was a bit stiff, Elder Kitten adjusted his mentality a little and asked curiously, actually, at your age, it is not that important whether you are a guest official of the Stargate or not. It is indeed not that important to me personally. A piece of spiritual land and a cave are enough. But Luo Chen nodded first, and then changed the subject. But Luo is not completely alone. I also have Taoist companions, disciples, and spiritual pets and servants. They also need a place to stand. So that's it. Master Kitten understood what the other party meant instantly. Compared with the guest official of foreign affairs, the official guest official of the Stargate still has some power. One of the points is that you can introduce close people to the Stargate. Even if they don't practice in Shyandi Peak, the Dao sect can plan a site for them to live. And if Luo Chen stays in the Stargate for 500 years, his descendants will have the opportunity to enter the Shyanitan Dao sect to practice. Obviously, Luo Chen sought the status of a formal guest official for this reason. Kidding's Henren thought about it, perhaps considering that the other party showed potential that was no less than Shyanitan's henchman at such a young age, he decided to sell it on the good side and reveal some inside information. This matter is not difficult. The reason why you cannot become an official guest official is that you are too young and have not made any achievements. Right now, there is a great opportunity for you to become an official guest official with your merits. Great opportunity. Luo Chen was startled and remembered something. Before he entered the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, he met Wei Yuanhong through the introduction of Elder Kitten. The other party has indeed filled the vacancy of Dan Sheng's ascension and has become one of the 19 elders of Shyandi Peak. At that time, the other party also said something similar in order to win over Luo Chen. He said that he came at the right time. And now, Elder Kitten also said so. I wonder what that opportunity is. Elder Kitten took a deep breath and stopped speaking orally, but transmitted the message through his consciousness. Shyanitan Dao sect has decided to send troops to Bihei and Zimo continents after the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven is closed. The former is to conquer the Bihei cultivation world and incorporate it into the Shyanitan territory. You came from Bihei, so you must be familiar with that place. At that time, you will go to Bihei with the Shyanitan army to attack cities and strongholds for Shyanitan, and open up mountains and seas. With your ability, the so-called merit will surely be easy to get. When the time comes, as a meritorious person, I will speak for you on the Zingman side, and Fu Qinglin on the Dao sect side will not be stingy to speak a few good words for you. In this way, not only will you be officially a guest official, but even the position of worship will be within your reach. After saying that, Elder Kitten had nothing to say, and left somewhat uninterested. After he left, Luo Chen frowned slightly. He had expected that Shyanitan Dao sect might send troops to Bihei. But would he still have to go back to Bihei? Since Luo Chen left the cave heaven, the passage of time felt slower. It's not a change in lifespan, but waiting for such things always makes people feel like the days are passing by like years. The competition is still going on. As long as the true disciples inside haven't come out, or haven't fallen, it has to continue. After a rough calculation, the people inside can at least hold on for 50 years before reaching the limit, which is half a year in the outside world. Only after everyone comes out will the so-called competition ranking be evaluated to determine the sect's rewards. But no matter what, Fu Qinglin, who was the first to realize the true meaning of the law and came out in advance, is already the first place. This also means that Luo Chen has fulfilled his promise to Fu Chaosheng perfectly and even beyond imagination. At the same time, it also means that Luo Chen has no worries in Zongzhou. Regarding the Shyanitan Dao sect's expedition to the North Sea and the expansion of territory, Luo Chen thought seriously in private and found that it was indeed a good opportunity for him. He is not unfamiliar with the North Sea, and there are still many grievances that have not been resolved. If he goes to the army as a guest of the Stargate, he can kill two birds with one stone. But before that, he still planned to go back to the East Wilderness and bring back those people in his memory that were about to become blurred to Zongzhou. Luo Chen had already roughly decided on the day of departure. When the competition ended, it would be the time for him to leave Zongzhou and return to the East Wilderness. At present, the changes in the outside world and the discussions about Luo Chen, Fu Qinglin and others had nothing to do with him. Alone, he quietly practiced in cave number 78 of Shyandi Peak. Just like the cultivation level he showed in front of Elder Kitten before, at this moment, he was indeed at the third level of the nascent soul. But it was different from what Elder Kitten thought when he first entered the third level of the nascent soul. His realm was really improved a little too fast. He had been hovering at the peak of the first level of the nascent soul for a long time, and he also used the withering and flourishing divine prohibition to suppress the rapid improvement of his cultivation. After entering the cave, within a few years, He naturally promoted to the second level of the nascent soul. In the next few decades, he was basically consolidating his realm. Logically speaking, Luo Chen would be satisfied with his realm improvement to this point. But at the time of enlightenment, he entered the deep sea of vitality in this world. After realizing the true meaning of withering and flourishing, he received a return of vitality. That is the essence of this world. It is a collection of spiritual energy. Even if ordinary people get the return of vitality, they will not be able to perfectly refine it due to the different properties of the cultivation of magic power, and can only absorb a part of it. However, Luo Chen absorbed 80% to 90%. The huge vitality directly pushed his realm to the third level of the nascent soul in one breath, and even climbed to the fourth level of the nascent soul at one time. In this case, Luo Chen initially thought that it was caused by the promotion of the withering and flourishing true fire to the fifth level, but later found that it was caused by his own physique. At this moment, Luo Chen looked at the attribute panel, and the 5 spirits Dao body entry that had been quietly hidden next to the fire spirit body for a long time was faintly emitting light. Why is it bright? Is it due to the realization of the true meaning of the law? But my withering and flourishing true meaning is also the true meaning of the law of fire attribute, shouldn't it, huh? In the cave, Luo Chen showed a very rare look of surprise. This was the first time he opened the attribute panel after his epiphany. He originally wanted to see his true situation through the data on the panel, and was also curious about why the 5 spirits Dao body suddenly awakened. But the changes on the panel were somewhat unexpected. Not only was there a new attribute term, law, but the prefix of true meaning of withering and flourishing below the term was not fire, but wood. This really caught Luo Chen off guard. Since he switched to the fire attribute in the Jinden period, he has abandoned all other attributes for more than 160 years and only immersed himself in the fire system. Logically speaking, the true meaning of the law he realized should also be of the fire attribute. But this true meaning of withering and flourishing is indeed classified as wood attribute on the attribute panel. He, Luo Chen, may be wrong, but the attribute panel has never been wrong. So why is this the case? Luo Chen pondered. Is it because I focused on the wood attribute when I was refining key and building my foundation? My foundation is in wood. Or was it that I was influenced by Fu Qinglin, who comprehended the origin of wood in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven? Or, does the withering and flourishing true fire itself have attributes and is classified as wood? If that's the case, then it's understandable that the withering and flourishing true meaning is classified as wood. After all, when I was comprehending, what I saw and heard were mostly the transformation of life and death, the growth and decline of all things, not the explosion and tyranny of fire, but more like the withering and flourishing of wood. In this way, I can understand the awakening of the 5 spirits Dao body. I broke free from the shackles of the fire spirit body and comprehended the true meaning of other laws. Does that mean that if I can comprehend the true meaning of the laws of other attributes, the 5 spirits Dao body can be fully awakened and cover the fire spirit body? Faintly, Luo Chen seemed to see a way to rebuild the Dao body. Even if that path seemed a little illusory, even too ambitious. Just when Luo Chen was about to study the changes on the attribute panel carefully to adjust his next training plan, his cave welcomed the first visitor. Luo Chen's mind moved, and he stretched out his hand and a sound transmission note flew in. After a while, Luo Chen stared at the old man in front of him with a smile on his face. Friend Fu, you have kept it a secret from me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769, Formation Book and Sword Scripture, Return to the East Desert. Fellow Taoist Fu, you have kept this from me for so long. He said faintly, like an accusation, a complaint, and mixed with emotion. The other party once said that the competition would take at most a year or two. In fact, it was true. According to the time of the Mountain and Sea Realm, only half a year had passed. But Luo Chen had spent a full 50 years in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. The lifespan that slipped away was also a real 50 years. Fu Chaosheng looked ashamed and bowed to Luo Chen. I'm sorry, Fu did something wrong this time. Luo Chen slightly turned sideways and refused to accept the gift. He paced slightly in the mansion. Your boss doesn't have to do this. Now Qinglin has entered the Zhuoying Peak, and there is hope for the future to become a spirit. How can I accept this great gift? Fu Chaosheng looked a little embarrassed. This time, the two sides cooperated, and he didn't tell Luo Chen in advance, but Luo Chen still tried his best. The difference between the two was obvious. Although it is said that a gentleman can be deceived, the current situation is a little different. Luo Chen's performance in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven exceeded everyone's expectations. Many people hated him, but there were even more people who liked him. Now in the Xiantian Dao sect, I don't know how many families are waiting to recruit Luo Chen. If Luo Chen really turned to other families, the Fu family would make a big joke. However, compared with other families, the Fu family also has advantages. That is, Fu Chaosheng understands Luo Chen's needs better. Swish. 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 3 things appeared in front of Luo Chen. A book, a scroll, and a gourd. What is this? Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 objects. Fu Chaosheng introduced them one by one. This book is called The Immortal Secret of the Stone Chamber. It was written by an elder of our sect 2,000 years ago. It records hundreds of formations of all sizes. It has all grades from 1 to 4, and even records a set of incomplete 5th grade defensive formations. That senior had some connection with my rich family when he was young, and he engraved a copy and gave it to my rich family before he passed away. This jade slip records a set of sword scriptures. Its name is 1,000 Sky and 10,000 Transformations Sword Scripture. Although it was not created by a strong man of our sect, it was written by a great god in ancient times, and it does not stick to the difference between sword pills and flying swords. If this sword scripture can be mastered, it will be enough to dominate the same level. My granddaughter also practiced this sword scripture, but she lacks the murderous nature, so she can only achieve a small success, and she can't be said to be invincible. As for this gourd, you should be very familiar with it. It contains the soul essence of tens of millions of people. However, I left a method of refining soul essence on it, and it is the orthodox refining method of Yuanmo sect. The words were told slowly. After the words fell, the house was silent. Luo Chen finally turned around and looked at Fu Chaosheng seriously. Our cooperation has ended. Although I have suffered a loss, the compensation you gave me before is more than enough. These things are unnecessary. Yes, Luo Chen was indeed angry that the other party did not tell him the speed of time beforehand. But with his efforts, it only took him 50 years to leave the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, so his loss was not that big. Especially after he came out, Fu Chaosheng did not burn the bridge after crossing the river, and still spoke for him. So far, he has calmed down. The previous gesture was just to see the other party's true attitude. If Fu Chaosheng left in anger, the friendship between the two sides would end here, and Luo Chen would not have any contact with him in the future. If he continued to apologize, Luo Chen would not insist and would just let it go. But he never expected that the other party would give such a big gift. Fu Chaosheng smiled slightly. These are not rewards or compensation. They are just gifts for me to invite you to become the worshipper of my Fu family. The worshipper of the Fu family? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Although Kinglin has realized the true meaning of the law and entered the Zuoying Peak, the road to transformation is still long. And I will not live long. After 100 years, I will be nothing but a handful of yellow earth. By then, such a big Fu family will be poor without the help of other Yuanying's Henrun. Fu Chaosheng's face was full of red, and he said enthusiastically, if Dao Yao is willing to become the worshipper of my Fu family, I believe the situation will be very different. I hope Dao Yao will accept it. Luo Chen was thoughtful. The other party was making plans for his afterlife. That's why he paid such a heavy gift. His eyes swept over the 3 gifts. Except for the gourd containing the soul essence, he seemed to see the shadow of Fu Kinglin in the other 2 gifts. Formation Book, Sword Scripture. Formation Way, Sword Way. Only Fu Kinglin, who had been with him for 50 years, knew his strengths and weaknesses. He was good at formations, but he didn't have any powerful formations to show off. The defensive formation set up in the cave was broken by even Qi Xiong Chang with 1 palm. He had the flying sword Yuan Tu, which was comparable to a spiritual treasure, but he was very crude in using it. He still relied on force to suppress others, and relied on his own research for skills. If he could learn from all orthodox sword classics, he would be able to maximize the power of the Yuan Tu sword. Luo Chen pursed his lips and accepted the 3 gifts. You are thoughtful. The words you showed that Luo Chen understood the origin of these gifts. Fu Chaosheng laughed happily. Fellow Taoist Luo, you have worked hard in the cave, so take a good rest. I won't bother you anymore. I'll see you off. Both of them left the cave with smiles. Luo Chen saw them off for a long distance before returning alone. Fu Chaosheng was flying slowly, smiling. I think this picture of him chatting and laughing would be seen by many people. By then, no one would think of poaching his rich family. The only pity was that Kinglin rejected the proposal to become a dual cultivation partner with Luo Chen, otherwise they could have bound each other more deeply. But when I proposed this suggestion, Kinglin was obviously a little moved. Why did she refuse in the end? Fu Chaosheng was a little puzzled. He could see that Fu Kinglin had some affection for Luo Chen in her eyes. Especially when she said Brother Luo in public, it couldn't be fake at all. But after entering Zhuang Peak, her attitude changed dramatically. In the cave, Luo Chen took out 3 more things and examined them carefully. Especially on the method of refining soul essence engraved on the gourd, he stayed for a long time. It's actually refined like this, it's too vicious and hurts the harmony of heaven. After writing down the refining method, Luo Chen sighed. He also understood why the Yuanmo sect did not refine the soul essence themselves, but instead assigned this task to other North Sea monks. If the soul essence was really refined in such a big way, not only would the North Sea monks be resentful, even the other 4 continents' holy places would not be able to accommodate the Yuanmo sect. Now that Fu Chaosheng had taught him how to fish, he had to use this method with caution. Putting away the 3 treasures, Luo Chen exhaled a breath and continued what he had not finished before. With a thud, the attribute panel hung in front of him like a waterfall. Lifespan: 280/1500, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, constitution, fire spirit body, 5 spirits Deo body hidden, realm, nascent soul level 3, 79/100, ancient level 440th, 100, law, true meaning of withering and flourishing, wood 1/100, skills, proficient in withering and flourishing Deo Sutra 135/200, great perfection of 10,000 Deo's convergence, Grand Master of 10,000 Beast Sutra 510/1000, Master of Soul Splitting Skill 201, 300, spells, Grand Master of Fire Phoenix Blazing the Field 620, 1000, Grand Master of Flame Dragon Descent 501, 1000, Withering and Flourishing Deo Finger, Divine Power, Physical Skills, Great Perfection of Exploding Sky Step, Great Perfection of 90,000 Miles. Grand Master of Demon Lord 7 Sanshao 875/1000, Soul Art, Mirror Flower and Water Moon Great Perfection, God Scaring Art Great Perfection, God Confusing Art Great Perfection, Ghost Scaring Art Proficient 110/200, Opening Grass Art Perfect 385/500, with just one glance. Luo Chen looked at the new entry column again. The true meaning of the wood element law, withering and flourishing, was clearly displayed there, proving that Luo Chen was not dazzled. It was also the appearance of this new entry that made the long-hidden 5 spirits Deo body glimmer. And there was more than one new entry. In the spell column, there was an additional, withering and flourishing Deo index. This was exactly the new technique that Luo Chen created. But unexpectedly, this technique did not have a progress display of proficiency at all. This was the first time in Luo Chen's nearly 300 years of cultivation. And there was also the word divine power suffixed to the entry. Could it be that this new technique I have realized is not an ordinary spell, but a divine power technique recorded in the classics? Luo Chen hesitated. If that were the case, it would be understandable that there was no progress bar. Such magical powers could never be enhanced by mechanical proficiency. To make it stronger, only when the core of this technique, that is, the true meaning of the law, becomes stronger, can it become stronger. But Luo Chen took a look at the progress bar of the true meaning of withering and flourishing, and it was only at the entry level, so he gave up the idea of enhancing the power of the true meaning of withering and flourishing. It was too difficult. To understand this true meaning, he borrowed the power of the fire spirit of withering and flourishing. As for how to practice the true meaning of the law, he was even more confused and had no idea where to start. After all, there was still no inheritance from the master. If he could also practice in Zhuang Peak and have the guidance of the great master of transformation, he would not be so helpless. With a sigh, Luo Chen returned his attention to the beginning of the panel. As expected, his lifespan was the same as before in the cave. It was 280 years old, not 230 years old, which was only half a year in the outside world. This also means that the 50 years in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven were real, not illusory. Then, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the realm column. Compared with the true meaning of the law, which is hard to start with, the realm that can be seen and touched is more reliable. However, this realm of the third level of the nascent soul, which is even close to the fourth level, seems unstable no matter how you look at it. My foundation is unstable. Luo Chen looked at the panel and felt a large amount of floating mana in the purple mansion, and came to this conclusion. Even the body of the nascent soul, although it has grown a little, is not solid. The reason for all this is because of the hasty absorption of a large amount of heaven and earth energy. In the past, Luo Chen's every bit of mana was obtained through thousands of tempers, and 1 point of mana could be 5 or 7 points of the same level of cultivators. That's why his magic was so domineering and invincible. But now this floating mana has become a hidden danger. The focus of the next practice must be changed. Restart the God of Withering and Flourishing, suppress the realm, and temper the mana at the same time. With a thought, Luo Chen put away the panel, and the little nascent soul in the purple mansion pinched the spiritual formula. One after another, restrictions emerged and floated outside. With a click of the little man's fingers, all the restrictions fell on the surface of the Yuanying body, and then gradually disappeared into it. When the Kurong divine restraint reappeared, Luo Chen's Yuanying became wrinkled again, but this time, his appearance did not change much under his deliberate control. And those huge mana that had not been tempered, under Luo Chen's control, separated from the Yuanying and flew towards a small green tree nearby. The small tree was only 3 inches tall, but the branches and leaves were lifelike. It was the Kurong True Fire. Unlike the illusory fire tree in the past, the small tree at this moment was extremely solid, and the whole was composed of huge Yuan Qi and fire spirit. And its realm was also a real 5th level. However, at this moment, the Kurong fire spirit was also restricted by the Kurong divine restraint, and its consciousness was sealed. It was not Luo Chen's intention, but the Kurong fire spirit's request. There is a threat to it on Xiandi Peak. Therefore, the Kurong fire spirit asked Luo Chen to suppress him until he left Xiandi Peak. Although I can't use you to fight now, it's not a problem to borrow you for cultivation. Luo Chen smiled slightly and drove all the impetuous mana to the vicinity of the green tree. The fire spirit seemed to have noticed it, and when its branches and leaves stretched out, it took in a stream of mana. And when it breathed in and out, it exhaled a wisp of more pure mana to be absorbed by Luo Chen's nascent soul. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was full of joy. He hadn't had a chance to test the combat power of the 5th level, Withering and Flourishing True Fire. But the other party could already provide great help in his cultivation. The mana absorbed by the fire tree would become more pure, and the fire spirit would not erase the mark of Luo Chen's soul on those mana. Not only that, Luo Chen could even feel that if he absorbed spiritual energy from the outside world, the fire tree could also help him purify and refine it. These functions were not available before. Even if Luo Chen occasionally used the Withering and Flourishing True Fire to refine mana magic weapons, it would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also cause great losses. How could it be like this now, where he didn't need to worry at all? The fire spirit could help him complete this step, and the fire spirit controlled its own power, without consuming Luo Chen's mana. In this way, Luo Chen could save a lot of time. And he wouldn't waste this time in vain. The set of Stone Chamber Immortal Secret and 1000 Sky 10,000 Transformation Sword Sutra sent by Fu Chaoshen became his research target. While Luo Chen was tempering his mana and practicing formation swordsmanship, the competition in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven was still going on. Because of the previous actions of the 7 Lamps Elder and Fu Chaoshen, no one, whether it was the cultivators of Xiandi Peak or the major families, came to Luo Chen again. Everyone knew that the Xianji Pill was gone. Luo Chen was also completely bound to the Fu family. But it didn't mean that no one came to Luo Chen. For example, a month later, Luo Chen received a special guest, who was Xianzhen's Henren who had fought with him before. The other party protected Yu Su in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven for decades, but finally failed. The fault was not with Xianzhen, the protector. It was really that Yu Su didn't have that opportunity. The black energy in the phantom chest was full and she was forced to withdraw. Luo Chen later took the time to ask Fu Chaoshen, who said that Yu Su might be eager for quick success and quick profit. When absorbing the inspiration in the phantom core, he also absorbed a lot of Mirage Dragon energy, which led to the fact that the time was not full, but he was still forced to leave the cave. In short, Xianshan's Henren did nothing wrong and ended this journey of protecting the way. After coming out, he visited Luo Chen. The two of them didn't have any big hatred. In the future, they will practice together in Xiandi Peak. It's right to build a good relationship. This meeting lasted for half a day. Luo Chen learned a lot of anecdotes about southern Xinjiang from the other party, and he also told the other party some of his experiences in Bihei. So far, it's over. Yu Su's elimination kicked off the prelude to the end of the competition. Not long after, Lin Bufan also activated the Phantom Chess and returned to the Mountain and Sea world. What disappointed the head of the Lin family was that he did not realize the power of the law. It has nothing to do with qualifications, nor with others. It was just that when he was practicing with the Phantom Caller, his inspiration leaked out, which attracted the attack of the Phantom Beast. He did not have Lin Jingtang to protect him. In order to survive, he was forced to urge the Phantom Chess to leave the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. After Lin Bufan, it was Gu Daosu. Unexpectedly, there was no one to protect him, but Gu Daosu succeeded. In this regard, Fu Chaosheng explained to Luo Chen that the other party had a black chess piece given by the chess saint Ke Lianshan, and he was infinitely close to success, so he could realize the power of the origin again after the second epiphany. In this way, there are only 4 true disciples left in the cave heaven. And there is only 1 month left. In the cave heaven, it is less than 10 years. Kenju, Gu Yuan, and Langyan Mengian succeed at that time? Luo Chen no longer cares about all this, and he found the elder kitten. When he explained his purpose, the elder kitten was a little surprised. The battle in the North Sea will start as soon as the competition is over. Are you going to the East Desert at this time? Chapter 770, Send troops to the North Sea, right now. Is he leaving? In a quiet secret room, Fu Qinglin slowly opened his eyes. Fu Chaosheng, who had just entered, nodded. Fu Qinglin pursed her lips and asked faintly, is he going to find his Taoist partner? Fu Chaosheng sighed, indeed. Before, I only thought he was a casual cultivator from the North Sea, and the pets and followers following him were all from the North Sea. But I didn't expect that he was actually from the East Wasteland. If he didn't take the initiative to say it, I'm afraid we would still be kept in the dark. East Wasteland, a casual cultivator from the wasteland. Fu Qinglin muttered the Taoist name that Luo Chen had chosen for himself, and couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that from the beginning, Luo Chen had made it clear that he was with him. And thinking that the other party personally told his grandfather that he already had a Taoist partner, Fu Qinglin could only sigh that the decision he made before was correct. Not to mention whether Luo Chen was willing to marry into the Fu family, the fact that she already had a wife and concubine meant that she was destined not to share a husband with others. When will he leave? Fu Chaosheng said, he has already reported to the elders of the 7 lamps of the Stargate and has already left the Xiandi Peak. But before leaving Hongzhou, he has to go back to the Wangwu Mountains. Bring along his pets and followers, and hand over the large amount of cultivation resources I prepared for him earlier. After hearing this, Fu Qinglin sighed, he is still so thoughtful. Then, he fell into a long silence. Fu Chaosheng didn't say much, but when he looked at his granddaughter from time to time, he felt a sense of alienation and strangeness. The other party has changed a lot since she came out of the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. Not only has she changed in her cultivation realm, but also in her personality. She has become much more mature. Especially after entering the Zuoying Peak, this change has become even greater. Of course, this change is good in Fu Chaosheng's view. His lifespan is coming to an end, and it is impossible for him to protect his granddaughter for the rest of his life. If Qinglin can take on the responsibility early, it will naturally be a blessing. Suddenly, a yellowed animal skin booklet appeared in the woman's hand. Give this book to him. Fu Chaosheng frowned. Why do you need to give him another gift? Although he has given us 50 years of his life, he has already gained a lot from us. Especially last time, according to your wishes, I sent him the formation book and sword manual. As he spoke, his eyes fell on the animal skin book, and his expression was stunned. Zongmiao collection? Isn't this your favorite set of chess manuals? Fu Qinglin stroked the yellowed pages of the book, which were tanned by the fur of an unknown monster, and there was a bit of reluctance in her eyes. But when she thought of Luo Chen's clumsy appearance when he played chess with him, she couldn't help but smile slightly. It's just a set of chess manuals, which can be bought everywhere in Hongzhou. It's even more of a small matter for me now. I'll give it to him as a farewell. I hope that when we meet again in the future, his chess skills will not be so bad." As she spoke, she waved her hand gently. Zongmiao collection floated in front of Fu Chaosheng. Fu Chaosheng said nothing more this time. It was just an ordinary chess book. Zongmiao was not short of such books. The Zongmiao collection might be a little special because it came from the upper realm, but that was all. In the final analysis, it was still just a miscellaneous book that had nothing to do with the cultivation of the great Dao. I will have someone take the teleportation array to bring the chess book back to the family and give it to Luo Chen. But have you, the sect master and the ancestors, arranged it? Fu Qinglan smiled. Grandpa, don't worry about me. Now that I have entered Zhuoang Peak, Qinglan will be able to achieve the great Dao. We just need to wait for the remaining few people to come out of the cave, and the sect will reward them according to their rankings. That will be soon. Fu Chaosheng stroked his beard, looking forward to that day. And that day did come very quickly. About half a year later, two figures appeared in the main hall of Xiandi Peak at the same time. One man and one woman. The man was Long Yuan's Hunren, and the woman was Zhenshan Mingayan. And the result was a bit surprising. Long Yuan's Hunren, who was favored by many people, did not succeed in realizing the power of origin. Instead, Ming Yan, who came from the master-disciple lineage, made great achievements. At that time, in Ming Yan's words, it was Long Yuan's Hunren who was injured by Luo Chen at Sanhong Waterfall, so that it was difficult for him to realize it later. But in the eyes of those representatives of the aristocratic families with vicious eyes, it was clear that Long Yuan's Hunren became a stepping stone for the master-disciple lineage. Now the master-disciple lineage has one more prodigy who has realized the power of origin, and there is hope for revitalization from now on. However, the Liu family, the poor family from which Long Yuan's Hunren came, has stopped its rise. Even if it is promoted to an aristocratic family in the future, it is only the most ordinary aristocratic family. It is hard to say whether it can keep its lintel intact after 1,000 years. After them, Gu Yuan also came out. And the result was equally surprising. Gu Yuan did not realize the power of origin. You know, according to the true teachings that came out earlier, Gu Yuan did not encounter any obstacles from beginning to end, and his protector Gu Chen even protected him all the way. It was so smooth sailing, but he was not as good as Fu Qinglan, Gu Daosu and Mingayan. What was even more surprising was that under such circumstances, the old patriarch of the Gu family, who had always been strict, did not blame Gu Yuan at all, but praised him for doing a good job. This kind of discord made everyone confused. But this doubt did not last long. Because the Mirage Dragon Cave heaven began to close. Under the Xiandi Peak, the clouds and mist in the passing river began to be recovered and sank into the big mouth. Everyone left the hall together and looked at the entrance of the cave heaven. There was still one person who had not come out yet. Just when the cave heaven was about to be completely closed, a golden sun slowly emerged from the entrance. It was Shiju. Not to mention the congratulations of everyone, Shiju swept around with his eyes like torches, but did not see the person he wanted to see. Hide. At this time, a vicissitudes of life voice slowly sounded. The cave heaven is closed, and the broken K is gone. Everyone set up the escape light without thinking and left the Xiandi Peak. The Xiandi Peak, which had been bustling for a year before, suddenly became quiet. Countless people's attention was focused on the Qingyuan Square in the Lankai Mountains. Thousands of brilliant lights, golden jade steps. One after another, the figures of the disciples who participated in this competition appeared on the jade steps. Everyone looked up until the sect leader Mo Xiaozu appeared. He waved his hand, and the boy behind him took out a scroll and slowly unfolded it. Zheling, ranked 10th in the Jiandan competition, awarded 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, a medium-grade Taoist robe, 5 bottles of Qianhudan, and can enter the Sutra library to study for 15 days. Li Zizhuang, ranked 9th in the Jiandan competition, awarded 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, a medium-grade Taoist robe, 10 bottles of Qianhudan, and can enter the Sutra library to study for 15 days. Liu Changfeng. As the names were read one by one, everyone and the family behind them were excited. Especially Liu Changfeng, the young man of the poor Liu family, was able to rank among the top 10, which was really glorious for the family. Those rewards were fine, but the half-month time to study in the Sutra library was precious. Because, after entering, not only can you find the right skills, But you can also learn some powerful spells, and even these things can be passed down in the family. The failure of Master Long Yuan had already cast a shadow on the future of the Liu family. With the supplement of Liu Changfeng, some of the haze was finally washed away. Master Long Yuan, who was standing outside the Jade Steps, looked a little better. Next, the ranking rewards of the Jinden disciples were distributed one after another. But starting from the 6th place, the front was basically all disciples of wealthy families. Only when it came to the 2nd place, there was an accident. The 2nd place was surnamed Wang. From the Wang family of Bachuan, that is, the Wang family where the true disciple who was forced out of the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven by Luo Chen's sword was. This person is quite extraordinary. He traveled alone with a sword around the periphery of the cave heaven and hunted a large number of 3rd-level fantasy beasts. His dazzling degree is not inferior to that of the disciples of wealthy families. But Master Long Yuan didn't pay attention to these. His eyes were only on the top 2 rows of the Jade Steps. In the 2nd row, there were 3 people. Among Gu Daosu, Shiju was on the right, and the back of the woman on the left made him look extremely complicated. Did he spend 100 years in the North Sea just to make her successful? Mingyuan seemed to be able to feel the burning gaze behind her, but she did not move. Shiju on the right was quite agitated, and kept looking around. That person did not show up. At this grand ceremony, he still did not show up. Representatives of other families, as well as the guardians of the Yuanying True Transmission, were all present, except Luo Chen. Hidden. You can't hide. You hurt my thunder clone and ruin my plan of practicing thunder and fire together. I will definitely seek revenge from you. While muttering in his heart, he finally cast his eyes on the graceful woman in front of him. Bitch. These 2 words were not hidden, but uttered in a low voice. Fu Qinglan seemed not to notice, and just stood there, but her waist was straighter. She had faced Shiju before. She had seen how embarrassed he was under Luo Chen's hands. The cowardice in the past had long since disappeared. Moreover, now she is no longer the former Fu Qinglan, but the first in the competition, the first among her peers to enter the Zhuaoying Peak for cultivation. Shiju, who has realized the power of the origin, is given the Yan'an True Clothes, Taidan, and enters the Zhuaoying Peak to learn the Shangsun Dongming Yan'an Sutra. In the Sutra Library, he is granted the magical power of Heoi Ichixia Oki. The boy's voice was clear and distant. As soon as it came out, everyone was shocked. Even if it was expected, it still made countless people envious when they really heard about this reward. However, Shiju himself had a gloomy face. It shouldn't be like this. According to the plan, he could choose the 2 magical powers of thunder and fire to practice together. This is definitely the first time in Xianitun Dao sect. Everything was ruined by that man. Above Qingyan, Mo Xiaozu glanced at Shiju, who was showing his emotions, and couldn't help sighing. To cultivate with thunder and fire, and try to comprehend the supreme law, even if it is a seedling cultivated since childhood, it still won't work. Especially, this character. These words were not spoken to himself, but to someone else. Soon, someone responded to him. In terms of character, it is true that we protected Shiju too well. But it was Fu Qinglan's protector who caused his failure. Another voice joined in. Luo Chen? That kid is pretty good. He is valued by Chu Yan and has realized the true meaning of the law. In the future, he may become a banner of Xiandi Peak. Mo Xiaozuo disagreed with this. You think wrong. Luo Chen's path has gone astray. Did he go astray? Several fellow disciples did not refute Mo Xiaozuo. They could see that the true meaning of the law that Luo Chen had realized was indeed not in line with his own path. At least, Luo Chen could not echo the vitality of heaven and earth. Mo Xiaozuo said again, let's stop the experiment on Shiju, unless he can comprehend the origin of thunder by himself. After that, he stopped participating in the discussion of several fellow disciples. The boy beside him read out the reward for the first Yuanying Zhenshun Fu Qinglan. Fu Qinglan, for comprehending the power of the origin, is given the Sala True Cloth, the Te Pill, and is allowed to enter the Zhuaoying Peak to study the King Muziling Hua Sheng Sutra. In the Sutra Library, he is given the Divine Power Great Heavenly Creation Seal. In addition, he can be accepted as a disciple of the old ancestor Chunin and practice for 100 years. After the words fell, everyone was shocked. If the previous rewards were already generous, it would not be surprising with the foreshadowing of the previous 3 people. But the personal teaching of the powerful Huashen, this reward is too heavy. Xian'an Dao sect is different from the Huishan holy places in the other 4 continents of Shanhe realm. It is not a master-disciple inheritance, but a family inheritance. Even if you worship into the Dao sect, you still have to rely on yourself to practice most of the time. The teaching of the sect is mostly by high-level monks, and everyone is treated equally. But now, Fu Qinglan, a mere nascent soul, can receive personal instruction from a great master who has been in the God of Transformation for 100 years. Given time, he may become the new generation of the God of Transformation. For a moment, everyone stared at Fu Qinglan's back with envy, wishing to replace him. Under the attention of the crowd, the woman bowed slightly and uttered a clear voice. "Thank you, sect master, thank you, sect." In her mind, the figure in white robes flashed through her mind, and she should thank him more. At this point, the competition was completely over. Mo Xiaozuo waved his hand, and the boy closed the scroll and left. The old man looked down at the densely packed monks at the foot of the mountain with a calm expression. But the words he said were earth-shattering. "Our sect has been in this world for 10,000 years. Our ancestors worked hard to open up new territories and conquer the rich land of Zongmiao from countless wild beasts and monsters for us to live and practice. After the ancient times, 3,000 years have passed. With the rich resources of Zongmiao, our sect has stood on the top of the mountains and seas and looked down on the 4 continents. But the huge Zongmiao is no longer able to support our continued practice. It happened that the monsters in the North Sea were in chaos and there was no leader. Someone had to stand up and turn the tide. Now is the best time for us to inherit the will of our predecessors and carry forward the sect. Therefore, we will send troops to the North Sea right now." The matter of marching into the North Sea had been agreed upon by the major families in Zongmiao long before the competition. At this moment, it was completely determined by the sect master. For a while, after Mo Xiaozuo finished speaking, a response like a tsunami rang out at the foot of Qingyan Mountain. "Send troops to the North Sea, right now. Send troops to the North Sea, right now. Send troops to the North Sea, right now." In Wangwu Mountain. Unlike the bustling Lank Mountains, this place is exceptionally quiet amid the crisp tapping of the abacus. Luo Chen quietly watched Xiangxuan and the wealthy cultivator hand over more than a dozen storage bags of cultivation resources. The number of spirit stones involved should be in the billions. After this incident, Luo Chen's savings were almost gone. However, everything is worth it. Even if Luo Chen leaves Zongmiao next, he will no longer have to worry about the resources needed for cultivation. Outside the door, hurried footsteps sounded. It was Sang Jing. He hurried in, and when he saw Luo Chen, his haggard face was filled with joy. "Master, I have found a way to cultivate the demon-concentric tree." Chapter 771, Raising Trees with Wild Blood and Gathering Ki from the 9 Skies. "Master, I found a way to cultivate the demon-concentric tree." Luo Chen was stunned when he heard this, and asked subconsciously, "What did you say?" "Demon." "Wait." Luo Chen interrupted Sang Jing and glanced at Fu Hongxiang, who was handing over resources to Xiangxuan. The other party looked confused. Seeing Luo Chen looking at him, he lowered his head quickly. "Come out with me." Luo Chen stood up calmly, walked outside the house, and then released a soundproof cover. Sang Jing knew that he had spoken out of turn in front of others, and said in panic, "Please forgive me, Master, I was careless for a moment." "It's okay." Luo Chen waved his hand. He could understand the other party's gaffe, he was just too excited. Moreover, although the demon-concentric tree is precious, it is a new hybrid species. There has been no corresponding record in the Shanhe realm since ancient times, so it doesn't matter even if the rich monks hear the name. It was unexpected that Sang Jing really found a way to cultivate this tree. The demonic heart tree was formed by the Lord of Refining Heaven with a true scale tree as the base, and the heart of a 5th-order ancient demon and a 5th-order ancient demon was integrated into it. It looks like a spiritual tree but it is not a spiritual tree, and looks like a demon but it is not a demon. Since the hybridization was successful, it has reached the 5th order. But because it is harmful to the harmony of heaven and earth, it is extremely difficult to communicate with spirits. According to what Tai Sui said at the time, unless it goes through a thunder tribulation and survives the wrath of heaven and earth, it can communicate with spirits. And the fruit, according to Tai Sui's inference, may be of great benefit to body refining. Unfortunately, after Luo Chen succeeded, let alone letting it mature and bear fruit for body refining, he had no idea how to cultivate it. He did not expect that Sangjing, a mere giant and cultivator, actually thought of a way. Tell me in detail. Sangjing was in high spirits and talked about it immediately. According to what you said, this tree is a cross between the heart of a demon, so its cultivation method requires demonic energy and demonic energy. Demonic energy is easy to find, just let a big demon absorb and exhale magic power day and night, but demonic energy is very rare in the mountain and sea realm. I heard that only the direct descendants of the Yuanmo sect can learn it. Therefore, the orthodox cultivation method is not feasible. I tried several traditional cultivation methods, but the effect. He spoke very carefully, from the initial research experiments to the later conceptual speculations, almost telling the results of decades of research. Luo Chen did not urge him, but listened very seriously. He had dabbled in the cultivation of spiritual plants, but he was still not as good as technicians like Sangjing who specialized in this field. Moreover, the demonic heart tree was related to his body refining method, so he could not neglect it even more. Since he reached the middle stage of the fourth level of the ancient times, his body refining practice had almost stagnated. The conventional 10,000 Daos convergence and even the true fire body tempering were no longer useful. As for external aids, although he had several body refining pill recipes, some of which were even left by the demon lord Lian Gan, they were the body refining pill recipes of the demon clan and were not suitable for him. In addition, after forming the infant, he invested too much energy in the key refining, which forced his once strongest trump card to stagnate. Even though he had made considerable progress in physical skills, it was ultimately only developing inwards, not climbing upwards. If the demon concentric tree could condense fruit, perhaps he could take it to the next level. On the Dragon Abyss Island in the Demon Sea, I saw an immortal using the blood pool method to rebuild the body of Lord Black King. I was inspired and followed this method to build a demon blood pool. But this method has its flaws after all. The heart-to-heart tree is not interested in the blood of these inferior monsters at all. Later, I changed my mind. Although the heart-to-heart tree has integrated the heart of the ancient demon, its body is still a true-scale tree. According to historical records, the growth of the true-scale tree requires a large amount of powdered fish and dragon scales, so I thought of imitating the ancient method. But in the end I found that this method didn't work either. After coming to Zongmiao, I helped the wealthy cultivators deal with problems with spiritual plants. In order to thank me, they let me borrow a lot of classics. From them, I found a lot of records about wild beasts. Yes, wild beasts. When Sangjing mentioned this, his eyes lit up. The understanding and utilization of wild beasts by the cultivators in Zongmiao are unmatched in the entire Shanhai realm. They even mentioned using wild beast materials to cultivate spiritual plants. In their view, wild beasts are a very unique kind of creature. They do not pursue transformation or force spiritual communication. They only rely on instinct to absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but they can practice step by step to the 4th and 5th levels, and even ascend. This is truly a creature created by heaven and earth, and can be called the darling of this world. At that time, I thought, if the blood of wild beasts is used as the main material, supplemented by your blood pool method, and a large amount of scales of fish and dragons are added, can it replace the demon energy and promote the growth of the demon concentric tree? Luo Chen looked at him until he finished speaking in one breath. Then, is this your method? Sangjing was stunned. Facing Luo Chen's gaze, his face slowly turned red. He pursed his lips and said, although it's just a guess, in Jing's opinion, this is the most feasible way. Well, thank you for your hard work. It sounds feasible. I will try it out when I have time. Luo Chen patted Sangjing on the shoulder as a reward, and gave him a few bottles of elixirs he had made in his spare time. Go back and pack up first, we're leaving soon. Yes. Sangjing got the elixir, and was very happy to be affirmed by Luo Chen for his idea, so he left. After he left, Luo Chen couldn't help shaking his head. The other party's guess sounds good, but it's too difficult to really execute it. The first point is, where to find the blood of wild beasts. Although the mountain and sea world is large, after the ancient war, the wild beasts gradually became extinct. They were either killed like the mirage dragon, or hid in the depths of the wilderness. Occasionally, there are some that appear in the world, but most of them are not of higher rank. For example, the Nahe golden toad that I met once in the North Sea is only a mere 3rd rank. With a grade of the demon concentric tree, the blood of the 3rd level wild beast is unlikely to have any effect. A rustling sound was heard in his ears. Luo Chen looked down and saw a small black dragon crawling beside him. He stretched out his hand and the dragon coiled on his right arm. "Master, you are back." Black King greeted him enthusiastically, but there was no response. Instead, a pair of thoughtful eyes stared at him. That look made him feel cold all over. "Master, what are you doing? Xiaohe hasn't caused any trouble this year." Luo Chen retracted his gaze and hummed. In his mind, he was thinking that the uniqueness of wild beasts lies in the birth of source power, and the essence and blood have also evolved into source blood. If you can practice step by step to the 5th level, you will master the corresponding source power without a teacher. So, this is why in the mountain and sea world, wild beasts are called the darlings of heaven and earth. Black King, now he has turned to the way of wild beasts, and he is at the 4th level. Can his blood be used to feed the demon concentric tree? In addition, since he has practiced both the Dharma and the body, and his body is almost the same as that of a wild beast, can his own blood essence also be used? But this thought was fleeting. A large amount of blood essence would have a huge impact on his and the Black King's strength, so it is not worth it. If he can settle down in the future, he will consider this matter again. Let the Black King lie on his arm covered by his sleeves, and Luo Chen returned to the house. The time-consuming resource transfer is almost over. Xiangxuan reported a number that made people's eyelids jump, and Luo Chen could only grit his teeth and take out a batch of spirit stones. In this way, his savings were only 30 million spirit stones. Although it was comparable to the wealth of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, he would no longer have the glory of carrying 300 million spirit stones. Finally, Luo Chen planned to set off immediately. But Fu Hongxiang stopped him and handed him something else. "What is this?" Luo Chen took the animal skin book and looked down. "Tongjiao collection. This is a relatively obscure chess book that my young lady sent here specially. It records many special chess endgames. My young lady said that if you can read this book carefully, your chess skills will definitely improve greatly." It turned out to be just a chess book. Luo Chen put it into his storage ring casually, thanked Kinglin for her kindness on my behalf. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely play a game of chess with her to my heart's content. After saying that, he took his people on the chariot and flew out of Wangwu Mountain. Unlike the lively scene when they came, it seemed a little deserted when they left. But Luo Chen's heart was unusually a little more passionate. Going back to the East Desert. Xiangxing Port. This is the first place Luo Chen is going to. It is the largest coastal port in the eastern part of Zhongzhou. To go to the East Desert, you have to start from this port. This time, Luo Chen did not choose to take the teleportation array, but planned to get the clearance certificate at Xiangxing Port and then fly back to the East Desert by himself. The reason for this is that there are still many dragon earthworms on the Black King's body. With his current wealth, he can't afford the large amount of spiritual stones required for the teleportation array. Moreover, there are not as many natural barriers between Donghuang and Zhongzhou as there are on the way to Bihei. The only obstacle is probably the Mingshu that separates the two continents. But as long as you get the pass issued by Donghuang and Zhongzhou, you can pass the Mingshu checkpoint smoothly. However, not long after leaving Wangwu Mountain, the Liu Fian chariot stopped. Met an old friend. Looking at Zhou Yunshan, who looked weathered, Luo Chen was a little surprised. "Don't you need at least 4 or 5 years to reach Zhongzhou?" The former ancestor of the Zhou family in the Coral Sea looked relaxed at this moment. He replied, "On the way, we met Daozong's strongmen who opened the natural barrier. When they returned to Zhongzhou, they took us with them. So that's it." Luo Chen nodded. Through the information from the 7 Lamps elders before leaving, he learned a lot about the current situation in Zhongzhou. The road to the North Sea has been completely opened. Next, the elite of the Dao sect took the teleportation array to the North Sea first, and the army of cultivators crossed the sea in batches to rush to the North Sea's Yuxin realm. The war is about to start. It is actually a bit of a loss for him to go to the East Wilderness first. If he goes to the North Sea with the Xianitan army first, he can seize the initiative and make achievements. But Luo Chen did not hesitate at all and decided to go back first. It is not that easy to conquer a continent, especially since the demon forces in the North Sea have gradually been integrated into one, and the elite in the Demon Alliance have experienced a battle with the Yuan demon sect, and they are not soft persimmons. This battle may be a stalemate for a long time. He still has plenty of opportunities in the future. Zhou Yunshan was very curious, "Are you going to Xiandi Peak too?" Luo Chen shook his head. I just came back from there, and now I am going to the East Wilderness. East Wilderness. Zhou Yunchen was a little confused. Calculating the time, Luo Chen has only been in Zongmiao for 2 or 3 years. Is he leaving now? Luo Chen smiled and said, the journey is long and the mountains are high. I don't know when we will meet again. I'll see you later, Brother Zhou. He didn't talk for long, and returned to the chariot by himself, and then crossed paths with the flying boat where Zhou Yunchen was. Zhou Yunchen returned to the flying boat, still a little confused. Why did he leave just now? The Bihai Yuanying who came with him asked, and he didn't hesitate to tell the other party about the situation. The man said casually, maybe he can't stay in Zongmiao anymore. How can that be? Huangsan people are young and promising, so there is no place for them to stand. Zhou Yunchen didn't believe it. The bystander smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. Zongmiao is mainly based on family inheritance and is the most exclusive. The age requirements for the guest recruitment of the Stargate on Xiandi Peak are extremely strict, and he may really be unable to stay. Zhou Yunchen was speechless. It must be said that what the other party said did make some sense. But not long after, they took the big city teleportation array to arrive at Xiandi Peak. After hearing about Luo Chen's deeds in the Cave Heaven competition, they looked at each other in surprise. Someone who can be respected by the elders of the Stargate and tried to be recruited by the major families can't stay here. Instead, they were a little embarrassed. Return to Bihai. Yes, our sect's army has already marched to Bihai. You came from there, so you must know more about the situation in Bihai. Of course, depending on your wishes, our sect can also do without you. There is also Penglai Xianzong as a guide in Bihai. However, if you want your descendants to live a better life in Zongmiao, it's better to do something for Xianitun Dao sect. You should consider it. Faced with the persuasion of the Xianitun Dao sect's strong men, Zhou Yunchen and others hesitated for a while. In the prosperous and lively Xiangxing port, a gorgeous chariot slowly flew up, circled in the air for a while, and went east. On the Fian chariot, Luo Chen held a jade slip and studied it with interest for a while. This is the pass he got in exchange for showing his Stargate guest identity token. It is said that when approaching the East Wasteland land, there will be a sea covered by water, blocking the attacks of sea monsters. In that sea, there are always strong men from the Mingyun sect. Only by showing this pass can you set foot on the East Wasteland. Is it so strict for the outside or for the inside? Luo Chen thought of the fact that Dan Shen Chuyan left Mingyun and joined Xianitun Dao sect, and he couldn't help but daydream. But after a while, he lost interest in the pass and took out another jade slip. The journey is long. Even if Xiangxun and Sangjing drive the flying boat day and night, it will take a year and a half. This time can't be wasted. It happened that Fu Chaosheng gave him a set of formation books and a sword scripture. It is too troublesome to learn the formation, and it requires a lot of accumulation. But Luo Chen is very interested in the sword scripture. The Yuan 2 sword is powerful, but the mana required is too huge. He is not very proficient in swordsmanship, and often consumes too much mana when driving a flying sword, and the speed is average. This sword is very difficult to control. The previous owner, Blood Nightmare Demon Luo, was unable to make full use of the sword. He, Luo Chen, activated the sword twice, either because he had been preparing for a long time and was ready to go, or because he succeeded in a sneak attack. Neither of them can be considered a perfect use. If this shortcoming can be made up, perhaps the power of this sword can be maximized. The divine consciousness probed into the jade slip, and the sword intent immediately pierced the soul, and the atmosphere was full of life. Kyanxia Owanho Sword Sutra. It is said that it is not limited to sword pills and flying swords, and can be practiced, even up to the 5th level. Those who practice sword pills hold the sword hard and understand the sword intent, until the supreme sword way. Those who control flying swords go to the 9 heavens, gather spirits, cultivate infinite sword energy, and become the atmosphere of the 1,000 heavens. Luo Chen studied the Sword Sutra again and was intoxicated. After a long time, he put down the jade slip and looked up. His eyes seemed to see through the dome and see the sky above. Where are we going to collect Lingying? The term Lingying is a little unfamiliar. But in fact, Luo Chen is not unfamiliar with it. Those who are glorious but not real are Ying, and things with concentrated essence are also Ying. Simply put, the essence of a certain substance can be called Ying. For example, flowers in full bloom. Lingying refers to the essence of spiritual things. For example, the thunder ying that Luo Chen had obtained before was the essence of thunder things. Another example is the Qingping Yao Fang that he had seen, which is actually also called Feng Ying. There are also Zuinit heavy water, Ren water, Xianhe true water, etc., which are all Ying of water. In short, Lingying are rare things. If cultivators want to refine magic weapons or practice powerful secrets, they often seek high-grade Lingying. According to the Thousand Sky One Ho Sword Sutra, if a sword cultivator like him who controls a flying sword wants to practice this sword sutra, he needs to go to the sky and collect the corresponding 9 sky Lingying to practice sword energy. The threshold is a bit high. Luo Chen murmured, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he was eager to try. Since he had a peerless sword, how could he use it clumsily? Now that he even had a specific method towards it, he should practice it well. Compared with the illusory Great Five Elements sword formation, the Yuan Two Blood sword in his hand was undoubtedly more reliable. Chapter 772, The Scarlet Sky Key and the Beast of the Abyss and the Thunder Daozi. Black King, you protect them for me. Luo Chen said this a month later. With a shake of his left arm, a miniature dragon fell to the ground. Rubbing his arm, Luo Chen was a little helpless. Don't lie on my hand next time. Black King felt a little wronged. Somehow, after he turned to practice wild beasts and was promoted to the 4th level, he became more and more friendly to Luo Chen. Not to mention the Hununding, he didn't even want to stay in the spirit beast bag. He just wanted to shrink his body and stick to Luo Chen. It was as if just breathing the breath from Luo Chen's body would benefit his cultivation. At this moment, he looked at Luo Chen curiously. Master, where are you going? Up. Luo Chen pointed to the dome of the chariot, but he did not set off directly. Instead, he used his magic power to carve restrictions on the chariot. One after another, the restrictions fell, crisscrossing with each other, implicating a complete 4th level formation. This formation is a variant of the 9 heavens and 10 earths great teleportation formation. It cannot be directly teleported, but it can be located. Luo Chen didn't know how long he would stay after he got on. But the 6 Imperial Flying Cloud Chariot couldn't stop and needed to keep moving forward. In order to prevent losing the target at that time, it was necessary to leave such a coordinate. When the last restriction fell, Luo Chen stretched out his hand and wiped it, and the brilliant light suddenly disappeared. Protect them well, I'm leaving. After saying this, Luo Chen quietly got out of the chariot without attracting anyone's attention. Before leaving, he took a look at the scene on the chariot. Zhang Jingqing stood in front of the flying chariot, with a breeze blowing up the ends of his hair, and his expression was a little lonely. Xiangxuan was meditating to regulate his breath and restore his mana. Zhang Jingqing put mana into the formation center of the chariot, and with the help of the surrounding spirit stones, he urged the 6 Imperial Flying Cloud Chariot to move forward rapidly. But in his other hand, he held a brand new book, and he would read a paragraph from time to time. It was one of the many classics related to spiritual plants that he had excerpted in Zhongzhao. You are so studious. Luo Chen chuckled, and his nascent soul responded to the heaven and earth, controlling a group of free spiritual energy to drag him up quickly. The place he was going to was called Jiuxiao. Jiuxiao means the extreme of the sky. Simply put, it is the highest point in this world, also known as Jiushan, Qingming, etc. It is rumored that there are few people there and few living creatures. But it does not mean that Jiuxiao is empty. There are still some special creatures, and there are also some unexpected treasures hanging in the air. Luo Chen wanted to go to Jiuxiao to collect the spiritual heroes he needed to practice the Thousand Sky Sword Sutra. Whoosh! A figure soared into the sky like an arrow from a bow. Passing through the clouds and fog, the wind was howling and the rain was rushing. On the vast sea, if there were people with eyesight comparable to Luo Chen, they might be able to see a meteor going upstream. But in just a blink of an eye, the figure completely disappeared and sank into Qingming. At Luo Chen's current speed, a distance of thousands of miles can be reached in a moment. But for some reason, as Luo Chen flew thousands of miles above the sky, his speed slowed down. Is the free spiritual energy that can be controlled thinning? Luo Chen slowed down slightly, paused slightly and observed the surroundings. He came to this conclusion. But more than that, he could feel that breathing became a little difficult. But this had no effect on him. Luo Chen's mouth opened wide, and his chest and abdomen contracted. Whew! The long breath made Luo Chen's chest and abdomen swell up. He suddenly closed his mouth, and his chest returned to normal. But there was a stream of air that could support Luo Chen's breathing for at least 3 years, which was taken into his abdomen. The method of absorbing air that I learned when I was young is still so useful. Luo Chen raised his mouth slightly, and looked into the sky. 10,000 miles is definitely not the limit of this world. The 9 heavens are even higher. Luo Chen released his magic power, which turned into a cloud of fire to lift him up, and rushed to a higher place like an arrow from a string. After the nascent soul, cultivators rarely travel by flying in the clouds. Because flying in the clouds often consumes one's own mana, for those Yuanying monks who can control the free spiritual energy of the same attribute, they often use the spiritual energy lifting method with a slightly slower escape speed based on the principle of saving a point. Therefore, in a sense, cloudless flight that does not consume mana is also one of the signs of Yuanying monks, just like the Yuanying realm. With the support of the cloud, Luo Chen's descent speed became faster. 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. The further he went, the greater the pressure Luo Chen felt. The pressure came not only from the sky, but also from the unreachable ground. Gravity. When he reached 60,000 miles, Luo Chen found that the pressure had reached the limit of normal monks. If a giant monk reached this point, he would be exhausted and fall into the dust. If he didn't react when landing, he might be smashed into a meat pie. Even for them, Yuanying monks, they had to muster up their mana to continue moving forward. No wonder the resources from the 9 skies are so rare and precious. Just going up there has stumped countless people. If a fellow Yuanying wants to go up there, his mana will be greatly depleted. However, this is not difficult for me. Luo Chen chuckled and actually removed the magic cloud. Not only that, but he also removed the mana shield that was covering the outside. Then, swish! A pair of red wings suddenly spread out from behind. It was the broken moon wings that had been silent for many years after the Yuanying. This magic weapon was tailor-made for Luo Chen by the master of Xianfan City. It was originally only of the lower grade. But after 100 years of nurturing, it was baptized by thunder tribulation when Luo Chen formed his infant. Although it was unable to break through the level of a true weapon because of its own material, it also reached the upper grade level. It can be regarded as an excellent flying magic weapon, no less than some ordinary true weapons. But the upper grade magic weapon may still be useful for ordinary Yuanying cultivators, but it is not of much benefit to Luo Chen, who has many treasures. Especially since his speed has already far exceeded that of the broken moon wings. Therefore, this treasure has rarely appeared in the many battles after Luo Chen formed his infant. But now, it is time for it to be used. Compared with the fan, the magic weapon consumes much less mana. With the wings spread, Luo Chen rushed straight into the sky. The huge pressure enveloped him, but it was like a breeze blowing on his face, unable to press his body at all. The bloodlight flowed, removing the external pressure. Luo Chen actually used his strong body to break through the last 30,000 miles. As soon as he stepped out of 90,000 miles, Luo Chen felt his body lighten. He subconsciously looked up and saw that the universe was dark and dim, with only stars twinkling and emitting faint light. Compared with this infinite universe, he seemed so small. In his heart, he suddenly felt powerless. What about the nascent soul? What about the god of transformation? In this vast universe, he is just a speck of dust after all. According to rumors, even this vast universe will eventually be destroyed. Is the immortality that these immortal cultivators pursue real immortality? If they cannot achieve true immortality, what is the point of all the hardships and sufferings they have experienced now and the disasters they will suffer in the future? The man in white stood in the azure sky in a daze, his eyes confused. But the next moment, open! A light shout, like a huge bell, resounded through the spiritual sea of consciousness. The confused soul was shocked. Huff, huh? Luo Chen gasped heavily, and big beads of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. What happened just now? I lost my mind and couldn't extricate myself. Luo Chen, who woke up, swallowed his saliva in fear. The moment he saw the vast universe, he actually doubted his ideal that he had insisted on for almost 300 years, the ambition of immortality. If there were not 2 souls in the sea of consciousness, especially one of which had reached the initial stage of the nascent soul, and if he had not performed the Mao technique in time, he would have been damaged in his Tao heart, and his future practice would have been plagued by demonic obstacles because of doubts about the path he was persisting in. In the sea of consciousness, the soul fell silent again. Luo Chen slowly came back to his senses. "Hanzan, you saved me again." With a sigh, Luo Chen gradually disappeared into the blue sky. 3 days later. In the deadly void, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Just as the ray of light was about to dissipate, suddenly, a strange force suddenly spread out and completely enveloped the ray of light. Only a light shout was heard in the void. "Collect." Then, the ray of light was seen being pulled by a strange force and finally sank into a small tripod. Luo Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, lowered his head and looked at the trace of bright red gas in the Hunan tripod, revealing an expression of relief. "Is this the Jixio? Jixio means the extreme of the sky, but the reason why the extreme sky is called Jixio is because there are often 9 special gases in this empty land. They are Jixio, Bixio, Kingxio, etc. These special gases are the natural products of the turbid air sinking, the clear air floating, and the spiritual energy of a certain attribute gathered in this kingming. They are the most essential things between heaven and earth. The cultivators collect these Zyoki, condense magic spells and magical powers, and raise 2 or 3 mouthfuls in their chests and abdomens. When they encounter an enemy, they open their mouths and spit them out, which has the power to accelerate gold and crack rocks, collapse mountains and break seas. According to the records in the 1000 Zio One Ho Sword Sutra, if Luo Chen wants to maximize the power of his sword energy, he must collect Jixio-ki, Jiangxio-ki and Zixio-ki from Jixio, which are more compatible with his attributes. These 3 kinds of Zyoki are all fire-attributed spiritual heroes, or spiritual heroes that are biased towards fire. However, collecting Zyoki is also very difficult for Yuanying cultivators. There are 3 difficulties. First, it can be encountered but not sought. The sky energy is impermanent and disappears without a trace. It appears and disappears in the vast void. With a spiritual awareness of the nascent soul cultivators that can only cover thousands of miles, it depends on luck to encounter it. The second difficulty is that the sky energy is violent. It is difficult to subdue it with ordinary magic weapons. It needs to be trapped and consumed little by little with great magic power. Sometimes, a stream of sky energy is finally obtained, and only a trace is left after it is consumed. Of these 2 difficulties, Luo Chen cannot solve the first one, and can only rely on luck. The second difficulty that makes countless nascent soul cultivators retreat is not a problem for Luo Chen. The Hununding has a strong suppressive power against such existence. Just cover the sudden appearance of the sky energy and suppress it, and you can quickly subdue it. As for the third difficulty, Luo Chen glanced at the light spots in the distance and left the place without hesitation. After a while, the light spots split into 2 groups. One group stopped at the place where the red sky energy appeared, and the other group surrounded the direction where Luo Chen had stopped before. Both places were confused. After a cup of tea, Luo Chen appeared in a dead and silent void and breathed a sigh of relief. "I never thought that there would be such a thing as a rosy glow beast in the kingming. The rosy glow beast is called a beast, but it is actually a bug. It used to be called a sky bug. According to the records in the classics, the rosy glow beast was born in the sea, lived in the misty land, and fed on various auroras. It is said that a large number of rosy glow beasts gathered in the Yuanzi divine light shrouded in the sky of the North Pole Yamo. This beast is extremely strong. Under the same level, it is not inferior to the human cultivators who have various magic weapons and spells. The reason why Luo Chen knows this is that he has read a lot of books, and secondly, the third-level Great Perfection Yin Chensha, who met in the North Sea once, pretended to be a rosy glow beast and tried to intimidate Luo Chen. But later, after Luo Chen read more ancient books, he had a more comprehensive understanding of the rosy glow beast. This beast's hobby of auroras is one aspect, but what they like most is actually the various sky air in the kingming. When the sky energy appears, it often exists in the shape of a rosy glow. Once it appears, it will attract a large number of sky insects. As long as they swallow the rosy glow, their bodies will instantly expand and become larger, like giant beasts. Because the rosy glow overflows, the name of the sky insect has been unknown for a long time, and the name of the rosy glow beast has become popular instead. Luo Chen didn't know how powerful the rosy glow beasts surrounding the Arctic night sky were, but the rosy glow beasts that could fly around unimpeded in the blue sky were definitely extremely difficult to deal with, and they often appeared in groups. With his current strength, even if he was not afraid, he would not easily provoke them. Looking back at the way he came, Luo Chen suddenly had an idea. If he could enslave these rosy glow beasts, would he be able to find various sky energy better? Or even solve 3 problems at once? But this idea was fleeting. What he could think of, others could naturally think of. But for so many years, no one has done it, which shows how difficult it is to enslave the rosy glow beasts. Let's keep trying our luck. Luo Chen murmured, found a place without starlight, released his consciousness, and waited for the right opportunity. It's not easy to come up. Luo Chen doesn't want to go down easily. Therefore, in this kind of waiting, time passed little by little. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. Luo Chen's luck is not bad. In just half a year, he has collected 7 strands of red sky energy. According to the records in the sword scripture, if you can refine 10 strands of sky energy into sword energy, it can be called a small success, and it is not a problem to reach the Jinden realm. 100 strands of sky energy can be called a master. Even in the Yuanying realm, it is considered a powerful method. If you can reach the realm of Qi Chong Xingan and Kiang Xiao parallel flow recorded in the sword scripture, this sword scripture is considered a great success. If you suddenly release all of them, even if the great power of Huishan is not on guard, you may suffer. It's a pity that I don't major in swordsmanship and can't comprehend the sword meaning. Otherwise, with the sword meaning combined with the red sky sword energy, the 1000 sky parallel flow, and the sword into 10,000 disasters, this is the real 5th level sword scripture. Luo Chen sighed and stood up calmly. He didn't plan to stay any longer. 7 strands of Qi Zio Qi were enough for him to enter the 1000 Zio 1 Hua sword scripture. If he wanted to continue practicing this method in the future, he could use the evil spirit recorded in the sword scripture to replace the Zio Qi. The quality might be slightly worse, but as long as the quantity was made up, it would be equally powerful. It was really too time-consuming and energy-consuming to collect Zio Qi. But before leaving, he subconsciously glanced at the bright starry sky. This time, he did not lose his mind, but his thoughts were full of imagination. Beyond the mountain and sea realm, there is a vast universe. Where's the fairyland? What is the so-called ascension? When the Damsheng left, she gave up the spiritual support of the world and took the path of the Stargate. So, did she go to the fairyland or other worlds? What would happen if I forcibly break away from the constraints of this world and step into the universe at this time? When the last thought came up, Luo Chen was a little eager to move. But in an instant, he suppressed this thought that should not have been there. According to ancient legend, only the incarnation of the spirit can ascend to the sky, which is not nonsense. He is only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul now. If he really steps into the endless starry sky, he will probably die. Forget it, since I can't get out, I'll just wander around inside and rush to the east wasteland by the way. Luo Chen tore off his thoughts and vibrated his wings in the Qingming in the direction of the east wasteland, striding forward. This time, he would not consume a lot of mana. In addition to the broken moon wings, Luo Chen's powerful body can also provide explosive speed. The Liu Fian chariot has been moving forward for half a year. If Luo Chen wants to catch up, he has to be this fast. It is convenient to rush at full speed in the Qingming without worrying about others. Crack. Crack. Boom. In the Qingming, there is a void. Somehow, a large amount of thunder gathered here, as if forming a thunder domain. A figure with broad shoulders, long arms and legs lay flat in the middle, letting the lightning strike him through a large white net. Every time a lightning hit his body, the figure would tremble a little, and a trace of pain appeared on his handsome face. There was also a pitch-black sword standing beside him, also receiving the baptism of thunder. Suddenly, the sword hummed. The figure slowly floated up, standing in the void, and his eyes suddenly opened. Chi-chi. 2 arcs of electricity bloomed from his eyes. Dao, I have been watching for a long time, what do you want? A clear voice came from outside the thunder domain. Sorry, I'm just passing by. I don't mean to disturb you. The voice gradually went away and became fainter and fainter, which showed how fast the person who was watching left. The man standing in the thunder domain frowned. In this blue sky, the speed of flying is so fast? It must be not an ordinary person. I am Mingin Leidaozi. I haven't asked for your name yet. I am just a casual person, not worth mentioning. HMPH. Leidaozi snorted, as if he was a little displeased with the man's cowardice. Thousands of miles away, Luo Chen, whose speed slowed down slightly, poured away the restless Hununding and breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, He kept the Hununding outside and carried it with him, so that he could collect the Zyoki he might encounter on the road at any time. When he was thousands of miles away from the Thunder area, the Hununding reacted. Luo Chen thought that this treasure had sensed the new Zyoki, so he rushed there specially. But he didn't expect to meet a strong man who was cultivating in the Zhuxiao Kingming. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Lei Daozi. Zhang Che. It is said that the strongest genius of the Mingyan school since ancient times, who built his foundation in 10 years, formed the elixir in 100 years, and formed the nascent soul at the age of 250. After that, he made rapid progress. Not only did he enter the late stage of the nascent soul at the age of 500, but it was also said that he had comprehended the power of the law in advance. He was very capable in fighting, and he showed it to the fullest when he took action a few times against the monsters that rushed out of the millions of mountains in the East Wilderness. He even crossed 2 continents under the name of Lei Daozi, and overwhelmed the 2 great masters of this Hongxiao Dao sect, Gu Daoyin and Xiannigan Tan Lingxin. He was on par with the Ches Sankei Lianshan, and was known as the 2 people who were closest to the state of transformation in the mountain and sea world today. I didn't expect that I would meet a cultivator from the Mingyan sect before I arrived in the East Wilderness. He was practicing in the Kingming. Could it be that he wanted to learn the great supernatural power of the Mingyan sect, the art of the 9 heavens divine thunder? Luo Chen pursed his lips and his figure dropped suddenly. Like a meteorite, he left the 9 heavens Kingming and fell directly into the mortal world. Chapter 773, Sunrise in the East, Stargate Luo Chen. Above the vast sea, a figure descended like a meteor. When it reached the water, it suddenly stopped, splashing heavy waves. This realm still needs to be polished. Such rough control magic power is definitely not my usual style. The Taoist muttered, identified the direction, and went east without hesitation. Not long after, a gorgeous large chariot appeared in sight. Luo Chen jumped a few times and landed on the deck of the chariot. Master. Zhang Jingqing, who was standing on the flying boat, noticed Luo Chen's figure at the first time, but was not sure, so he greeted him tentatively. Luo Chen nodded, and when he passed by him, he smiled gently and said, "Your cultivation has improved. It seems that you have not slacked off recently." Zhang Jingqing was happy to receive the praise, but she said modestly, "It's all thanks to Uncle Long." The Uncle Long she mentioned was the Black King. And the reason why the other party said so was not without reason. When the Black King was practicing breathing normally, he would attract a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth together in one place, and the concentration of spiritual energy created was no less than that of a cave of the 3rd grade inferior quality. This was also the reason why Luo Chen disliked the Black King for relying on him, but did not refuse. That guy, since he swallowed the soul of the wild beast stone dragon, is just like a spiritual gathering device. He can attract a bunch of free spiritual energy anytime and anywhere. However, it is obvious that the Black King cannot fully exert his talent and cannot condense a spiritual environment of the 4th grade and above out of thin air like the wild beast stone dragon. He also needs the assistance of the Earth's spiritual veins. If a high-quality spiritual vein can be arranged for the Black King, this talent can be fully displayed. Luo Chen continued to move forward, and Bianzhuan and Sang Jing, who heard the movement, also came out. Seeing that it was Luo Chen, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Master, you are back. Meet the real person." Luo Chen waved his hand, and saw that everyone was safe and sound, and felt a little relieved. "Has anything happened in the past 6 months?" Tianzhuan shook his head. "Nothing serious. I met some immortal cultivators on the way, but they didn't make things difficult for me because I had the Stargate guest identity card you left behind." "Well, very good, keep going." Luo Chen gave an order and hurried into the chariot. The Black King, who was curled up on the floor and dozing, woke up instantly when he felt Luo Chen's breath. "You continue to sleep." Luo Chen left these words and ignored the Black King. The latter was a bit shameless. He shrank his body and swam all the way over. Although he didn't dare to climb onto Luo Chen's arm, he crawled at his feet. In this way, he seemed to sleep more peacefully. But within 2 months, the Black King suddenly woke up from his dream as if his hair had exploded. He opened his eyes and looked up. Luo Chen, dressed in white, sat cross-legged on the soft couch, with a blood sword full of murderous intent lying between his knees. Strands of red sword energy, like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue, kept swallowing and spitting on the blood sword. It was that sword energy that made him feel a stinging pain. Black King swallowed his saliva, wondering, is the master practicing some powerful secret technique again? He had seen Luo Chen practice new secret techniques many times in the years he followed Luo Chen. Many times, he would even test his moves on him. But this time, Black King prayed in his heart that he must not test his moves on him. The sword was already extremely scary, and now he didn't know what kind of ghost thing was attached to it. Just getting close to it made him feel stinging all over. If it really fell on him, at least his skin would be torn apart, and at worst he would have to use his immortal body talent. Fortunately for Black King, Luo Chen didn't even look at him, but just focused on the blood sword in front of his knees. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally got started. He never thought that getting started with a sword scripture would be so difficult. He had been practicing Ding Fen Bo for a long time, and had a wisdom heart that could cut off thoughts with a sword, and he had even stimulated the sword light in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven. Logically speaking, with this as a basis, it would not be difficult to enter the Thousand Sky Sword scripture. However, when he tried to refine the red sky energy and integrate it into the Yuan to sword, an accident occurred. The unknown sword spirit that had been silent for a long time in the sword was instinctively resisting the red sky energy. This is more difficult to deal with. In order to enter the Thousand Sky Sword scripture, you must find a carrier to refine the sky energy, whether it is a sword pill or a flying sword. Luo Chen's choice is the Yuan to sword, but it resists it. As a last resort, Luo Chen no longer insisted on entering by himself, but used the achievement points accumulated over the years to force his way in. In this way, when he entered the sword scripture first, he realized his mistake. This sword originally has a sword spirit, but he has no sword intention to communicate with it. Forcibly refining the red sky energy into it will damage the spirituality of the sword spirit. This is why it was so difficult to enter before. Now that you understand the reason, it is not difficult to solve it. Since he couldn't break through the third seal of the Yuan 2 sword and refine the sword spirit, he simply set up 3 more restrictions outside the third seal. One was the source blood restriction, one was the mana restriction, and finally the soul restriction. With 3 layers of insurance and 3 layers of isolation, the sword spirit finally stopped resisting the red sky energy. Luo Chen then took a stream of red sky energy into the sword body step by step. At this moment, staring at the blood sword that was constantly emitting sword energy, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. The red sky sword energy needs to be nurtured day and night, so that it can be used as if it were an arm. According to the sword scripture, the purple mansion is the best place to nurture it. But this sword has its own spirit, and the sword spirit is not as submissive to me as the withered and flourishing fire spirit. If it is placed in the purple mansion, if something happens, it will be too dangerous. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen suddenly put his left hand together like a sword and landed on the smooth forearm of his right hand. A heavy stroke. Swish. The extremely hard skin was cut open like solidified fat. With a thud, the blood sword shrank suddenly, turned into a streak of blood and sank into the arm. The position where it sank was exactly between the 3 points of Xianqi, Dishi and Renqi. Luo Chen calmly touched his right arm, and the skin suddenly closed and became smooth as before, with only a streak of blood faintly visible in the white and tender skin. With the power of the 3 points, it can also be nourished day and night. When facing the enemy, it is also more convenient to take the sword. After arranging the place for the Yuan to sword, Luo Chen took out a stream of Qixia from the Hununding and began to refine it slowly. When it was refined to a suitable level, it could be integrated into the Yuan to sword. Another month later. In the foggy morning. The Liu Fian chariot stopped at the edge of a blue and black sea. Come up. Oh. The Black King happily climbed onto Luo Chen's left arm and turned into a dragon pattern that coiled on the Zuanshan armor. He didn't even think about going to the right hand, because he really didn't like that sword. After settling the Black Queen, Luo Chen walked out of the house. Tianjuan and others had been waiting for a long time. Luo Chen walked to the edge of the deck slowly and looked down at the sea below. The clear water was normal seawater, and the black water was the rumored abyss water. It is said that this abyss water was drawn from the abyss that protected the abyss sect. If a cultivator touched it, his robes and magic weapons would be filthy. Even the body shield would disappear for no reason. Moreover, the abyss water was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Once it was infected, it would be impossible to get rid of it. It looks a bit similar to the seawater of the sinking sea, but the characteristics are completely different. One is mainly filthy, and the other is mainly corrosive. The Abyss sect arranged it near the coast. Whether it is a sea monster or a foreigner, it cannot easily sneak in from under the sea. At this time, a team of cultivators flew over on a flying boat on the coast. On the flying boat, there was a black flag. Wherever they passed, flags shone brightly, and the water dispersed. Soon, they arrived near the chariot. "Who is coming?" Sang Jing, who was standing behind Luo Chen, hurried out and threw out the pass. The young monk who led the team took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual sense. "From the Cheyenne Merchant Alliance." "Yes, we are the monks of the Merchant Alliance, preparing to go to the East Wilderness to do business," Sang Jing replied. The young monk frowned slightly. "Merchant Alliance monks? Which family in Zongmiao? Or are they from the Cheyenne sect?" Sang Jing was in a dilemma. Why is the investigation so strict? Luo Chen smiled slightly. "We are not from the Zongmiao family, nor are we from the Cheyenne sect, but guests of the Stargate." The young monk had already discovered that the real owner of the chariot was the white-robed Taoist, who was so sharp that he looked like a sword piercing the sky just by standing there. At this moment, the other party spoke, and his pupils shrank. "Guest of Zingman? Someone from Cheyenne Peak?" "Yes, I am Luo Chen." As he spoke, an identity token flew out slowly. The cultivator took it carefully. It was indeed one of the several identity symbols that the sect asked them to remember. In this way, the realm of the other white-clothed man was self-evident. "Sorry, I neglected you, senior." The giant cultivator became respectful and waved a big flag on the boat. The sea water suddenly parted a path. Luo Chen nodded, and without any movement, the chariot under his feet slowly flew into it. At that moment, he clearly felt a pressure, which separated with the sea water. Is there a suppression formation? When Luo Chen was thinking about it, the chariot had already intersected with a Mingguan flying boat. The cultivator flew in. "Junior Qizhang, meet Master Luo." "Qizhang? Mature and steady? It's a good name." Luo Chen nodded and asked, "Are you a disciple of Mingguan sect?" Qizhang replied with a little pride, "Master, you have a keen eye. I am indeed an inner disciple of Mingguan sect, and I am here to perform patrol duties." It was not that Luo Chen had a brilliant vision, but that he had seen many disciples of the Holy Land and was used to the arrogance that was revealed inadvertently. Whether it was the remnants of the Yuanmo in the North Sea or the true disciples of the Cheyenne Dao sect, they were all like this. Moreover, that kind of arrogance was far different from that of ordinary Yuanying upper sect disciples. It was truly arrogant and fearless. The respect that Qizhang showed in front of Luo Chen at this moment was only superficial respect. However, Luo Chen did not care much, but asked others. "Those people should not be from your Mingguan sect, right?" "Indeed, they are disciples of Dongyang sect." "Dongyang sect?" Luo Chen murmured, revealing a thoughtful look. The former East Wasteland was said to have 36 domains and 36 Yuanying upper sects. Each sect governs a region, and each region is named after the sect. Luo Chen is most familiar with the 6 regions in the far east near the Million Mountains, but he has also heard that in the far west of the East Wilderness, there is an extremely powerful sect called Dongyang sect. There are no less than 5 Yuanying Zhenren in it. It is a powerful sect that can be compared with Bingji sect, which Luo Chen had a quick glance at in the North Sea. Logically speaking, the sun rises in the east, and Dongyang sect, which is in the west, should not be named after it. But if you look outside the East Wilderness, the sun rises from the sky above Dongyang sect. Therefore, Dongyang sect is geographically the gateway to the East Wilderness, overlooking Zongmiao and radiating to the southern border in the North Sea. And the reason why Mingguan sect, a sacred place of the generation of the god of transformation, can hand over such a gateway to Dongyang sect for management has its own reasons. That is, the founder of Dongyang sect was once a fellow brother of a powerful god of transformation in Mingguan sect. Later, Dongyang sect was able to prosper, and it was also supported by Mingguan sect. Now, it is reasonable that Qizhang, a disciple of Mingguan sect, can lead these Dongyang sect disciples to perform patrol tasks. The two cultivators, among the same generation, are regarded as brothers. After understanding the reason, Luo Chen did not ask more questions, but asked about another matter of concern. "Where is the headquarters of Cheyenne Business Alliance in Dongyang Domain?" Qizhang said without hesitation, "In Cheyenne Immortal City." "He." Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. Is it Shin'an City again? But soon, he stopped laughing. Compared with Shin'an Business Alliance in Bihei, which established a city, opened a port, and traded in all directions, it is now trapped in Dongyang domain in Donghuang and monitored by Dongyang sect. From this, it can be seen that the control of Yuanmo sect over Bihei is very different from the control of Mingyan sect over Donghuang. Then the problem comes. Yuanmo sect's control over Bihei is not strong enough, so when facing the army of Bihei Monster Alliance, it is completely a sect that resists the monsters of Bihei. Unfortunately, it is reasonable to lose. But the control of the Mingyan sect over the eastern wasteland is so strong, only weaker than the Shin'an Dao sect that completely dominates a continent. Why can't they respond strongly to the century-long attack of the eastern wasteland monsters? Perhaps, when I return to the eastern wasteland, it will be a quagmire of right and wrong. Luo Chen sighed in his heart. The flying boat under his feet did not stop, approaching the Dongyang port quickly. When he looked up, the mist and thick clouds suddenly dissipated, and a scorching sun jumped into the sky. This is a good sign. The sun rises in the east, which is better than the blood-filled stars when he first set foot on Zongmiao. Master, I feel a little uncomfortable. Xiangxun suddenly transmitted a voice when he stepped onto the port. Luo Chen instantly found the source of Xiangxun's discomfort. It was a bright mirror hanging high on the archway of the port. Is it a magic mirror? I didn't expect that the eastern wasteland was so guarded against the monsters. The previous interrogation and the barrier of the Mingshu were fine, but they even set up a magic weapon at the entrance of the port. Luo Chen looked calm and soothed him. Don't worry, this mirror won't reveal your true form. Tianjuan felt relieved, and controlled his magic power to linger on the demon pill, trying not to leak out at all. In fact, Luo Chen thought it was no big deal if it leaked out. Tianjuan had been transformed into a human for 100 years, and his magic power was magnificent and majestic, which was completely different from the evil demonic aura. If it was a true spirit treasure mirror like Fu Chaoshen, it might be able to reveal Tianjuan's true form, but a magic mirror at the level of the magic weapon, without a powerful figure in charge, would not be able to see through Tianjuan's true form. And even if it was revealed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Nowadays, which powerful cultivator doesn't have a ride? When the 6 Imperial Flying Cloud Chariot entered the port. Sure enough, nothing happened to the high-hanging magic mirror. Qizhong and others who followed behind saw this scene, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. Master, I still have a mission to complete, so I won't see you off. I have engraved the location of Shin'an Immortal City on this jade slip, and you can find the way there yourself. As he spoke, Qizhong handed over 2 jade slips. One was a map of the location of Shin'an Immortal City, and the other was a verified pass. Luo Chen took it, but didn't look at it carefully, and smiled at Qizhong. Thank you, my friend, and we'll see each other again in the future. The Liuiufian chariot slowly rose, past the increasingly lively Dongyang port, and flew towards the depths of Dongyang domain. After he left, Qizhong's fellow apprentice sighed. This master is so brilliant that we dare not look directly at him from a distance. Senior brother Qi can still chat and laugh with him. This state of mind is worthy of being the descendant of the Holy Land. Qizhong, who was flattered, smiled dumbly and said modestly, it has nothing to do with me. I guess this senior has practiced some extraordinary skills. He is actually very easy to get along with. He is not as scary as you say. Then, he waved his hand. You continue to patrol. I have to go to Uncle Lu to report that a Yuanying master has come from Zongzhou. By the way, is his name Luo Chen? Yes, he calls himself Luo Chen, and his identity is a guest of Xingmen. Chapter 774, Eastern Wasteland Situation, Danzong Luo Chen. On the cloud chariot, Luo Chen's consciousness swept over the jade slip, and the geographical location of Shin'an City was instantly clear. After reading it, Luo Chen's face showed a thoughtful look. Many things can be seen from the surface. The Shin'an City of the Shin'an Merchant Alliance in the East Wilderness is not independent like the North Sea, but is clamped. The 9 immortal cities around it are tightly surrounded by the pattern of 3 in front, 3 in the back and 3 on the right. The gap left is the mountain gate of the Dongyang sect. From this point, it can be seen how deeply the Mingyan sect is wary of the Shin'an Dao sect. In order to prevent the Dao sect from infiltrating the East Wilderness through the hands of the Merchant Alliance, not only is the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance placed in the territory of the Dongyang sect, which the Mingguan sect trusts the most, but also in the details of the encirclement and clamping. I just don't know, was it like this from the beginning, or did it become like this because of the matter of the Dan Saint? Luo Chen was too lazy to think deeply. The so-called Merchant Alliance is just a tool for the Xiantian Dao sect to make money and collect intelligence, and has nothing to do with his Stargate guest. On the contrary, he was quite happy. Because it was very close. His spiritual consciousness moved, and the sound was transmitted into his ears. You guys take a rest, I will control the cloud chariot. As he spoke, he had already taken over the control of the 6 Imperial flying cloud chariot through the air. The majestic magic power poured into it, and the cloud chariot paused for a moment, then burst into a brilliant light, and suddenly rushed out, drawing a bright arc in the sky. Under his control, the speed of the cloud chariot was almost 3 times faster than before, and was no less than the full-strength flight of a late giant and cultivator. Even though the area of Dongyang domain is much larger than some small Zeuxin domains, at this speed, it would take less than a day to cross half of Dongyang domain. Of course, if Luo Chen flew at full strength himself, this time would be even faster. But with Zheng Jinqing, a foundation-building cultivator, and Seng Jing, who had just formed a den, Luo Chen could not do that. Anyway, he had endured for 200 years, so he was not in a hurry for 1 or 2 days. While Luo Chen was distracted by controlling the cloud chariot, he continued to refine the Chixiao Qi. This kind of natural spirit, even after being subdued, is still wild and difficult to tame. If it weren't for the help of the Hunyuan Ding to refine it, the loss would be extremely heavy. Luo Chen followed the method in the sword scripture and first used the Hunyuan Ding to refine the violent part of the red sky energy. After refining it to a certain degree, he integrated it into the Yuan Tu sword. The red sky energy merged with the Yuan Tu sword and slowly condensed into sword energy. In this process, Luo Chen himself will also be affected a little. The sharp edge is revealed, and the momentum is overwhelming. The reactions of He Wang, Qi Zhong and others have already indirectly explained Luo Chen's slight changes. Can distinguish between the sun and the moon, and don't give up day and night. In the vast starry night, the Liu Fian chariot swayed and stopped outside an immortal city. After all, it is just the lord of the Jinden sect. It is gorgeous but not majestic. Under my full drive, it is almost falling apart. Luo Chen muttered a few words and put the chariot into the storage ring. Xiangxuan and others came over. Master, it's getting late now. Shall we enter the city? Of course. Luo Chen walked towards the city gate without hesitation. The towering black city wall, under the shining starlight, looked like a creeping giant beast. Luo Chen walked to the city gate step by step, where there were already monks waiting at the gate. Stop. Luo Chen casually threw out the identity token of the Stargate guest. The magic power that belonged to Luo Chen was injected into it, and it suddenly shone with light. This meant that it was not a forgery, but the real owner. The monk was stunned when he saw this, but he quickly reacted. Master, wait a moment, I will open the city gate for you right away. Yes. The heavy black door slowly opened in front of Luo Chen. In a cave in Shenhuan City, a monk took the sound transmission talisman in surprise. Strange, why are there people coming from Zhongzhou at this time? Shouldn't the focus be on the North Sea and the West Desert? The sound transmission talisman burned slowly, and the monk frowned slightly. Guest of Stargate, Luo Chen. But the next moment, his eyes lit up. Could it be that Wang Sanrun? Thinking of this, the man's eyes rolled and he stood up directly. When Luo Chen arrived at the city lord's mansion, someone was already waiting for him under the starry night. He wore a white robe with big sleeves, tied his hair and a high crown. His smile was warm, like a spring breeze. Luo Chen straightened his clothes and bowed. It's so late at night, and I'm really sorry to bother you, fellow Taoist. No problem, Gu doesn't have anything important to do. Come in. Hearing the surname Gu, Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. On the way in, the two introduced themselves to each other. Sure enough, this cultivator named Gu Zuoke was indeed from the Gu family of the 12 great families. The Xiantian business alliance is divided into 4 continents, and each continent has 4 elders at the nascent soul level. However, those elders are basically from aristocratic families, and few of the great families participate. Now the Grand Elder of the Merchant Alliance in the East Wasteland was actually sent by the wealthy Gu family. This shows how much the Xiantian Dao sect values the East Wasteland. Luo Chen was very careful when talking to the other party, but gradually found that the other party was very easy to get along with. This so-called very good is different from the easy to get along with Fu Chaosheng at the beginning. Instead, it seems that the other party is deliberately making friends with him. Is it because you performed too well in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven? Luo Chen's guess is almost right. Guzuoke looked at the young man in front of him who was like a sword out of his sheath, and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. The clam said that this person is extraordinary and can be befriended with kindness. Now that I see him, it's even better than the rumors. If we can really win him over to my Gu family, we will definitely have an extra powerful arm. Just as he was secretly admiring, the other party's Luo Chen did not beat around the bush and directly asked about the current situation in the East Wasteland. Guzuoke did not hesitate and immediately told him about the situation in the East Wasteland. The chaos of monsters in the East Wilderness has lasted for 100 years. The 36 domains have long lost their glory. Now, among the 36 domains, 12 domains have been completely destroyed, and 3 domains are suffering from the war. The major forces that survived from the front line gathered in the front, with the 5 domains of Mu Mansion and Fenghe Palace as the base camp to form a death army, and then used the 3 frontline domains as the battlefield to carry out a bloody tug of war. The 6 domains in the far east that Dao Yao inquired about have long been destroyed. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but clench his palms under his sleeves. Even though he had long known from intelligence that the 6 domains in the far east closest to the Million Mountains had been destroyed, he still felt nervous when he heard the result from others. He asked in a deep voice, "What is the death army that Dao Yao mentioned?" Guzuoke smiled slightly and explained the origin of the so-called death army to Luo Chen in detail. The monsters are powerful, and the various domains and sects are scattered. It is impossible to compete with the vast monsters head-on. But the immortal cultivators are not dead. They know how to run. They also know that if they lose the land, they can survive. If they lose the land, they can survive. If they lose the land, they can lose the land. Therefore, after they are sure that they cannot stop the monsters, they will run to the rear. There are so many people running, just like locust refugees, harassing the major sects in the rear. According to the history of the Eastern Wilderness, the more the sects are in the back, the earlier they were established and the stronger their foundation. They don't spoil these refugees. After watching the 12 domains fall and the 3 domains become battlefields, in order to prevent them from following in their footsteps, the major forces in the rear took action together to stop the fleeing immortal cultivators from continuing to retreat. They were ordered to stop at the front line of the human-demon battlefield. For this reason, 5 domains were vacated as their wartime base camps. These 5 domains are the Mu Mansion where the Mu family is located, the Fenghe domain where the Fenghe Palace is located, the Bei domain where the Bei sect is located, the Beishao domain where the Beishao sect is located, and the Jian domain where the Wanjian pavilion is located. Provide territory, resources, set rules, integrate this huge idol force, and form a large army of monks to resist the demons. This is the origin of the Death Army. Survive in the face of death? Either die on the battlefield between humans and demons, or be suppressed and exterminated by the 21 Yuanying upper sects in the rear. The only way is to turn back and fight forward, fight for a bright and sunny day, and return to the homeland. After understanding the origin of the so-called Death Army, Luo Chen felt a little lucky. Before the Lingxi Gu disappeared, he knew clearly that Sima Wei Nyang was not dead. If they were smart enough and fled to the rear, they would have a chance to survive. Perhaps, they were in the so-called Death Army. Luo Chen was feeling lucky and asked, "The situation in the East Wasteland is so bad, doesn't the Holy Land have any explanation?" "What explanation do you want?" Guzuoke sneered, "Who knows how many monsters there are in the millions of mountains? In the early years, we fought the war of development and eroded the monster clan's territory step by step. Although we did conquer many territories, some smarter and more powerful monsters fled to the rear, just like those people on our front line now. This has accumulated for thousands of years and has become a trend. Now the Mingyuan sect is not moving, but it is just stretching the front line, magnifying the situation, and using the lives of countless sects, families, and small people to explore the bottom of the monster clan." Luo Chen opened his mouth. From his perspective, the Holy Land did nothing, but in the eyes of the other party, it was a test of the Mingyuan sect of the East Wasteland Holy Land in the overall situation. But this strategy, if it falls on an individual or a small sect, it will be a devastating blow. Of course, if you were in that position, he might do the same. Guzuokei's words showed disdain for the strategy of opening up war to expand territory. Luo Chen thought deeply about it and soon understood. Xian'an Dao sect was not so procrastinating. In ancient times, Zongmiao was conquered in one battle and the demon atmosphere was eliminated, so there was a 3,000 years of peace and prosperity. The cultivators he saw everywhere in Zongmiao, with the golden elixirs and yuaning people everywhere, were the fruitful results of Xian'an Dao sect's conquest of Zongmiao in one fell swoop. Of course, Mingyuan sect is not completely ineffective. During this process, it would dispatch yuaning sects from time to time, and occasionally send disciples to the battlefield to kill demons. At least, from a moral point of view, they can't be blamed. Guzuokei said, and finally his face became solemn. In my opinion, Mingyuan sect's approach is more like extending a fist and then hitting it more forcefully. Shrinking the front line is one, and ordering the formation of a death army is the second. There may be bigger moves next. Bigger moves? Luo Chen fell silent. The so-called big move is probably to let the survivors counterattack the demon clan, and Mingyuan will also send troops to recover the lost territory. But in this process, the death army will definitely rush to the front line, and the casualties can be imagined. If Wei Niang and the others are really still alive. Luo Chen suddenly looked up. Is there a teleportation array in Xian'an City? Guzuokei was stunned for a moment. You want to go to the front line? Luo Chen nodded. Guzuokei spread his hands. I'm sorry, Xian'an Business Alliance is not allowed to set up a teleportation array in Donghuang. If you want to go to the front line of the 5 domains, you can only borrow the teleportation array of Dongyang sect. But at this time, the cost of teleporting once is a bit expensive. Moreover, in the wartime state, it is difficult for ordinary people to borrow it. Please help me, fellow Taoist. As he spoke, Luo Chen handed over a jade bottle. Guzuokei didn't care. You are too polite, even if there is no. The bottle stopper was opened, and a strong elixir fragrance floated out. Guzuokei's face changed slightly. He carefully took the jade bottle, checked it with his spiritual sense for a while, and finally said in a deep voice, I'll do my best. Shangyang City. A large city directly under the command of Dongyang sect, it is no less large than Xian'an City, and it can be ranked among the top 10 immortal cities even in the East Wilderness. Here, a super long-distance teleportation array is arranged, which can lead to the White Crane domain. It is said that it is because Dongyang sect and White Crane sect have a good relationship and the two sides have mutual exchanges that this two-way teleportation array can be established. Luo Chen stood outside a hall and said to Guzuokei, my followers are different from ordinary people. It is not suitable to travel in the East Wilderness at this time. I have to trouble you to send someone to escort them. Guzuokei looked at Xiangxun and the others and didn't see any difference. But when the black dragon pattern on Luo Chen's left arm suddenly came to life and turned into a little dragon and jumped onto Zhang Jinking's shoulder, his face changed slightly. At that moment, he felt a breath of the same level. It is rumored that the deserted people have a 4th-order Demon King level pet. It is indeed true. Such a being is indeed not suitable to walk around in the East Desert now. However, for the sake of the bottle of Zongmiao Pill, he still agreed to it. Fellow Taoist, please go ahead. With the speed of the caravan, as long as nothing unexpected happens, they will only need 2 or 3 years at most to reach the White Crane region. In that case, thank you very much, fellow Taoist. Luo Chen bowed, and gave a few words to Xiangxun Black King and the others, and then strode towards the heavily guarded hall. The monks made way and the door opened. Luo Chen stepped in, and a Yuaning monk came to greet him. Please. Sorry to bother you, fellow Taoist Lu. No problem. The bottles of elixirs that fellow Taoist Luo took out earlier are really good. I wonder if you have any spare ones. That's unfortunate. Those are the only 10 bottles that I have on me now. But I am proficient in the method of refining this elixir. If fellow Taoist Lu wants it again in the future, you can come to me. Thank you, fellow Taoist Luo. Master Lu was delighted. For an nascent soul cultivator, external objects like elixirs are no longer of much use. But they were just ordinary elixirs. The 10 bottles of Zongmiao pills that Luo Chen took out as teleportation fees were all medium grade. He took a little and still hasn't refined them. You can imagine how much his mana will improve after refining them thoroughly. The nascent soul third level that has trapped him for many years may be broken through with these 10 bottles of Zongmiao pills. If he can continue to take them later, it is not impossible to reach the late nascent soul stage. After handing Luo Chen a jade token, Master Lu personally activated the teleportation array as he watched him enter the teleportation array. After a flash of light, Luo Chen's figure completely disappeared. Master Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing unexpected happened. He strode out of the teleportation hall, chatting with Guzuo for a while, and then returned to his residence to continue refining the Zongmiao pill. But before he sat down, he heard someone report that a nephew wanted to see him. Is it Qizhuang? Master Lu was a little curious. Normally, this nephew from Mingguan sect would not come to see him. He did not put on airs and quickly summoned the other party. When Qizhuang explained his purpose, Master Lu showed hesitation. Was the person he sent away just now a guest of Zingman? No wonder Guzuo would personally guarantee it. He smiled and said to Qizhuang, "Don't worry, I will inform your sect of this news." In that case, thank you very much, uncle. Qizhuang bowed and retreated respectfully. After he left, Master Lu took out a jade slip and began to record the contents. The guest of Zingman, his name is Luo Chen. In the early stage of nascent soul, he has an extraordinary bearing, and he seems to be a sword cultivator. After a pause, Master Lu hesitated for a moment, but still added the information he knew. He can refine the 4th level middle grade cultivation elixir, and he seems to be a great master of the alchemy. Chapter 775, Luo Tian's internal struggle. Sima usurps Luo. Cry. 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 In the clear sky, cranes fly through the clouds, circling continuously, and their cries are loud and clear. This magnificent scene is almost the same as the legendary Immortal's description. But in the vast East wilderness, there are only a few places where you can see it. The White Crane domain is one of them. In this domain, there is a Yuanying upper sect called the White Crane sect, and the inherited skills are crane crying in the 9 skies, which are complete from key refining to Yuanying realm. After building the foundation, the entry-level disciples will be rewarded with a crane. Both sides practice with each other, and their combat power is quite strong. When you reach the Yuanying realm, you can even use the companion crane to cross the 9 skies and travel in the blue sky. Of course, there won't be so many cranes flying over the White Crane domain at ordinary times. Now is the time when the 5 domains are connected to fight against a demon clan together. In order to prevent the sudden attack of the demon army, so many cranes are released in the air to guard. Suddenly, the flocks of cranes in the sky suddenly stopped, their sharp eyes staring at a palace deep in the mountains. There, a strong and sharp aura spread out without any concealment. Several monks were gathering there. In the distance, in a 4th level cave, a white-haired old man slowly opened his eyes. It's the teleportation array of Zongmiao sect. Which Taoist friend is coming at this time? While thinking, he floated out of the cave. As soon as he stepped into the air, a white crane naturally flew under him and carried him to the teleportation palace. After a while, he arrived at the palace. As soon as he arrived, the disciples guarding around him saluted and greeted him. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Master. The old man nodded to the middle-aged man who saluted last, and then looked at the person whose body gradually appeared in the teleportation array. In the teleportation array, the man in white had a flash of light in his eyes, and spoke leisurely before the spiritual energy stabilized. Even though the cold pine is old, the wild crane is hungry and eats. I guess you're Xian's Henrun, a good friend of Zongmiao sect Master Lu. Xian's Henrun's expression was slightly condensed. The teleportation array has not completely stopped yet, and there is still a huge amount of spiritual energy in the void that is impacting the cultivator's body. At this time, the cultivator inside is the most vulnerable. Not only must they resist the oppression of the void, but they must also guard against external enemies. In this situation, the other party spoke so leisurely. With a whisk in his hand, Xian's Henrun bowed his head. It is the old Taoist. May I know your name? The man in white raised his foot and stepped out of the teleportation array in one step. I am Luo Chen. With just one word, Luo Chen came to the opposite side of Xian's Henrun. A name but no title, and no origin? Xian's Henrun frowned, but when he remembered that the other party had mentioned Zongmiao sect Master Lu before, it was clear that he was trustworthy. This is not the place to talk, Taoist friend, please come this way. It just so happens that Luo has something that I would like to ask Taoist friend for advice. Luo Chen smiled slightly and left the teleportation palace with Zion's Henren master and apprentice. As soon as they came out, the old man waved his whisk and 2 cranes flew over, landing on the square in front of the temple and prostrating themselves to them. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. A 3rd-level spiritual crane? Especially the one under Zion's Henren's feet, which had the aura of the 3rd-level Great Perfection level, which was higher than the other party's disciple realm. Please. Thank you for the hospitality, fellow Taoist. Luo Chen stepped on the back of the spiritual crane and flew to a pavilion on a high peak with Zion's Henren. Zhao Wu, serve tea. Yes, master. The middle-aged man who was serving beside him immediately took out the tea set on the stone table and brewed spiritual tea. Taking this opportunity, the 2 sides looked at each other. Luo Chen's mind also quickly flowed with information about the White Crane sect. The cultivators of this sect are good at fighting, but they are not warlike. The reason for not being warlike is not only to cultivate their nature, but also to invest some resources in the cultivation of companion spiritual cranes, so that the number of cultivators in this sect is relatively small. At that time, the 21 Yuanying upper sects in the rear of the East Wasteland chose 5 domains, including the White Crane domain, as the place to settle the Death Army, which was also considered in this aspect. Among the Yuanying upper sects in these 5 domains, the White Crane sect has a small number of cultivators. The Fenhu Palace is mostly composed of female cultivators with a small number of cultivators. The Mu Mansion is a family power of the Yuanying level, so it is in a corner, and the Wanjian Pavilion also adheres to the concept of quality is more important than quantity, and has few disciples. It can be said that in the 5 domains, except for the 100 Beast sect, which is good at dealing with monsters, the other 4 sects were selected because they have few people and a small territory, which can make room for the survivors who escaped from the front line. Of course, geographical factors also play a big role. As far as Luo Chen knows, there are only 2 Yuanying real people in the White Crane sect so far. One of them is said to be a great monster in human form, not an orthodox human cultivator. When the tea fragrance was thick, Luo Chen suppressed his urgency and asked about the things he was concerned about. Dao, do you know Luo Chen sect? Zion's Henren thought it was a big deal, but when he heard that the other party was just asking about his sect, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Luo Chen sect? He looked confused. Zhao Wu, the disciple serving beside him, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, Zhenren Luo is asking about the Luo Chen sect that recently set up a 10-decision battle at Lingshan Pass. 10-decision battle? Luo Chen's brows frowned all of a sudden, like 2 small swords, making people tremble. He was not stingy, and with a flick of his hand, a jade bottle appeared on the table. This medicine can help improve the cultivation of spirit beasts. My friend, why don't you tell me in detail about the so-called 10-decision battle? Zion's Henren also became interested. Zhao Wu, tell me in detail. Your master has been contemplating the secret art behind closed doors recently, but I don't know about the anecdotes in the world of immortal cultivation, and I am also quite curious. With the approval of his master and the so-called elixir that Luo Chen took out that was beneficial to spirit beasts, Zhao Wu no longer had any scruples. He pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, as far as I know, the 10 decisive battles were just an internal fight in a sect called Luo Chen sect. I heard that the lineage of the sect leader split, and both wanted to consolidate power. After 100 years of arguing, the 2 sides had to fight each other and resort to force. One side wanted to uphold the orthodoxy of Luo Chen, and the other side said that before fighting foreign enemies, we must first stabilize the country and determine the core leader before the demon army invades. Of course, from different people's perspectives, the essence is not like that. As far as I guess, this time the internal fight in Luo Chen is not as simple as it seems. It is more of a test of Fenhu Palace, by Motion Cliff, and the 5 Elements Divine Sect. At this point, Zhao Wu couldn't help but look at Zhenren Zion. Master, in fact, we have a similar situation in Bay Territory. There are many survivors who moved here, and their sects are still strong. In order to seek better spiritual veins, they have been constantly testing the bottom line of our Bay sect. They want to occupy the Magpie's Nest. Zion's Henren smiled. You don't mean the Yuding Sword sect that has become insignificant, right? Zhao Wu nodded. Master is cultivating his life and not caring about external affairs, so he may not know. Although the Yuding Sword sect has lost Yuding's Henren, there is no threat. But don't forget that they came from the Wanjian territory. There is the support of the Wanjian Pavilion, and the genius of the Yuding Sword sect who broke through the Yuanying realm in the battle and was known as the Lonely Wild Goose in the Sword realm. They are a great threat to our base sect. The old man's smile faded, and he silently muttered those names. Wanjian Pavilion, Yuding Sword sect, Lonely Wild Goose in the Sword realm. On Luo Chen's side, he couldn't wait to learn more. Zhao Wu reminded his master, then returned to the topic and talked about the Luo Chen sect. Speaking of which, it is said that Luo Tian sect also originated from the Yuding domain back then, and Yuding Sword sect was the superior sect. Luo Chen hummed. This was of course true. All the forces that developed in the Yuding domain back then, no matter how big or small, were openly headed by Yuding Sword sect. Maybe there was no distinction between master and servant in name, but in order to make a living, earn resources, and go in and out of the major immortal cities, they all contributed spirit stones to Yuding Sword sect more or less. What is the situation of the internal strife in the sect leader's lineage that you mentioned? Zhao Wu thought for a moment and said uncertainly, this matter probably started when the first sect leader of Luo Xianzong, Sima Wei Niang, passed the throne to her eldest disciple Yao Mingyu. At that time, when Luo Xianzong was on the run, talents emerged one after another. Not to mention the old generation of strong men such as Zongmiao and Yan Kuizi, there were also good seedlings such as Si Wenjin and Xiaolongzi among the younger generation. Logically speaking, the position of the second generation sect leader should be passed to Si Wenjin, who has the closest relationship with Sima Wei Niang and the highest realm. At this point, Zhao Wu looked at Luo Chen and smiled. Perhaps you don't know that Si Wenjin is actually Sima Wei Niang's younger brother, whose real name is Sima Wenji. Luo Chen's face paused. But for some reason, Sima Wei Niang did not pass the position of sect leader to Si Wenjin, who has the highest realm among the younger generation, nor to Xiaolongzi, who has the strongest fighting ability, but to Yao Mingyu, the mediocre eldest disciple. Since then, the rift has been born. Lingshan Pass. A towering pass, like an iron gate, is stuck in the mountains and ridges, on the only way between the front and the rear. This city is not an old city with a profound heritage. Instead, it is a war city built day and night in the past 10 years, led by the Mingying sect, funded by the 21st Yuanying upper sect, and built by the monks of the 12 lost domains on the front line. It is said that with this city, even if the great demon king of the late Yuanying comes in person, he cannot break it by force. This has become the second line of defense for the existing human race to resist the demon army. As for the first line, that is naturally the 3 frontline domains that are still suffering from the war. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see the deep muzzles of the blue-black city walls, the flags are everywhere, the formations are looming, and the figures of monks are neatly arranged on the city walls. Inside the city, it is not the commercial streets divided by the major immortal cities at ordinary times, but a solid fortress. On the open ground, there are countless large war-flying boats crawling. Everything seemed to be ready to go, ready to start a battle at any time. The establishment of the Death Army certainly brought together these rabble, but it also made everyone understand what they were going to face next. Fighting the demon clan to death, not retreating an inch. Therefore, the monks walking inside also had murderous looks on their faces, keeping people away from them. However, at this moment, the square in the center of Lingshan Pass was crowded with people and filled with morbid and fanatical shouts. Kill! 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 A team of neatly dressed monks stood in the crowd, blocking the surging crowd from approaching the high platform with a radius of 1 mile. Compared with those morbid and fanatical monks, this team of monks seemed much calmer. Because they were not homeless refugees, but a law enforcement team formed by disciples and followers of the 5 domains and 5 sects. They were specially used to stabilize the order in Lingshan Pass. Listening to the fanatical shouts nearby, the faces of the monks and the law enforcement team were solemn. How many times has this happened? Countless. Yes, when disaster strikes, everyone flees. Under the 100-year attack of the demon race, countless cultivators abandoned their sect and joined higher branches. Countless people took advantage of the situation and robbed and killed others. Now they have all gathered in the 5 regions. Those who have grudges take revenge, those who have grievances complain, and there are countless people who clean up the sect. The establishment of this fighting arena is to provide them with a fair solution. Since its establishment, the fighting has never stopped. Such internal friction, don't the people above care? How can they control it? People of my generation pay attention to the communication of thoughts. If they really have to suppress it by force, they may fight privately and harm innocent people. Junior brother is right, but this time, the 10 duels of Luo Chen sect can be regarded as the largest one in history, right? Indeed. The 10 duels are all confrontations between giant masters. Is Luo Chen sect really the sect that survived the first wave of monsters in Zongmiao mountain range? In such a chaotic situation, after 100 years, it has not only not fallen, but the number of giant cultivators has increased. Who says it's not? Not only are they all capable, but they also have extensive connections. Si Wenjin, who wants to set up his own sect, can actually recruit so many giant guests to work for him. I'm afraid they are not working for him, but for the two major sects behind him. You may not know that one of Si Wenjin's guests, as far as I know, should be from the 5 Elements Divine sect. Don't talk about these. Guess who will win the 5th duel? Who will beat who? Qiami versus Shalongzi. When these words came out, those who knew the inside story were stunned. According to rumors, aren't those two people in love and like a couple of gods? In the battle in the border town that year, the two who were still in the foundation building period joined forces to kill the 3rd level fire-eyed fierce bull king, which became a legend for a while. Later, the two of them often hunted monsters together, and they cooperated with each other seamlessly. How did they fall to the point of fighting today? In the astonishment of the crowd, 2 figures had already appeared on the high platform. One was heroic and tall, with a red ribbon flying behind his head, which made his handsome face even more beautiful. The other was wearing heavy armor, with 2 metal wings spread out, holding a broadsword, and his lips were tightly pursed. Although his face was firm, his eyes were somewhat wandering, as if he didn't dare to look at the woman opposite. Under the attention of everyone, the woman slowly said, "Zhang Yilin, why don't you dare to look at me?" Shalongzi lowered his head and just stared at the hilt of the broadsword supported by his hands. What is there to see? You and I are now serving our respective masters, and we can't go back after all. Qimomei pulled the corner of her mouth. If I beat you, if Si Wenjin wins the 10 decisive battles, Luo Xianzong will be merged into my 5 Elements Divine sect, and everything can go back. Shalongzi opened his mouth and finally sighed. Eyebrow, you are no match for me. You have never been one. Now that the terrain is restricting you, you are even less of a match for me. Really? The woman sneered. You underestimate me too much, and you also underestimate the secret arts of the divine sect too much? As she spoke, strands of red lines spread out from her fingertips. The battle was about to begin. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.